Okay guys, it's that lovely selfie time. Everyone say a little hello to your fans.
Simon, you gotta hurry up, we're about to go live.
So I'll just hide here, Tanya, it'll be fine. Yeah, under the
Day
desk.
3 action is coming up. Welcome to the ChessKid Cup.
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and wow, what a move.
Alireza, look at him, he's biting his sweatshirt. He doesn't know what to do.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second.
Could he have swapped queens there?
Oh, Hikaru saw it immediately, and he's shocked.
Oh.
Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event.
He's trading him more.
No.
Oh,
Blunder is nice. It's time to go. Quick.
Oh my God, 2 seconds.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Oh, look at him celebrating. Oh my God.
No more checks.
Oh, and we see a reaction. Magnus is
Oh
no!
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
Yeah, he wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru. Heavy favorites on their last strike. 2 will be eliminated. A clash of generations and a big grudge match. All of that on the menu for today, and to break it all down in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty,
Let's go.
and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We started with 8 players. We're down to 6. James, what impressed you the most?
Definitely Nodirbek taking out Fabiano. Come on, the kid is very strong, rapid champion. And also Faruja taking out the big dog Hikaru.
It was a day full of surprises. Hikaru's quick exit from the ChessKid Cup left us all shocked. But it feels like he never got started. David, what went wrong?
Well, just everything went wrong for Hikaru. He wasn't spotting tactics. He wasn't as quick as he usually is, and he came up against players who were determined to take risks to beat him. It was a tough time, but in the end, those who won, they deserved it.
100%. In online chess, Hikaru Nakamura is the man to beat. And it was Alireza Firouzja who got the job done. Now, Alireza on day 1 was shaky. He went down to world number 171, Dmitry Kolarz, and then takes down world number 5, Hikaru Nakamura. Daniel, how do you explain that?
You don't. You just don't explain it. That's just the way these tournaments work. Alireza was shaky on day 1. He was shaky at times on day 2 against Hikaru, but you really can't overstate the amount of confidence that you get from defeating Hikaru Nakamura, because it does only get easier from there. Although the way Nodirbek is playing, I don't know if that's true.
Oh, wow. It was an action-packed day, and it had us on the edge of our seats. Take a look.
This is chaos, and it's bullet chess now. No checks right now for Black, unless you trade the queens.
Then the knight's still in trouble, and Black could easily lose that. Bishop c6,
That
he gives
is
the
not
knight
a
up.
move. I guess he's not made it.
I think
this a
Bishop
bluff?
takes f4.
He's bluffing
just-
here, Nakamura.
Bishop takes f4.
And he calls
You
the
run.
bluff.
And you run. And you
Oh,
run.
and you take it. Oh, you lose. We lose the bishop.
Relax. Relax.
That's it.
Oh, man.
And that's it. Hikaru Nakamura is out.
Oof, poor Fabi here, just struggling to survive the next few moves.
You mentioned fancy. He's even fancier. This guy's on another planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. A fork. You pretty much have to capture this white rook now. The black rook, the blockader, is eliminated, and
So accurate. It's crazy.
knight c6. It's on the board. He gives up his knight, and this is
What a
gonna be
finish.
crowned.
He resigns, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the lead in his match.
Jordan's fighting for his life, and this one, the computer says is winning, yes, but that is irrelevant. If you put your king on the wrong square, it might just be a draw. Can he hide his king? Big question, decisive question here.
6 seconds for Jordan.
I'm still predicting an Armageddon in this one. It's so hard to find a safe spot for the king, playing on seconds, queen b5 check.
But now Black gets another tempo for his pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And Jordan just pushes.
Even 0.
The king is
Queen
in check.
d6.
No way for white to promote.
Oh, this hurts.
Jordan's only thinking about one thing, and that's repetition.
We have the result. Jordan, see the relief on his face. Wow. He has clinched it.
And with that, this is where we are going into day 3 of the ChessKid Cup. These are our brackets. We see that Alireza Firouzja took down Hikaru Nakamura, and also Fabiano Caruana was knocked down by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We will have the winners final later today, but we start with the losers quarter-final bracket. Now, while it was the end of the road for Hikaru Nakamura, the other American grandmaster, world number 6, Fabiano Caruana, he is a bronze medalist at the World Rapid Championship. He's fresh out of a win in the Grand Chess Tour event. Fabulous performance in the Chessable Masters. This is what makes him an absolute beast.
Fabiano Caruana famously had a 7 out of 7 start at the 2014 Singapore Cup. He also challenged Magnus Carlsen for the 2018 World Chess Championship title. How does a player get there, you might ask? For Fabiano Caruana, it is feared opening preparation. He is a theoretician like no other. In this 2016 game from the London Chess Classic, Fabiano Caruana demonstrated how deep his opening preparation can go. With the white piece against Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru sacrifices a knight temporarily with knight takes g4. After Fabiano takes this knight on g4 with his bishop, Hikaru looks to win back the piece with e5, hitting the queen and the knight with his pawn. But Fabiano Caruana was a man on a mission. He says, you're not going to get your piece back. I'm going to sacrifice my queen on f6. And after the bishop took the queen, he puts his knight on d5. The queen slides back because under attack as the bishop to d8. And he plays knight f5, getting 2 pieces for the queen, but with a dominating positional advantage. He went out to win this nice game, and just a great demonstration of his excellent and deep opening preparation.
A universal style of play, amazing preparation, and an absolute beast at calculation. Fabiano Caruana is still in the race at the ChessKid Cup. And Daniel, he's come a long way in speed chess since the 2018 World Championship.
Absolutely. Historically, the narrative has always been, well, Fabiano, he needs that time, that classical chess, in order to show his true strength. And he has turned that narrative on its head in the last couple of years. He now performs regularly in the top 5 entitled Tuesdays, including yesterday when he was mad and he got second in Title Tuesday. He's fast. He can time scramble with the best of them. Fabiano Caruana has completely transformed his classical and blitz strength. Even though he lost to Nodirbek yesterday, he's still in this tournament, and it was a very, very close match. He still has a couple of things left to say, Tanya.
And it is going to be a close match as he faces Alireza Firouzja in the losers bracket. Now, day 2 had big upsets in Division 1, but not just in Division 1. It was a big day for the underdogs in Division 2 as well.
The second day of the ChessKid Cup brought even more twists and turns than the first. In Division 2, there were 2 incredible clean sweeps, both by underdogs. Raunak Sudwani won 3-0 against Kirill Aleksenko, who was rated nearly 60 points higher than him. And Yuan Nyok Trong's son crushed his fellow countryman Lequang Liem with a 3-0 victory. In an anticipated matchup, Vladimir Fedoseev bested David Anton Guerrero to advance to the semifinals. Gregory Oparin also defeated a higher-rated opponent in his match against Pavel Elyanov to advance.
This is not, okay.
This is brutal.
Good Lord. That
unbelievable.
Division 3's Alan Pichot continued to shine on day 2, marching past Sam Sevian and Vitaly Bernatsky to the winner's bracket final.
Wow, that was exceptional defense from him.
Pantala Harikrishna also had a phenomenal run to now face Pichot in that match. Grandmasters David Navarra and Alexander Donchenko desire redemption as they have fought their way forward since the first round of the loser's bracket.
Big names and big action. And keeping us updated on all of that is Grandmaster Simon Williams. Simon, before we get to that, we've got to address the pony in the room, How was the good night?
Well, Tanya, you might be surprised to know I've been very, very well behaved here. I was running up and down stairs earlier on, and I haven't been, except for the Saturday, but I have heard a rumour that some people on the panel have been going there quite frequently and been having a very good time there.
Hey, James.
Hey, James. You all right, James?
No, I like bishops and knights. No comment there. It's been a good time here in Oslo. Hey, what about the chess, guys?
Yeah, we'll talk about that later, James, the good night stuff. But right now, it is about the good night on the chessboard because the winners' semi-finals is about to start in Division 2. And Simon, what can we expect from that?
Well, we've got two fantastic players, and starting off things, we've got Nguyen versus Oparin, and this is players who've won every match so far, so they do get a second chance. And then below that, we have Fedosev, who must be the favourite for this group, and he's playing our tattooed friend, only 17 years old, and he's got a full tattoo. I don't know what I think about that if I was his father, I don't know. But anyway, and then you've got the losers brackets. These guys, they don't get another chance. So if they lose the match here, they go home. And you can see some big names. You've got Alexenko versus Adriaking, and two other players I'm going to pick out there, Ilyanov versus Mamajarov. They've both been over 2,700. They've both been around for a long time, and that's going to be one hell of a match there.
Super exciting matchups. There is $10,000 for the winner, but not just that, also a golden ticket to Division 1 of the next event of the Champions Chess Tour. And we also have action in Division 3 with a big winners final coming up. And it will be between these two players. Alan Pisho will be playing against Hari Krishna. Simon, is there a big favorite in this one?
I'm going to have to go for Hari Krishna. I mean, yeah, your fellow countryman, you probably know him very well. And number one, he's got the best name, Hari Krishna. So anyone with Harry in their name, you're doing well. Pisho is a very good player, but he's very unpredictable. He can play really well at times, but he can also not play so well, should I say politely. But they're both fantastic players, but Hari Krishna is just more stable. So I'm going to go for him in that one.
Sounds like a clash of styles.
It is. It's kind of the South American kind of style you might see in football, quite flamboyant, quite exciting against, I don't know, our Indian players very solid. I have to be careful what I say here.
Hari is super pragmatic as a player and very consistent, so it's going to be fireworks on the board.
It is. It's going to be a really exciting match there. We're going to see if Pisho can get through Harry's very solid style. So you never know, but it's going to be a big match.
And not just that, Simon, we've got more action.
That's right. So we have the losers brackets, and again, these players, they don't get another chance, and the legend is still there, the legend Gadakamsky, and he's playing very strong. Antipov, Sam Sevion is still in with a shout, but he's got Yu Yangyi. It's going to be a very tough match for him. Then one of Ding's favourite players, the new world champion, Velieko Pons, is playing against Donichenko there. So big matches going on in the other divisions as well.
Action all around, and of course the dream is to get to the season's final as tour points are on the line. It's speed chess, double elimination bracket, 3 division, and the grueling format makes it a challenge for even the best players in the world.
Each event in the Champions Chess Tour is broken up into 3 divisions, making the CCT even bigger than ever before as the best players in the world work to win their division and progress to higher divisions, hopefully securing a playoff spot, big prize money, and tour leaderboard points. Here's what's at stake in the 3 divisions in each event. The winner of Division 3 receives $5,000 and 20 tour points. Those with the most tour points at season's end will secure the wildcard slots for the playoffs and additional prize money. The winner of Division 2 claims $10,000, 50 tour points, and secures a coveted slot in the next event's Division 1. Finally, the winner of Division 1 receives $30,000, 150 tour points, and a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. At the end of the year, the playoffs will include 8 players that have qualified either by winning Division 1 or by earning enough tour points to claim one of the wildcard slots. Of these 8 players, 4 will advance to the live finals. In the end, only 1 champion will remain.
who will be the king of the Champions Chess Tour 2023 season, the biggest season so far of the tour. And right now we've got big games coming up. Later today, it will be the winners final as Dutch number 2 Jordan van Foreest takes on the Uzbek sensation Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But we start the day with the elimination bracket, the losers quarterfinal, and big matchups there. Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja. It's going to be our focus game, and we've also got another match with the German talent Dimitri Kolas taking on Jules Moussad. Daniel, is there a favorite in that one?
Caruana, no, just kidding. Yeah. The Kollars-Moussard match is going to be a very close one, complete toss-up. Dimitri has played incredibly well. He was that close to forcing an Armageddon against Jordan. I'm going to give him the edge just because of his form, but it's a total toss-up. The other one, Tanya, is a complete toss-up as well, but you don't need me to say that.
Fabiano taking on Alireza. We know that is going to be super exciting. The players have played each other in rapid a bunch of times, and it is Fabi who in fact leads with 4 wins to Alireza's 2 wins. James, what do you think about their head-to-head history, and how will that impact today?
Yeah, of course, the head-to-head is important, obviously, but that says nothing in these games here today. It's 4 games. You got to bring your best game today. Yeah, okay, you beat me before, but are you going to beat me today is the question, and that's what Firouzja is going to try to, beat Fabi today. So I think I'm going to give a slight edge to Firouzja, even though I love my man's fabulous Fabi COE calculator himself, the human calculator, but I am going to take Firouzja.
It's going to be fabulous Fabi versus awesome Alireza, and they are ready to go. We are about to start. Fabiano Caruana starts with the white pieces. Opening predictions, David.
Opening predictions, I'm going to say 1 e4. Fabi really needs to use his opening weapons, especially with white against Alireza, especially because it's just a 2-game match. Every move counts, and he needs to get off to that strong start. Firouzja, maybe in this format, proved a bit rusty in the past. Yesterday had a great day against Hikaru, of course, but if Fabi can hit him in the opening, he will be a huge favourite. So I think he needs to go very direct from move 1. Okay, not e4.
Whoa.
Very quick moves
Slow
there.
down here. It's too early for this.
It's the Grunfeld defense. It was a queen's pawn opening. This is one of the main lines of the Grunfeld, the exchange variation, where white builds a center and black aims to erode that center to try and chip at it from afar. And still very standard stuff. A well-known position. I've had this position against Fabi myself. I've got bad memories. So I hope Firouzja has something better.
I got bad memories.
What do we think of this opening choice by both sides? Bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I'm a Grunfeld player, too. I like Grunfeld, like KID, and I've kind of looked at both. In fact, I know you were a Grunfeld player for a long time, too. We had that conversation. And actually, there's a book, Modernized Grunfeld. It's a pretty good one. That's in, like, the forward chess stuff. But it's a B6 is a newer one. Or not newer, but it keeps pieces on the board. You have the bishop G4 line instead of B6, where I think Peter Strela recommends that one in the Chessable course. But with bishop G4, then F3 happens, and then knight A5, bishop F7, and all this lines of theory. Very deep stuff there, and black gets some very cool positions. B6 keeps it attention, but it also can get extremely wild from here. So definitely some sharp stuff from both sides so far.
Yeah, sharp stuff, and white has a few options. At some point, white is able to go and grab a pawn on c5, but it will come at the cost of the integrity of his pawn center. Here, he's just keeping things solid, and yeah, both sides developing.
Speaking of keeping things solid,
I jinxed it.
H4 on the board. Harry the H-pawn is alive. Fabi has been playing with the H-pawn so often in this tour so far. We will come straight back to this one, but even our other game, Dimitri Kolas versus Jules Moussad, 2 very combative players who've had so many decisive games. They are about to lift off their game 1. It is a best of 2 in the elimination bracket. Dimitri Kolas there with the white pieces. He's had 8 decisive games in a row.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That just shows that his style is just super energetic.
Extremely tactical style. He is a perennial career e4 player. In fact, I've played hundreds of blitz games with him. He has never touched the deer, the c-pawn, or the knight. He is an e4 lifer. And here we see Jules Moussad deviating from his standard Sicilian, and the Petrov epidemic continues, sadly.
Yeah, you said it, Tanya. 8 decisive games so far, but now we have the most drawish opening in chess. So can Dimitri Kolas sprinkle some magic dust on this one and turn it into a decisive game somehow? Very standard stuff. We've actually seen this before in the tournament on a couple of days ago, and white will try to erode the center. That black knight sitting nice and pretty in the middle of the board. It's all about a fight for the middle squares, and there we see first exchange of pieces, and white has an extra central pawn. What do we think of this so far, early days?
I think Jan Nepomniachtchi actually popularized this from Black's perspective. I think knight b8 to d7 is a move here. Bishop f5. Now, bishop f5 is correct. Sometimes white pushes the d-pawn quite early. This line has gotten actually very, very theoretical, and it can get quite tactical. White can put the knight on e5, queen from d1 to b3. So you can, even though the position looks relatively quiet right now, the structure is asymmetrical, and white's got a lot of exciting ideas here. I think the queen often goes to a5 in these positions. There it is.
Yeah, some very sharp, direct lines here. And there we go. You predicted it, Dania. This has been played before, seen before, and studied in depth by some of the top players in the world. I've looked at this briefly myself, and yeah, the lines go far too long for me to memorize. But the players clearly have done their homework. And Jules, despite this not being his main opening, he's been playing instantly up to this point. Queen to c5 was Black's last move, hitting the white light squared bishop. And we might see a bunch of exchanges. If Black knows his stuff, he should be fine. But white at the moment slightly more active. Wow, fast start to this one. I would not have predicted such a kind of, such a theoretical line. I thought Jules would maybe try to duck and dive and dodge Dimitri's opening preparation here.
Very interesting approach by the French grandmaster, opting for a Petrov. Jules is also known for his attacking play, so not a line we see him play out often, but in a best-of-2 match, he would be happy if he can keep things in control in this one and then fight and go for the kill with the white pieces in the final game. The bishop falls back. Now, it looks like the c3 pawn is on pre, but if Black does capture that pawn, David, it does invite a lot of threats on that exposed queen. White could start with the rook moving to c1, eventually capturing that c6 pawn, and notice the d line as well with the queen and bishop lined up. It's super dangerous to pick up the c3 pawn.
Yeah, and I think really instructive for everyone watching at home. Don't move your queen too many times in the opening. Jules has already done it twice. And if you get too greedy, if you do grab now, as you say, Tanya, the rook slides across, gaining even more time. The queen's forced to make a fourth move early in the opening. You're lacking good squares here. For example, if you slide back, there will be tactics such as this one, as you mentioned. The bishop very, very loose now. And I think you might be able to win material by hitting the queen, kicking it away from the defense of this piece. And, for example, you can slide back here. The queen is forced to retreat, and eventually the bishop will drop. Black's position is a bit loose, so therefore you do not have the luxury of time. You cannot go pawn hunting in this position. Other moves that come to mind, maybe taking this pawn in the center just to develop the black knight. I'm also wondering whether you can get away with bringing the knight out here. But yeah, you have to be really careful at this early stage with Black. It's strange to see him pause now because he's been so confident up to this point.
Yeah, this takes you have to be very precise. The knight needs to develop. You have to connect the rooks. And the queen is on a strange square. You have some looseness with the bishop on d6. So this is a great time to think. I do think c takes d is probably best, and then develop the knight. We also want to kick this annoying bishop on g5 to put a rook on d8 somehow. So we want to do this too as well. I think white's fine, but Black needs to be very, very precise in these next few moves for sure.
Yeah, critical moments already at an early stage. But let's leave Jules to think about this one. We're expecting pawn takes pawn in the center, but clearly both players have their ideas in this Petrov. At least it's not the dry type of symmetrical position that we're used to from this opening.
No, most certainly not. And I talked about this yesterday. When you check a line with an engine, sometimes you forget about the most natural moves. Oh, wait, I forgot to check bishop c4 to b3, the most obvious move in the position, because it might not be the top engine recommendation. And if Jules is caught unprepared here, it's going to get really scary. Tanya.
And Daniel, we see a featured chat there by Foxuba saying the unbreakable Petrov. And it's true, some of these openings with Black, like the Berlin, like the Petrov, they traditionally do have that repetition that you just hold. You play it, and it's a draw. But with modern chess and modern engines and these different ideas of the H-pawn, Harry the H-pawn advancing down the board, there are ways to fight these lines. And it's not the way it used to be anymore. They've still got poison.
Oh, absolutely. And there's sort of a push and pull effect. On the one hand, there's a lot of grumbling. I can't play the Latvian gambit anymore, and I can't play the King's gambit anymore because all these openings have been refuted. But there's also the opposite side, which is that computers, particularly AlphaZero, Leela Chess, they've breathed a lot of new life, as you're saying, into openings that were considered very sterile beforehand. So it's not all bad. Lines with H4, more tactical lines within well-known openings have become more exciting. Yes, some gambits that were beloved by the players of the past can't really be played against grandmasters anymore.
And that's exactly what we're seeing in this particular Petrov. Now, bishop e4 was the move of choice by Jules, and we see that Dimitri there is having a think. James, it sort of keeps the tension on the board. With that d5 pawn, c6 pawn, sort of crossing swords there, the d-line open, the bishop on e4, attacking that f3 knight. Notice how that defends the bishop on the king side. There are so many tactical ideas brewing.
I thought that was very creative, actually, with bishop e4, but creative also doesn't mean, it's the greatest, too, as well. The Eval Bar kind of reacted there, and I think it's maybe because of this bishop e3 move. Bishop e3 is just really annoying. Queen has to maybe, I think, go to a3. If that's the case here, maybe. Obviously, you have I was looking at bishop f3, and then you take on c5, they take on d1, you take on d6, and then you're hitting the rook. Like, takes, right? Takes, and then we're up a juicer, right? Classic right triangle. But here, it is bishop e3, and I think maybe queen a3, because if you move away, obviously, d takes c, and then we are hitting the bishop on d6 in many cases. So it's really a weird move. I think bishop e3, it's a creative move, but bishop e3 is now on the board, too, as well. So Jules is going to have to respond accurately here.
Yeah, and the big question is how narrow is the path to survival? You mentioned queen to a3, James. It does feel like a really clumsy square, a bit of an ugly square on the side of the board. The queen sidelined, not really doing anything. And I could imagine at some point an attack kind of appearing against the black king. And the queen is so far offside that she will never be able to participate in the defense. But yeah, you mentioned bishop takes knight as well, that whole complicated line. Even if white just takes back, beautiful bishop pair. I see long-term pressure on this square on f7. It feels like white has a big initiative. So is black in trouble already at this early stage? Just one move after his preparation ended.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't play the Petrov, David. I mean, this is why. You get this type of position out of your preparation. What do you get when you're not in your preparation? Yeah, looking really dicey here in the early going.
That's a really great point you make, Daniel, and I want to push a little bit on that for those who are watching, who are just getting started on chess, all the chess kids out there. You said Petrov is not an opening that you might advise with black. Against the king's pawn opening, what's a good one to start with then?
Well, there's different schools of thought on this. I think most players start with symmetrical king pawn openings with black e4, e5, and then knight f3, knight to c6, because that is easier to learn and teaches you the fundamentals of development. But I think by the time you hit 1200 or 1300, you might consider learning the Sicilian, which is a great opening that affords winning possibilities really at all levels. It is pretty theoretical, but it also gives you the edge in the sense that most players in the start of their chess journey don't study the Sicilian as intensely with white. So e4, e5 is good, Sicilian is good, but I wouldn't go into the Berlin or the Petrov just because the top guys played. I wouldn't choose my openings based on what Magnus plays. I choose my openings based on what your coach recommends or what seems to give you the most success.
That's some great advice there by Daniel, based on your own style of play and intuitively the kind of positions that you want to choose the openings. And we do see the top players, they have such a universal style. They can play pretty much anything on the board, but definitely something to remember to try and play to your strengths. And right now, it looks like Jules Moussard is in a bit of trouble. Dmitry Kolos is the one who's playing to his strengths. It is a complicated position while Jules has a think. David, should we just zoom out of this one and quickly check in with our other game, Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja? Whoever loses is out of the ChessKid Cup. This is a best of two, and wow, this is a very different position from any Petrov. This is fire.
Yeah, it's potentially extremely dangerous now for black. I've had this type of position plenty of times myself, and the black king looks safe enough, but it is a bit airy, at least compared to its counterpart. If the center explodes, which it's quite likely to do so at some point, then white's pieces are more centralized. There we go, already some captures, some trades in the center. What Firouzja maybe needs to do is just try to hoover all the pieces off as quickly as possible. If he can somehow make the queens disappear, black long-term has a 2 versus 1 pawn advantage on the queen side. Black is doing well in endgames, but yeah, short-term, I do fear slightly for Firouzja. He's playing quickly, though, and I don't see any immediate kind of ways to generate threats for white. So, yeah, I'm not sure who I would prefer here, to be honest. Normally, I'm a Grunfeld kind of loyalist, but this is one time I might make an exception. I think Fabi has great chances, and it's a position that might suit him. Just it feels like there will be calculation to do at some point, and James, we all know Fabi is the master there.
He is a master calculator, COE calculation over everything, says Fabi. Now, here, I do like, I like the attacking chances Fabi has. You just can't put that away. He does that, there it is. Takes, play h5, and don't even think about the next move. h5 is just what you're going to play. But now, okay, we do have to think of a plan. I mean, the knight can swing into f4, and then e6 is there. There's some problems. Might be even some sacking possibilities. After knight f4, you defend e6. We take on g6, and then take again with the knight. Of course, there is going to be, obviously, you need to have more pieces on that side of the board. But it's just telling you, even highlighting, as you see here, there's lots of problems in Black's camp there and around his king. Practical chances definitely suit Fabi here, but if we're able to trade and hoover off all the pieces, okay, hoover, that's a new one. Vacuum. In fact, guys, vacuum or hoover is what it is. But if we're able to vacuum off some pieces here and hoover them off, we will actually have some good chances for Black, as you mentioned, with the queen side having 2 pawns versus 1. So I do like Fabi.
Alireza has an extra pawn, but with all this initiative, do we think Fabi's the one with the better chances?
I like White's position. I mean, you're also asking the wrong guy. I'm pretty biased in favor of the side with the initiative. It's also kind of interesting that Black played this b6 line, which was a pawn sacrifice. White could have captured on c5 earlier, but White is the one who ends up sacrificing a pawn for the initiative. Again, there's no immediate big threats. It's not like White is trying to win the game in the next 3 moves. He's just trying to slow roll it on the king side, keep using the pawn as a battering ram, weaken the g6 pawn. Once the knight gets to f4, there's also ideas of knight takes g6, followed by e4, moving up to e5, with a discovery, particularly, I was going to say, with the queen on d6. So some exciting stuff brewing on the king side. But also, if White plays h takes g6, the h file opens, and you could very well get yourself checkmated on h2.
Yeah, it's a really double-edged position. Anything could happen. A moment ago, we saw Fabi's air quality, and I worry for him in that regard because it wasn't looking great. But yeah, it's now Fabi's turn. 8 minutes. Should be plenty of time to at least generate some ideas here for White. I'm liking just jumping forward with the knight somewhere and hoping that the tactical opportunities kind of unveil themselves. But this could be decided, at least the course of the game, who has the upper hand over the next few moves. It feels critical already. Fabi a pawn down, as Daniel mentioned. And the longer that continues, the more you fear for White's chances if he cannot whip up an attack somehow. There we go. As predicted, the knight lands on f4. Dangerous threats in the air already.
It's not a move anybody can resist playing. It literally plays itself. And g5 should be considered here by Black. Pretty drastic move, and it weakens the f5 square quite severely. Maybe the knight will move right back to e2 and then reroute the other way to g3. Oh, that f5 square.
So juicy, this f5 square. A knight on f5 will thrive. That's the saying. And yeah, I don't know if I would be able to play a move like g5. But as you say, if Black just plays a kind of careless nothing move, then just to show the tactic, but that both of you have pointed out, pawn takes, knight takes g6. Beautiful move, exploding the position and lining up. You've lured the Black king forward and discovered check. Next move, you win the Black queen. So, dangerous threats and how to deal with it without weakening your position, without loosening the f5 square. Not an easy question to answer here for Alireza.
That's actually, I mean, really, like, what do you do? Yeah, that g5 move is now, like, looking a lot better.
I'll raise a glass to that.
Wow, Fabiano Caruana coming up with all the threats on Alireza's king here. He has to make sure, though, that the pieces remain on the board. Fabi is down a pawn currently, queen e5, and I think this is such a good human response in the position. You stop that idea that you were mentioning of the e-pawn advancing down the board. The bishop on d3 is still blocked, and now that sacrifice, we might think that there's an f-pawn that moves forward, but the queen will simply sidestep to the edge of the board on h5, and that would be completely safe for Black. No more sacrifices for the moment. Fabi makes a quiet move, rook e1. So it's a long-term pressure down a pawn.
Yeah, and that's how you have to that's how you have to play these positions. You have to resist the temptation to sacrifice something and try to justify the sacrifice immediately, and you're just kind of playing chess. I mean, the d4 pawn, that is Black's extra pawn. It's just kind of sitting there. It's blockaded by the bishop for the time being. From a broader standpoint, Firouzja benefits the more heavy pieces are off the board. So I would be considering rook takes c1, followed by rook c8. But all White needs to attack Black's king is a queen and maybe one minor piece. We've seen the queen and knight tandem, David, several times in this tournament, checkmating the king on their own.
Yeah, you could certainly imagine the White Queen ever landing on the 7th rank, checking the Black King. Any check is basically going to be deadly. And you mentioned the idea there, Daniel, of just trying to get the rooks off the board, hoover them off the board. And I think it's about to happen. There we go. One set of rooks have departed. A second set now staring at each other. To take or not to take? That's the question.
Well, if you sidestep with the rook to b1, then Black's got this option of jumping in with the knight to c4, also hitting the queen, perhaps offering more trades in the position. So it's a big moment for Fabi. Also, I like the flexibility with Harry the H-pawn. He hasn't taken the decision to take on G6. And with everything that AlphaZero has shown us, there's always a threat of the H-pawn, in fact, not trading, but moving forward to H6 at the right moment. But right now, that's not the moment to think about it. He's got to decide whether he moves the rook or trades it. I would be a little afraid of moving it out simply because of knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4, rook c3. But the question is, do you feel that keeping the rooks is more important than keeping all these squares protected? You could also take on c8, which seems counterproductive, but that bishop on c8 could be targeted, maybe with a move like queen d2 to c1, but I'm having a hard time making it work concretely because of queen c5, for example, and the c7 square. As David pointed out, you want to get your queen to the 7th rank, but all of the infiltration squares are defended. I'm actually loving the way that Alireza has defended in the last 5 to 7 moves.
Yeah, just really calm, and he's doing what he wants to do long-term. He's getting the business done in terms of taking pieces off the board. He knows long-term Black has the advantage, but short-term, Fabi needs something, and he needs it now. I'm struggling to create anything here either for White. You need an avenue into the Black position, but everything is blocked right now, and Black has ways to close those doors as soon as you try to break through. So, yeah, I'm liking Black suddenly.
Yeah, you also need more pieces too as well, and it's good to understand ideas of every opening. Every opening has its idea, overall themes here, and then the Grunfeld in-games favor Black most times. Of course, you have to see what kind of in-game you have. You might have the in-game with the white d-pawn that you have that's passed, where you have to really keep it under lock and key, as Aaron Nimzowitz says, right? So we're here, I mean, he's up a pawn, and I'm like, hey, I want to trade off, hoover off some more pieces, trade them, and when we reach an end game, I'm up this pawn. I also have the 2 versus 1 on the queen side, and we're going to try to, win this game in the end game. He plays knight d5, very creative move there. I actually saw this too as well, but maybe he has some attacking chances with like h6 and some other stuff.
Wow.
f4 maybe too.
Yeah, this is relying on some tricks here to make things work, Fabi. He's got that idea that you mentioned, Tanya, of just pushing the h-pawn up 1 square, checking the Black king. The Black king then will be forced onto the back rank on some really vulnerable squares. And if Black does get tempted to take the rooks off the board and then also eliminate the white knight in the center with his bishop, then Black will be left with a sidelined piece. Black might be able to go 2 pawns up, but you will be playing down without your knight for the foreseeable future. Really interesting stuff. The evaluation bar not really approving, but I think a good practical try. He's at least going to confuse Alireza with this move.
Scary move. I mean, James pointed out the prospect of h6 coming at the most inconvenient moment for Black. So if you do take on c1 and then take twice on d5, that might be the moment for White to play h6. You're showing that on the board. And that is not to be trifled with, because after the king moves, you recapture the bishop. If the queen recaptures the pawn, you've suddenly opened up the pathway for the eval bar to go up and for the white queen to access c7. And I always say in the endgame, it's not the quantity of pawns you have, it's the quality. 1 passed pawn on a square like h6 can supersede even an army of passed pawns that are not as far advanced. Also, you can't even take on a2 because you lose the queen. But even if you didn't, White is already completely winning by this point. And a lot of it does have to do, David, as you pointed out, with the sideline knight on a5, just not participating in society to its fullest extent.
Yeah, playing down a piece.
Love that last move, and we saw the eval bar didn't exactly approve of it, but from a practical standpoint, knight d5 asking a lot of questions. And also, let's point out that if Black gets greedy with the other pawn, the h5 pawn, which, as we've been seeing with the lines, h6 coming in could be a danger. But this is also super dangerous because now we see that Black's queen is stuck on the king side, really difficult to come to defense on the queen side. And after a potential rook trade, rook takes c8, bishop takes c8, queen c1 or queen b4. I like queen c1 more. The queen hits the bishop, jumping on to c7, all these ideas. Queen f4 was the other move that comes to mind, but with queen f4, Black's queen can step into the center of the board with queen e5, so that can be tricky. Black really needs to keep that queen on e5 as is to control the board, but needs to get rid of the h5 pawn, and he does it, spoiling the pawn structure, but captures it with the g pawn.
Wow, so 2 pawns up now for Black, but your king is looking really vulnerable. Lots of loose squares around it. If the white knight could somehow maneuver around now to that beautiful f5 post, it would definitely end in checkmate, but still no way to get there. The Black queen covers any squares at the moment. This Black queen is the glue holding things together. I just wonder whether kicking it away... pushing the pawn. Feels risky. It feels like the black queen can still slide back and keep things under control. What else can white try? The urgency has increased, being down 2 pawns at the moment.
Can we
Any
start with
ideas?
queen a3 and then f4?
Queen a3 maybe, trying to sneak in from this angle a bit later, kicking the queen away. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it's up to Fabi. I'm struggling to see any immediate breakthrough, but he's only got 4 minutes left. He needs to find something, otherwise he'll crash to defeat with white.
2 pawns down on the clock as well. Fabi trying to find his initiative. It feels like black's pawn structure is absolutely terrible, but Fabi has to do something in the next couple of moves. He starts with the move knight f4, and David, I think it's centered around the idea that you mentioned. Knight comes back only to go forward. Always in the air, knight e2, knight g3, knight f5. Once that knight lands on f5, we live.
Oh, there we go, Tanya. That was nice. Knight f5 and we live. That is correct, Chad. You get that knight to f5, it's going to get live, right? So, of course, I mean, we also maybe could attack this h5 pawn at some point with, like, g3 and queen d1. But, I mean, he really is trying to figure something out here right now. Black actually is for choice now. I have the 2 extra pawns here, and I have my extra pawns. And in 1975, I was up 2 pawns in the U.S. Championship, and I won every game. So it's very important to figure something out right now as Fabi.
Thanks, Yasser.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Jen.
Beautiful history lesson there. Meanwhile, Firouzja not panicking, just bishop c6. So he's closed the c line. He's not allowing the white queen to infiltrate anytime soon. Alarm bells ring for me somewhat because the black knight's still sidelined, but I think the idea as well might be to drop back the black bishop to the top of the board, to e8, to defend the h-pawn if necessary. We might see that now. Bishop e2.
I mean, he's going for mate, right? He's going for knight takes h5. There's all caution to the wind. I don't care about a single one of my pawns. All I care about is optimizing the knight. But Firouzja says no can do. But bishop e8, a sign of respect, right? Firouzja didn't even really seriously investigate queen takes e4, bishop takes e4 instead, playing it cautiously. But now his minor pieces are as passive as they've been in a while. Maybe time for Fabi to just make a slow move like bishop to f3 and secure the e4 pawn. Or maybe there's something more tactical like queen c8.
Yeah, you've mentioned 2 really tempting options there. Fabi needs to weigh up whether he has the luxury of time because black's pieces are so poorly placed right now, the minor pieces especially. The first move you mentioned, nice and classy. I guess the idea...
Slow.
Yeah, a bit slow. That's the downside. I guess the idea at some point would be to just solidify, maybe move the knight or protect it, and then break through with the queen. But it takes 2 or 3 moves. The second one you mentioned there, Danya, bring the queen in. Does drop the knight, but you are attacking the bishop. And I guess the question here is, does white have enough to whip up, kind of generate an attack against this black king? Or is black able to somehow get the knight into the game? Wow, he plays g3, so more along the lines of your first suggestion, just playing it slow, defending the knight. Now the queen is free to roam. Ooh, this one is heating up. I still think it could go either way, especially as the clocks tick down. It's so difficult. It's not a type of position where you can play on autopilot, where you can play naturally. You have to calculate, and you have to kind of guess at some moment what the best moves are. Because you have so many choices on every turn. g3, so calm from Fabi.
Yeah, this is, what does he do? What do we do here as a Firouzja after g3? Now, the knight is way over there on a5 looking crazy. Like, he's just there. You forget that you even, like, have that knight. What do you even do with it? Maybe there's something like...
Bring it back.
There's knight c6, right? Knight c6, yeah, maybe just
bishop
bring
h5?
it back, right? Knight c6, bishop h5. Oh, look at that, Tanya, with the tactinos. Ooh-wee. Takes 95, though.
Feels like exchanges help black, though. I would love for that type of thing to happen if I were Alireza. At least you might not win, but all risk will be removed.
Bishop f7, slow move. I was going to propose queen c5, so I'm glad I kept my mouth shut throughout that discussion.
It's so easy to miss this kind of stuff when you're playing in these formats as well. We've seen one-move blunders happen by the very best in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are 2 of the best players in the world, of course, so I'm hoping we don't see any blunders. I think the players have played an incredibly impressive game so far, but who will hold their nerve? Suddenly, Firouzja down on the clock for the first real time in the game.
Less than 3 minutes for both players in a very critical position where it's so easy to go wrong. One move and you're completely lost. No comeback from there. Right now, it is the big question. Can Alireza bring his knight back into the game? And he does a great call there by you, James. He uses the b7 square. He wants to come to c5, block that queen out forever, making sure it never comes into c8, and also put pressure on the e4 pawn.
I'm a big fan of this move, actually. I mean, there's a book, you can find it on Chess.com, of course, I know. But it is, you can also just buy it, hard copy, anywhere you can find it. Grandmaster Preparation, the positional one.
What's a book?
In fact, book is something that you do and read to get better at chess. Daniel has read about 2 million of them. So we talked about this yesterday. But the book says Grandmaster Preparation has 3 questions. What's the weaknesses in the position? What's the worst place piece? And that was the knight. Looked very, very bad. And what's my opponent's idea? But definitely that worst place piece. He found it. My knight's garbage. I got to put it on a better square. He moved it to b7. Makes total sense. Queen a3 from Fabiano. And knight a5. Nice. Worst place piece, but it's back on a5. Right. Great job.
Making a hot prediction here, it's not going to be a repetition.
Ooh, who do you think is going to avoid the repetition, Tanya? Because if white's queen retreats, that's the second time we've seen that position. Who wants to win, Fabi or Alireza?
That's a tougher one to take. Wow, okay, Fabi does go with queen c1. Does Alireza feel that he has enough chances? He's up 2 pawns, knight b7, and I would be proven completely wrong here. And of course, nothing new there. But wow, knight b7, or will he try to go for the win in this one? This is the moment.
This is where having access just to the evaluation bar tells everything, because the computer tells us black is better. We don't know how, but if Firouzja knew just that one detail, he would play on. He would keep the game going. But again, he's repeating.
Yeah.
And he plays on.
He's going for it.
And he's weakened the b6 pawn. That is a very brave decision. And it's infuriating because you know you're up 2 pawns, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like white has the initiative. But look at Alireza just pushing his pawns forward. Again, the key is to keep white from accessing any of these key infiltration squares. c7 is covered. Now b6 is covered. You just push the pawn to b5. That bishop on e8, it's doing it all. It's holding h5 and it's holding b5. It is holding white's entire army at bay.
And a big ChessKid moment there, because we saw Alireza repeat once. It might make the opponent feel that you are happy to bail out in a position, and then psychologically it becomes so much harder, David, when you refuse a repetition for the second time.
Yeah, it's good classical chess wisdom. Every Russian schoolboy knows, or every Russian chess kid knows, that you should repeat twice, assert your dominance, and then play on. Show your opponent you're in control, that you don't want the draw. Psychologically, it's a big blow for them. And suddenly you see Fabi retreating his queen again. He's moved his queen several times in a row now without really bringing her to anywhere too dangerous. And it feels like black's made huge progress. Those 2 pawns, watch out for them on a5 and b5. They are going to decide this game unless Fabi can work his magic. And that black bishop, you mentioned it, Dania, just holding everything together, protecting its king. The king's best friend right now is that black bishop.
Yeah, he's just found the ideal setup. Queen c8 is tempting, but it's just met with either knight d6 or knight c5. And you haven't achieved anything at all. Bishop f7, very important move to cover the e6 square and limit the activity of white's knight. Fabi tries queen to c6, trying to win back the b5 pawn perhaps, and now Firouzja has to decide between knight d6 and knight c5. Tough decisions to make as this clock creeps down to 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. Whose position do you feel is easier to play in practical terms? You're the bullet king here, Dania.
Well, I would take black just because I'd feel that black is much better. But in terms of whose position is easier to play, it actually might be white. And those 2 things can be true at the same time. Knight c5, I think that's best to prevent queen c6 to d7, which would have been very unpleasant. That would have pinned the f7 bishop. Firouzja, so accurate thus far in the time scramble. Reminds me of his time scramble against Hikaru yesterday.
Yeah, just to show that line you mentioned, this would have been a nasty pin. Suddenly this pawn would be under fire and black would face a huge attack. Instead, he's given up his pride and joy, the b5 pawn. But look at this, counterplay now against the white king. Looked safe as houses, this king, but suddenly the play has switched. This pawn will be captured. The pawn on g3 is overworked, it's overloaded, has to protect its knight. And suddenly it's the white king that will become open. And watch out for suddenly Dania the d-pawn about to decide this game. Black in control. Wow, just the full board awareness there to switch play to the h-file.
Howl the h-pawn.
Impressive stuff either way from Alireza. Actually, it's just been a masterclass this game, just in keeping calm, kind of defending and just kind of organizing your pieces in their best on their best squares. Just really impressive stuff, I've got to say, from Firouzja this game.
When the Grunfeld works, it like really works, you know what I mean? Like the Grunfeld is a very powerful opening used by all the greats, in fact. I mean, it's a very great opening, but you do have to know what you're doing, and when it works, it just works very well here. I mean, white really never got anything off and got 2 pawns down, and now it's looking bad for Fabi here.
Looking very bad, desperately trying to get rid of the black king's best defender, hoping that there might be some tricks maybe some forks, some checks.
Queen takes c5 and knight e6 at the bishop's gun. Man, I have messed up so many of these positions in bullet games. It's not over yet.
Not over yet, but close. If Alireza is accurate over the next 3 or 4 moves, he should emerge with a decisive advantage, at least up 1 or 2 pawns.
And now the players are playing on 30 seconds. Alireza Firouzja grabbed material when he could, took the pawns, showed amazing defensive technique, and then switched play to become the one who was aggressive. That was a big threat on the board, the one that you were pointing out, to pick up the knight and fork on e6. But of course, Alireza's super sharp today. He picks up a 3rd pawn, and things are going from bad to worse for Fabi.
Yeah, really nice move there. Again, it's all about control. Now, no checks for white. It's actually the white king that's in more danger. And, of course, black has the 2-pawn surplus as well. Really nice play.
I would play a4 to set up potential stalemate tricks if the black queen never captures g3 with the white king on h1. I know that's a lot of ifs, but I would have at least thrown that move in, given the opportunity. Now, Firouzja has the chance to trade queens, but that would involve giving away the d4 pawn. That's not a worthy price to pay, and Alireza is still playing perfectly. Can he go in for the checkmate here?
Is a mate in one, though. That's a big threat on the board. But white might be the one getting mated first.
Well, I don't know. The white knight does hold some key squares. The black queen can't deliver a check.
10 seconds.
Oh, he retreats. Yeah, watch the back of your position. Don't let the opponent's queen ever check you unless you really have to. And nice defensive move there from Firouzja. Still under control.
Queen f5 maybe? Just hold that d pawn with everything you got.
Try something very similar. But no scary checks here. The black king can always slide back if it needs to. Black queen now eyeing up the white a pawn. He comes back to defend it. Daniel, it was really instructive to me that you're already thinking about resources like stalemate, because that's how desperate it could be for white.
And the knight and the queen are pretty easy pieces to give away. I love that Fabi played this move. Sounds crazy, but so easy to forget about stalemate when you're on your last seconds. It's also easy to miss a fork. Fabi doing a heroic job, just like he did against Abdusattorov. Nodirbek kept his nerve. Can Alireza do the same?
7 seconds, it's not easy. He's up 2 pawns, but with all the checks coming in, a queen and knight combo, it can be so tricky to face. This is far from over, regardless of what the eval bar says. Throw it out of the window.
Wow, queen b5. He's saying any knight endgame might be drawn or might have chances for white. There would have been mutual passed pawns there. Too complicated to calculate. So Firouzja says, no, I'm going to keep the queens on.
Giving up the a5 pawn. That was a blunder.
Oh.
Maybe the queen just comes in because there's no check with white, and he gives a check with the knight first, king g2.
I think he's going to save this now, Fabi. Knights are terrible against these rook's pawns, A and H pawns. Knights are so bad at stopping them, they can only stop them from one side. So I think anytime the queens come off now...
It's a 3-result game, David. White can win this. 1 second! Any blunder? Oh, no.
This is slipping out of hand. This is completely slipping out of control for Alireza.
He's like, oh, wait, oh, it's a check. It's a check.
Knight g4 and knight f2. That's a mating net.
Ooh, more checks. The white king is okay for now.
Only move.
Winning?
Wow.
What happened?
He's blundered. The white king can now creep forward.
Oh, my goodness.
The black king might get checkmated.
He's winning. Queen f8
is mating. Oh, my goodness.
2 seconds, 1 second. He has to make a move.
He has no moves.
Queen
f8.
That's it. Queen f8.
Queen f8.
On the board.
Unbelievable.
What a turnaround. Fabiano Caruana takes the first win after being completely lost. This was a wild game, David.
Yeah, and look at the reaction. Fabi laughing, I think, just out of relief more than anything, and heartbreak for Firouzja, who deserved more.
Alireza Firouzja plays a brilliant game with the black pieces, but chess is brutal like that. And Fabi, being resilient and resourceful, kept targeting black's king. Daniel, insane chess.
Listen, these top guys, they just don't die. You know, they die, they get up again. You kill them, they get up again. It was impeccable technique from Firouzja. He was up 2 pawns. He had all the squares covered, but you actually have to promote some of those pawns. And in trying to do that, he gave white's piece tandem another victory of an active queen and knight, the scariest 2-piece tandem in all of chess. What a turnaround win for Fabi.
Just an amazing game of chess that was. We saw the eval bar. In this case, it was the evil bar, jumping up and down. So many hits and misses. David, you've got to take us through what happened.
Yeah, and Fabi, he worked his magic. He actually pounced on a huge mistake from Alireza, and it was in this position. After a check, the white king sliding back, another check. that Alireza finally lost control, panicking with only 2 or 3 seconds left on his clock. Here, he gave a check from the wrong square. He checked on c2. If he had centralized his queen, he might well have won this game. Centralization, and this white king is in huge trouble. It would have been a full 360, and it would have been white likely getting checkmated. Instead, he checked from this square, perhaps forgetting that after the king moves, you're running out of checks with black. If you check from this square, the white king slides forward and no more checks. It's actually the black king next move that will be doomed. The white queen will slide across, as we saw. Instead, Alireza found nothing better than pushing his pawn, but he resigned in this position, realizing that king g5 would be met by queen g7 checkmate. Heartbreak, and it's so tricky. Queens and knights are the most devilish pieces on the board.
And that's exactly what we saw. What a ChessKid moment. It's not over till it's over in chess. Well, just one more game remains for these players in the losers quarterfinals, and it will be over for Alireza Firouzja if he doesn't win the next game on demand against Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, Dmitry Kolas also scores a big win in his match against Jules Moussad. So Jules and Alireza have to win on demand, and if they do that, we will have an Armageddon. More ChessKid action coming up after this Twitch break. World number 4, Alireza Firouzja, just lost a dramatic game to Fabiano Caruana, and he is in the losers bracket, and that's because of one man here. That is Dmitry Kolas. He makes his debut in Division 1, had a big upset on day 1, and yes, he is world ranked 171, but there's no way that you can treat him as an underdog.
Dmitry Kolas is part of the golden generation of young German grandmasters. He might have flown under the radar for some time, but now Kolas is really starting to shine. He is Mr. Consistent. He very rarely blunders, he very rarely posts bad results, and both online and over the board, he has been performing extremely strongly lately. Kolas is extremely difficult to beat, and if you give him an opportunity, especially when it comes to calculating variations, then he will seize it. This game came from a clash between Kolas and Liem in the qualification, in the play-in for the ChessKid Cup. Here, white has an extra queen, but in return, black has a rook and a knight. If black gets just one more move, he will either create a fortress by dropping the knight back, white won't be able to break through, or he will create counterplay by taking this pawn. Kolas had spotted, however, that loose pieces drop off. Here, he gave a check. Due to the diagonal here, the black king has to stay in touch with the black knight, but now this black rook is undefended and the queen drops back. It has lured the black king to a poor square, and the rook is doomed. Kolas took the rook and took the full point.
And that's exactly the kind of crazy chess that is the reason that Dmitry Kolas has had so many decisive games this ChessKid Cup, 8 back-to-back, and he does take the lead in his match against Jules Moussad. But it was a complete focus on Fabi Alireza, because that is, David, one of the wildest games that we witnessed on the tour.
Yeah, just so many swings and roundabouts. It was a roller coaster battle, and Firouzja showing why he's one of the best players in the world, but ultimately just letting it slip. The nerves got to him, and Fabi, tenacious Fabi, taking the full points. And yeah, I think the next game is going to be equally unpredictable.
And speaking of it will be unpredictable, let's make some predictions. Can Firouzja do it? Will he make a comeback? James, will we see an Armageddon?
Yeah, I don't think so. And the reason for that is just the psych part. Unless you can get over that real fast, I was winning. I mean, imagine you're winning the game. Oh, I'm doing good. I'm about to win. And then you lose. Like, so and the break is not that long. So you're going to play your second game. You need to win here. He's under a lot of pressure.
Wow. And the seconds are ticking. Well, the good takeaway for Alireza Firouzja is that he played a brilliant game. The result was not in his favor, but for the most part of the game, it was Alireza who had the upper hand, and he starts with the white pieces. I think we're going to have an Armageddon. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, it's really hard to say Fabi, one of the hardest players to beat on demand just because of his opening preparation. When he turns up that opening dial, he can basically on demand get the kind of position he wants to get. Firouzja will have to have everything go right for him. I think he should play 1e4 and stick to what he knows best. Get a tactical position and just calculate your butt off.
Oh, no 1e4. Starts with a queen spawn opening.
System.
He's playing for the win, but this is not exactly the opening that we expect when a player has to win on demand. What's the strategy of going for this approach, David?
I guess Firouzja just wants to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. It's unlikely there'll be too many trades of pieces, at least, over the next few moves. Maybe some tension in the center with pawns as well. He's banking on the fact that Fabi will have to make some difficult strategic decisions later down the line. So, interesting approach, but I'm also an adherent of playing what you know best in these crunch matches, especially when you need a clutch win on demand. You got to go back to basics. And after a heartbreaking defeat like the last one, I do worry that things could spiral out of control if things start to turn against Firouzja. And obviously, Fabi's come prepared. We had a totally symmetrical position for a few moves. Now, things have opened up in the center, but Fabi has barely paused for thought, which makes me think he studied it before, James.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, you have a very easy play here for both sides, I think. You just develop, you hit the center, he hit it with c5 there. My bishops look good. Got to develop my knight. I castle, and I put the queen maybe on c7, e7, try to push for e5. These positions are really nice for both sides. I actually like to play them from the white side with knight b to d2, and actually just playing them aggressive. Queen e2 and castling queen side almost every time. I don't care what's going on. I'm going to play castle queen side and try to get g4 in, because it's very aggressive here. Here, it's a little bit different. We have the hanging pawn structure now with white. We can still play for some aggressive intentions like d5 at the right moment, and maybe, you know, we have the bishops open up. So white still, I think, for choice here, I like white, actually, because of the positions, how tactical they can get. But Fabi has no problems. Everything's developed.
Yeah, everything's developed, everything's covered, and it's definitely onus on white. It's the burden on white to create something from these positions. What's your experience like with these hanging pawns, Danya?
I tried this opening a couple of times at the last U.S. Championship with mixed success. I don't love playing with hanging pawns. I feel like handling them is a little bit like investing in Bitcoin. It's like you wait and wait and wait. And when you push d5 or c5, it's always the wrong moment, and it's always at its peak, and you end up losing the pawns. Black's play is easier from a rapid play standpoint. You can see rook c8, queen c7, bishop from d6 can often tickle white's minor pieces from f4. White has to accumulate those pieces such that they aim at the king side, and like I said, find the right moment to push one of those pawns forward, just like you would, David, in an IQP setup. But that is all to the side, because we've got another game that is going on.
We do have liftoff with Jules Moussad also needing a clutch win against Dimitri Colas, and he starts with the Spanish. So we can, again, expect a middle game with all the pieces on the board and a lot of tension.
A lot of tension.
Open Spanish.
Until this move, yeah. Colas going for the open variation of the Spanish. This tends to lead to many forced lines. So if Jules hasn't done his homework, he might even struggle to get a game. That's my big fear for Jules Moussad right now, needing to win, of course. I should mention, the first game that Dimitri Colas won, it is the ultimate demonstration of a pin. You pin and you win. So any chess kids out there wanting to learn about the theme of pins, go check that one out on Chess.com. Great demonstration there from Dimitri Colas in the first game. But this one, yeah, he's pausing. Pawn takes pawn. Still theoretical position.
Extremely, to put it mildly. Shakir Mamedyarov, one of the leading modern-day experts of the open Rai. Like you said, so many forced draws here. You got to avoid them like the plague if you're Mr. Moussad. James, I don't know, maybe something a little bit more non-theoretical should have been chosen.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe some non-theoretical, or there's some spice in these games here too as well. I mean, nice. There's lots of courses out, or even just videos to watch on these type of variations too as well. I recommend Grand Roy Lopez, actually from the white side. He covers this pretty nice. It's also strong. It's Nils Grandelius, but you play bishop c2, right? You play knight d2. It's very theoretical. There's also a piece sack line with like knight f2, but the bishop's not on c5 for there. So, I mean, yeah, I probably would have went somewhere non-theoretical, play something a little bit different, just like his style is. I mean, Jules is a very creative player here, but this is very theoretical. This is straight up. So, of course, the stuff is very straightforward. Bishop c2, knight d2, try to get the knight off e4, and hope for the best.
Yeah, and you can already tell by the kind of time usage so far that Jules, of course, he knows his stuff. He's studied this before, but he's a bit uncertain, maybe regretting his opening choices, because Dimitri has played instantly up to this point, not surprised at all. Black is going to castle on the next move or two, and very healthy position, very decent position here. So, yeah, it's all about getting rid of the black knight from the center of the board, first of all. That's job one. And in a must-win situation, you just have to take those kind of micro plans, those step-by-step kind of approach here. You don't need to worry about the result too much. Wow, bishop g4, moving the bishop for a second time.
Oh, wait, that's theory.
Talking of pins.
That's some old school theory, because the dark squared bishop in the modern day usually goes out to c5, which is the more ambitious line. Bishop e7 is the old school line. I remember Archer, Yusupov, all those old Soviet names, played it in some super tournaments in the 1980s. And the knight from e4 often ducks back to c5 and later to e6, which is a really nice blockading post.
Yeah.
Well, right now, there's a big threat on the board. The bishop from g4. David, you were saying about a masterclass with the pin. Well, this could be also one of them. There is a direct threat of picking up that e5 pawn. Knight e5 is coming up if white isn't careful. And it doesn't feel like it's the time that you want to trade on e4 either. So how do you fight against this threat? Do you start developing on your own with your own bishop? Bishop f4, is that a move? I would be a little scared about g5.
Yeah, defending this pawn makes a lot of sense, but as you say, Tanya, you have to be kind of wary of pushing these pawns for black now, and your bishop has to commit. It either drops back and you lose this pawn in the center, or you kind of walk into the firing line and black will throw pawns down, a pawn storm against the white king. I've only had this position once myself from my recollection in practice. And talking of old school, I think this was back in 2004, 2005 against Viktor Mikhailevsky.
Another open Ruy expert. He's written a book on it.
Yeah, exactly. And I just remember, I don't know modern theory at all in this position, I've got to say, but I remember my preparation was to play this move.
Woo, Queen E1, big fella. Wow, David, man, you swinging out here, big dog.
But this is like Fritz 3 territory, where you're checking with engines that could calculate one move. And the idea is to get out of this pin, so this pawn is not hanging, and if the knight is captured, yes, you ruin your structure, but quite likely in a position like this one, you are able to push this pawn forward later on. It gets crazy, of course, there are tactics all over the place, but Jules surprised. Will he go for something like this? He's in a must-win situation, so why not imbalance the position?
I love it. Queen e1, I think it makes a lot of sense given the math situation that Jules is in, but he takes another approach. He plays h3, and now that does invite a trade on f3. If you recapture with the queen, the e5 pawn is hanging. Does that move surprise you? Or do you think he wants to capture with
I think
the
it was
pawn?
theory. I'm not even going to lie. I remember seeing h3 here. If bishop h5, you actually go g4. But I don't remember what happens on bishop takes f3. Because I'm like, I mean, he is just going to... Maybe you do take with the pawn, in fact, and just play f4. But h3, I do remember seeing this vaguely from some chessable study, not going to lie. But h3, bishop h5, I think you just go g4 there. And then after g4, I don't remember if it was knight d4 to try to play f4, f5 too as well. It's something like this. But h3 is a move, so I'm guessing if he takes on f3, he's going to take with the pawn. Queen takes, it is going to be knight e5, immediate hit on the queen. So as David pointed out there, you just take with the pawn and just push f4, and you do have that crazy structure. Push him, baby, as Yasser says, right? So it's definitely a spicy position at h3. Bishop h5, I think we're going to see g4.
Yeah, and I think that will be kind of music to Jules Moussad's ears there, just knowing that you can kind of get this really kind of crazy position in a must-win situation. That's all you can hope for from an opening. I was questioning it a few moves ago. Suddenly things are spicing up, and I think psychologically that will be great for Jules. But he does take moment of truth.
Wow.
Queen or pawn?
I think Jules doesn't know which way he wants to take. He's like, I'll figure that out when he plays it. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Yeah. Now he's at that bridge. He's made a decision.
Ooh-wee, spicy.
Buckle up.
You know what I'm saying? Can I get a side of spice? Buttercup.
This is Sriracha level spice.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
More like Carolina Reaper level spice.
Ooh-wee, all right.
Over there in the South, we don't mess around.
All right now.
Wow,
nice.
and let's just point out, David, that if it was a queen capture, knight e5, as we've been saying, would have happened, hitting that queen on f3. And for Jules, he has taken back with the pawn, hitting that knight on e4. And now it does look like the pawn structure is absolutely awful for white. And David, it all relies on one idea of pushing down the f-file. You've got to march with that pawn, f4, f5 if you can get it in. And that's what Jules is relying on.
Yeah, it helps that you have the bishop pair. This bishop especially is unchallenged, and wow, he doesn't even go for f4 yet. First, he pushes b4, kicking this black knight. It wants to sit on this square, of course, but suddenly it's a clear target for white's f-pawns. It's an avalanche, and I'm loving this suddenly for white. Feels so easy to play as well. Your next few moves are really natural.
Who needs to develop their queen side anyway? It's like that old joke about Capablanca playing an amateur in the simul. And the amateur plays an amazing game, but Capablanca wins. And after the game, Capablanca says, you played such a good game, but you didn't move your knights the entire game. What's up with that? He said, I just haven't gotten around to learning how they move yet. So apparently, the pawns are just going to decide the game.
Wow, and Dmitry Kolar's already a critical moment for him. If we go back to the game position, maybe he's thinking of some crazier knight moves. I'm not sure where it wants to land up, to be honest, but it feels like going back to its most natural square could backfire for black. So let's let Dmitry deal with this dilemma.
No, that's
Big
crazy.
moment for Dmitry here. He has to take a decision. Knight e6, the most natural-looking move. That's where you want your knight, but it comes with its own set of troubles. And while Dmitry goes into a think in this critical moment, we will take this opportunity to jump back to the Alireza Firouzja Fabi game. Alireza, once again, he has to win, and we see with the white pieces, Harry the H-pawn has started its advance down the board. In the last game, it was Fabi who did it. Now it's Alireza, and he loses the pawn.
Oh, man, I'm not going to lie. Okay, so look, the Kali with H4 is probably some of the most fun chess I've ever played. The first time I played the Kali, I actually played the Knight F3, B3 kind of Kali, Nimzo Larsen, and I won against strong IM, like, sacked. It was one of the greatest games ever for me. This was, like, very recently. So, like, that H4 pawn, and you got the bishops, all you do is King G2, Rook H1, well, that's why he played Queen H5. So he has to not trade, and then you have to try to figure out how to get this rook to the H file. Play D5, and you got yourself something. We're cooking with some hot grease here, right? It's definitely going to be something if we can open up the game and get a rook to the H file. Nice move from Fabi trying to trade the queen. So that H pawn push with these bishops and the Kali is really strong. Daniel, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm just concerned about the prospect of E6, E5. Like if White's queen dips, if it dips forward to B7, it runs into Rook C7. If you slide away to B3, Black might strike first with E5. You might say, big deal, it just gives me a pass pawn with D5. But look at that C5 square, can be accessed both by the bishop and by the knight. But King G2, Rook H1, I mean, you got to play that move, come hell or high water.
Right.
The question is White's play down the H file going to compensate for the pawn you've sacrificed and for the squares that you've given up? Definitely the kind of position you want to have. The problem is it's not enough to get a crazy position. You also have to not be losing in that crazy position.
Right.
Yeah, and you definitely can't allow the queens to disappear from the board. You are a pawn down. Despite the fact Black has doubled pawns here, it will be relevant long term. And yeah, I just don't see how White having the time here to get the queen out of the way, to get the king forward, and then bring a rook across. Maybe then you have some compensation, maybe not enough even there, but it feels like you don't have the time. He's played queen to D3, and maybe your idea is still on tap here, Danya, just playing E5. Maybe. Maybe, right?
I have to calculate some variations, but I think it works.
I think it works too. I paused there as well. The whole idea would be after pawn takes pawn, you can take...
Actually, it's a knight. Either way, actually.
Yeah.
I can take, yes, I can
Either
take
way.
his bishop as well.
The idea, queen takes, and there's a nasty knight fork. King now.
Right.
Doomed.
King F1, Queen H3.
Ooh, yikes.
Checkmate. So E5 looks like it's a very strong move here for Fabi. Maybe he can just bring the knight to this square, but I am reluctant to give White the time to step forward with the king, for example, and to allow the rook slide. Crazy position.
Okay, so what happens on E5, though? Like, E5, then what? Do you just go King G2 now? Maybe that's probably the time.
Problem is you need 3 or 4 moves to deliver a checkmate there, and I'm not sure you'll get that time.
Yeah, it's difficult. E5 is definitely a huge prospect here.
You probably spend 4 or 5 moves lining up something on the H file, and then Black just plays like F5 and slides the king to F7 and no checkmate.
Wow. Fabi needs just a draw to wrap up this match. He's up a pawn currently, fighting Alireza's initiative, but it will take a couple of moves for Alireza to build that attack, as we have been discussing. And Fabi plays it. He plays the most direct move. He finds it. We've been saying this. He is a calculation monster. He calculates all these tactics. E5, at first, it looked like the pieces lined up on the D file. It would not be possible. But turns out, Fabi's too strong. E5, D takes E5, you pick up with the knight, and there is an attack on White's king.
Yeah, maybe C5.
Yeah, I
but
thought
that's
about that.
real
Right, yes.
dubious.
That's right up our alley. But the C5 is like, I mean, C5 takes and then...
Black's Gucci.
Yeah, either way.
What's happening there? Let's jump in. You're both curious about this move, C5.
What if we take on C5 twice then?
And then take this way?
With the bishop, queen takes D7, there's bishop takes F2.
Right.
But I don't know if
that's
that works.
not enough. Exactly. Oh, man, this is spicy, chat.
This
C5.
might be some sort of perpetual, like king takes, queen H2, king F3, and maybe some quiet move, like F5. No, probably not. No,
try again.
That's a little too much.
Maybe you just play a move like this one, and next move you either take here or you go for your plan of delivering checkmate. Look at this white king, so far out in the open.
In the middle of the street.
2 pieces down, though. It's a big sacrifice and a big decision for Firouzja whether to allow a crazy variation like that one. It might be the type of thing he needs, though, just to kind of gamble, roll the dice and hope that it works out in White's favour.
He's reaching out, he makes it, it's on the board. C5 played.
Let's go.
C5, and who's live?
We live. Let's get it. Come on, David. C5. All right, Danya, we cooking.
Well, Black's minor pieces are about to lose their life.
That's right. Absolutely. C5.
So you never want to fall back with the bishop, because then the c-pawn just advances down the board and the d-pawn joins the party as well. So you have to kind of capture on c5 with Black. Fabi doesn't have too many options here.
Well, do you think he's calculated this?
I think he is. He's calculating that. Takes. Oh, man, that's so crazy. Takes. Logical. Takes, and then takes on F2 and like.
Do you think he missed C5 though, or is he? Did he foresee this?
Definitely bungled this. He totally bungled this. Completely bungled this. Missed C5. Just totally blundered C5. Totally blundered C5. Just totally blundered. Just totally bungled it.
Wow.
It's nice to have you back in the tournament, Hikaru.
Right, it's great to be here, David. All right.
It's great. That's excellent. Sounds just like him. C5, pawn takes, and yeah, this is a line. And now, okay, let's say he doesn't take it, then what do we do? Bishop back. But that's what we wanted. Then we play C6. Yeah, he has to take this. He has to take this, right?
You can't allow that pawn on c6.
Takes, but then you have to go down that line. Bishop takes C5, take it on D7, takes on F2. Yeah, he's gonna spend some time here.
Yeah, that variation we showed with White's king kind of leading from the front out in the open there. Okay, we saw the evaluation bar still roughly in the middle, but for these players, it's impossible to evaluate. They're just going to be guessing at that point, and it's just pure calculation. They have to dig deep. They have to go even 5-6 moves further than we did just to try to get to the truth of that. So it's understandable that Fabi's taking his time now. For Firouzja, his hand was kind of forced. He needed to make it crazy, so I think he made a good practical decision. He played C5 quite quickly because there was nothing else. Simply everything else was totally fine for Black at least. So I like the practical decision now. Fabi, I think he's going to burn 3 or 4 minutes over the next few moves, and then he's going to go for it, because what else? And look at Fabi's face. He's like, oh, I didn't want to allow that chaos, but I pretty much have to. And sometimes you just have to play the best moves, even if a draw suits you. Yeah, he's going to go for that.
Rook C-D8 is a very hard move in that final position. After the king gets to F3, that's just very hard to switch your mind from check mode to like, oh, I got to find a quiet move. And as I say that,
gone for it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Buckle up.
What a move.
Did you see?
And the speed with which he did it.
Did you see his reaction, though? He did not want to make that move, but he did because he's principled and he knows it was the best one. That's what the top players do. They know they have to play ugly moves, they have to gamble, but...
Has he seen Rook D8? That's the big question. He sacrificed the piece, so Bishop F2 is the move that's on his radar right now. But that would be the second piece sacrifice, and he has to find the big move, Rook D8. And it's on the board! Oh my gosh!
And he played it first, but it doesn't actually matter.
He found that boy fast.
This is amazing stuff.
Oh,
He's
my
calculated the entire sequence of moves.
COE! You better calculate at home. You better be calculating at home. You better be calculating.
This is incredible.
That's crazy.
And I think the reason he played it before checking on H2 is he wanted to reserve the option of also giving Rook D2 check in the event that the queen moves. Alireza could also play Rook H1, forcing a endgame with 2 bishops against a rook and 3 pawns, but Black should be safe there.
Yeah, what a move. He's sacrificed 2 whole bishops, Fabiano Caruana, but he has forced the White King out in the open. As you say, Danya, if the White Queen moves, you have the option of this check and this check, and either way, that White King is living a charmed life. It might not survive too much longer.
Did he sack his queen? He did.
He did. Wow.
He gave the girl up. Wow.
Let's go back.
That's crazy. This is a wild game.
Action replay. Queen takes rook. He decided no more checks, no tricks there, and he's brought his bishop forward. So let's do a count. It is queen for rook and 2 bishops, but Black does have 3 extra pawns. Look at that pawn mass. These could decide the game if they start marching. The White King
just needs to draw. He can just start checking as well. White's king is out in the open.
Yeah, 1 check, though, can be blocked, and there is now a threat of trapping this queen. So suddenly, there is a defense. I don't know who I'd pick, to be honest.
I would be flexible and play a move like Rook E8 to D8 and set up more threats down the D file. Oh, did he play it? Or did you play
on the board.
He did.
Looking good.
He's got to defend that, but the rook on the second rank, Rook C2, is a move that comes to mind, but it looks like Fabi is on the brink of wrapping up this match. But despite what the eval bar says, he still has to be a little precise. It's far from over right now. Give White a couple of moves, and if I'm trying to think of how can White actually create play here. Double up on the H file, mate on H8.
Yeah, the problem for White as well is there will never be shelter for the king.
Right.
There's nowhere that you will hide your king safely forever. So while your pieces try to generate something against the black king, black will always have counter-play, counter-checks. And I think that's maybe the big issue. Combining your pieces is also difficult here for Alireza. What a sequence that was.
Yeah, that's a crazy sequence we just saw there, guys. And I mean, I think I would probably end up taking black at the end of the day here. White's king is just so hard to defend. You have to keep the pieces around it. And in a classical game, okay, it's completely different. You can think for 30, 40 minutes to figure out all the subtleties of the position here. But you don't have that kind of time, and it is difficult. You can also maybe lose by, moving a piece or keeping something undefended, and then you lose through a check. You lose one of the pieces, and the game's completely over here. White also needs to try to coordinate our own play. Like we're not even attacking the king. The king is so safe, so it's really difficult for White. But I think it's easier to play for Black.
Yeah. Have you guys ever had this material imbalance before? Queen for rook and 2 bishops?
All the time. I had it this morning, actually. No, just kidding.
Yeah, this morning.
Yeah, because I remember one of my own experiences. I had this exact material balance, rook and 2 bishops for queen and pawns against Sebastian Feller at the 2010 Olympiad. He calculated a 15-move line.
Oh, my goodness.
Went into this, I thought, I have rook and 2 bishops. That adds up to 11. You only have a queen and pawn. That adds up to 10. I'm up a material, but my king was
sketchy
open.
Feller, though.
Yeah, I found out later that there was some shady stuff going on during that game. But yeah, it turns out that the white king was just too open in that one. And I'm having flashbacks here. White's king is too open. Same material imbalance, but the queen is so much more potent than the pieces right now.
It is a lot to do with king safety in this position. And Alireza Firouzja not happy with what he's got on the board. Fabiano Caruana looking confident. This action is on, but we've also got action on in our other 2 division. And joining us is Simon Williams with the update. Simon, what's going on in Division 2?
Yeah, hi there, guys. Well, we'll start with Division 3, actually, because we were mentioning this big match in the winners bracket between Harry Krishna and Picho from Argentina, and we were thinking that Harry was favourite there, but actually Harry blundered a piece in the first game in the opening, which you rarely see a 2,700 player doing. Alan Picho has gone through to the grand final of Division 3, and Harry's got to try to survive the losers bracket. Now, Division 2, very quickly, we just talk about players who have been knocked out and who are going home crying a little bit. They don't get another chance, and it's a big chance. If you win Division 2, you get a chance to play these guys. That'd be fantastic in this big final with big money. So players who lost, well, Mamedyarov beat Ilyanov, so Mamedyarov still with a chance. We had Liam Lee, he won against Georg Mayer. And then we had Lee Tron, he beat David Anton. So David Anton, a very strong player from Spain, and he was the favourite in that match, has also been knocked out. So a little bit of action there. And there's going to be some sad people around, but chess is pretty brutal like that. And, well, back to this one. This is looking very, very exciting. And someone's going to be... Who's going to be crying, guys, at the end of this game? Who do we think?
Simon, that's the question we're trying to figure out. I want to ask you, did you see that incredible minor piece sacrifices that Fabi played out and the sequence of moves and how quickly he played it?
I did. It always amazes me how strong these guys are. I mean, I'm sitting there with you guys in my ear to help me out there, but I'm like, what's going on here? And it's like, bang, 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 and they're flying everywhere. So it was incredible, and you just sometimes forget just how good they are and how precise they play. It's another level. It's very easy watching at home or even in the other room with a computer. We all do that, and just watching the evaluation bar go, yeah, anyone can do that. Just sack a piece. But actually, when you're sitting there, as I think David pointed out, without the evaluation bar, it's so hard to work out exactly what's happening. So, yeah.
It reminded me of this amazing game, Swindle. Gelfand played this grandmaster from England. Forget his name, It was Simon some last name, typical last name. Great game, It's just made me think of that game.
Now, Danya,
thank you, Gary.
I did ask you to do an impression before the show, and that was pretty amazing, but I've no idea what it was of. I know it was of Gelfand.
No, it was Gary.
That was Gary. Gary
Sorry.
Kasparov.
I should know that. I should know that. Yeah.
Good girlfriend is more like this, typical Russian man. But girl is sort of like this. But Gary, you should recognize this. How do you know who this is?
I think it's because I'm looking at your face.
Have you been living under a rock all your life? Living in some hovel in Cornwall?
Dania, just keep them coming, please. I love the English one. Well, Dania, I know you are one of the most amazing chess commentators, but if you ever want another job, then there's one waiting for you as a, I don't know, like weird chess.
I'm deeply honoured.
I could just do this all day. So.
Wow, there is a lot of fun here at the studio, and it looks like Fabiano Caruana is also having a lot of fun in his position. He needs only a draw to win this match. I really like the way Alireza has set up his pieces, boxed up. Very wholesome position there on the king side. Yeah. But the problem for Alireza is that he needs to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
How does White create his chances here?
Yeah, that's a great question. There is none, in fact. I'm just kidding. No, but at the same time here, it's really tough. I mean, look at the pieces there. They're like, oh, it looks all great. Cool, but how do you win? You're like, I mean, well, we didn't get that far yet because it's very difficult here. But I can see one thing that can happen is if black gets too ambitious. If you try to push all the pawns, the bishops could open up. Things could happen. But until then, I mean, really, it's just defense, which is fine. It's blimey, right? All right. Yeah.
Bloody.
Bloody, right? It's like so good for black here. All he needs is a draw, too, as well. But, as we saw in the last game with that time scramble and then the Grunfeld game, I mean, Firouzja was winning and then lost the game, right? So anything can happen, I think, when the time gets slower.
Yeah, all you need is love, though, and look at those pieces. They're having a nice little cuddle in the centre of the board. Just that white king is being, just given all the little kisses and cuddles there, just smothered by its pieces. That's
so cute.
Yeah, perfect kind of diagram of coordination, those pieces. As you guys say, though, what next? You need to, at some point, create something, and black's wall of pawns in the centre and around the black king. Wow, OK, they're stepping forward. I was going to say they're looking nice and pretty, perfect formation. And now I wonder two things. Firstly, can white get greedy and grab the a7 pawn?
Secondly, a weird pawn to grab.
That would take some courage. Secondly, do you just blockade? Do you push a pawn forward and block the advance of black's g-pawn? What do we think?
I think that's a big question that Alireza has to answer right now. Does he allow the g-pawn to march down the board and displace that bishop on f3, which is such a key defender for white's king? And he says he needs to go for the win. He picks up the material. G4 coming up, queen f5, putting pressure on white's king. This is getting risky for white.
I mean, it's terrifying, but this is the luxury of being in Alireza's shoes. You know that you have to take on a7 because you're not going to get another chance to take that pawn. Your bishops just don't have any purchase in the center. The d5 square is so well covered. I think the a-pawn is white's only realistic chance of unbalancing the game, but Fabi is not messing around. That is a scary-looking move right there. Maybe bishop f3. Can move up to e4, the king not getting cuddled any longer. The pieces are off to war. The rook could swing over to a3, and if the a2 pawn is eliminated, I just don't see Firouzja defeating the combined forces of black's queen and the pawn phalanx in the center.
Yeah, I think that's the huge threat. Okay, bishop e4 on the board. We're expecting now rook to a3, double attack, hitting the rook and eliminating this pawn.
Rook d1 in response to prepare bishop d5.
Right. Clever stuff. So rook takes bishop now would walk into the pin. That's been one of the themes of the day, the pin, and this would win for white. So what instead? I saw the evaluation bar react here after rook d1.
a3 happened.
Ooh, wow. Rook d1. He's got to try it. You cannot retreat your bishop.
H3?
Yeah, it might be queen h3.
It's so scary to allow rook d8, but maybe you've got king f7.
Split it
on the board. It's on the board.
H3, the bar reacts. Maybe a check.
Dang.
Nowhere to run.
Oh my goodness. Rook h1. Ooh-wee. Okay.
I'm telling you, this is a tricky little move.
Oh my gosh, Fabi's got to be super careful. Queen g4, not h3, queen g4. The bar approves. Fabi's all good right now.
Yeah, nice move. And the big difference is that after a check, you can move your king because this one does nothing.
Bishop e3, he blunders something here. Let's see what it is.
A bishop on e4, one move.
No. All right, we out, y'all. Have a good one.
Time to reacts. Go. Wow.
What happened there? He
to the house. Dang.
One move blunder.
He just dropped his bishop. He forgot to flick in a check.
There were a lot of them, so it's understandable.
Wow, and he just turns off his camera just like that. That is not just game over, but tournament over for Alireza Firouzja. He is out of the ChessKid Cup. We've still got action, and Jules Moussard, Jordan van Foreest will be up next. Jules Moussard still has hopes alive. Can he make a comeback?
Certainly looking possible. This one is a crazy position. If we do a quick count, it is level material, but a bit of an odd pawn structure. Black has doubled A pawns, which don't make a great impression, but white has doubled F pawns. And everything else being equal, I do slightly prefer white. And that's mainly because the black knight as well, not necessarily well placed. What about you guys? Who would you pick?
Crazy position here. Yeah, roughly balanced. After knight c6, bishop c3 now. Okay. I mean, yeah, I like white because we have the pass pawn in the center, too. I can put the knight on d5 at some point. Like, I feel like I just have more than you do. I also, at some point, may be able to grab these pawns. On the A file, that's going to be a while from now, though. Knight d5, I guess he wants knight e7 there. That's why he moved the bishop from e7. So you can, move the knight. There it is, knight d5, but knight e7 hangs c7. So you have to defend that first and then try to play knight e7. Definitely like white, though.
I think you might still take a stab at knight e7 because knight takes c7, queen c6. I think your idea is really strong. Also, knight e7 has the benefit of opening the path for the c pawn, and he's played it.
There it is. He played that.
Trying to solve his problems tactically.
Wow.
Given Jules time, less than 2 minutes, not a bad idea.
Wow. Under 2 minutes in a must-win situation.
Take. Queen a6.
Logical.
Right. Knight c7, queen c6, knight d5. Takes. Queen a6. And then, yeah, queen a6, queen f3. You looking crazy. What is that? Wow. That was a great move. Man, Dmitry is like a beast. Knight e7 anyway.
Yeah, that's 9 games in a row now, decided decisively in Dimitri's ChessKid Cup so far.
It's like, draw what? I failed art class, boy. I don't have no pencils, no pens. We don't draw anything around here, boy. Knight takes c7. Wow, it's on the board.
Yeah, maybe that variation you mentioned, James, about to happen. Long variation, but very likely now. Jules committed that white knight does have a route back into the game. Imagine having 9 decisive games, but now all you want is a draw. You would give all your money now for a draw right now if you're Dmitry.
That's so funny.
Okay, the queen traps the knight. The knight has to retreat, giving back the pawn. Temporarily a pawn up for white, but that won't last much longer. Anything else here?
I'm looking for tricks, some e6, but no, there's just not enough kindling on the king side. You've got that bishop on c3, which is just itching to attack g7, but you need a supporting cast.
Ooh.
Speaking of supporting cast, bishop a5. What a gutsy call there by Jules trying to orchestrate some more tension. That knight is pretty safely defended by the bishop, I gotta say.
Yeah, great awareness. I wasn't even, that wasn't on my radar, I've got to admit, bishop a5. Looks clumsy, but if you can cement your knight on that square, it's, yeah, you've won a pawn in the process as well. I do worry about the white king slightly. Look at the black bishop pointing towards it, the black queen pointing towards it. If the black knight ever kind of creeps towards that white king, could be real danger. But for now, under control. Jules, pawn up. Maybe he's going to win this one. Could we see an Armageddon? Haven't seen one for a while.
That's true. It is possible. It is very possible. That was a sick move. Bishop a5 definitely was not on the radar there. We definitely were all looking at 95 there. Bishop a5, though. And he's asking questions. What do you do next? Dmitry, what are you going to play now?
Queen g6 and knight c6 is tempting, but once the bishop drops back, white once again has control over the d5 square. Right. So it's not like the knight on c7 is permanently stranded. It can move away. And Dmitry instead, he takes a different route. He trades on d1 first and now slides his queen over to h6 all the way to the right to attack that f4 pawn. Interesting call. And this is going to come down to a wild time scramble.
Yeah, the good thing for Jules is he can defend both of these weak pawns in one swoop with his queen. And as mentioned, the black knight, anytime it moves, will allow the white knight back either to this square or this square. And, okay, crazy stuff happening. He's gone the other way, hitting the white bishop. This bishop is most likely going to retreat. And white's still a pawn up. Beautiful square for the white knight later.
The bar is like, whoa. I mean, look at the bar.
And a beautiful square for the white bishop as well on c3, just controlling all the jumping squares for black knights, takes control of d4, takes control of b4, and once e6 comes, you block out the connection between the black queen and the knight. There would be a lot of pressure. He just simply falls back, and when you have to make a move like that, you know that things have gone already very wrong for black.
Just d6 or d7, I mean, at this point, I think it's just over.
Could well be over. Just push forward, and the black knight, if it ever moves, as you mentioned there, Dania, white is the first to crash through, break through against the black king.
Starts with rook d7, and Dmitry with 45 seconds on the clock. Big trouble here. He can't move the knight because of e6, while the good news for black is the bishop on c5 still keeps the knight on e7 defended. But if not knight g6, it's hard to come up with a move for black.
I'll press that resign button.
Yeah, you can hit the button. Yeah, that is a button. Yeah, you could definitely hit the button. Absolutely.
25 seconds.
was all that decision, giving up the open file. A good tip for chess kids at home. Do not allow your opponent's rooks to dominate open lines, especially if you have passive rooks. Okay, he's trying to correct that mistake by bringing his rook down across and then down towards the white king, but it feels too slow.
Oh,
beautiful classy move
Russian
there.
schoolboy right there. If the rook moves back to b1, it opens up the 8th rank. Tons of mate threats on the 7th rank as well. e6 is coming. This is such an easy position to play with 30 seconds.
And these are the hardest moves to respond to. Your opponent simply sidesteps with the king. You don't have a check. You have to play fast. So hard to play a move. And we see a mistake there, knight g6. The e-pawn advances. The bishop had to fall back to defend the g7 pawn. And Jules just continues to put pressure. e7 coming up next. This is game over.
Yeah, he's so good, especially with white Jules. Every time I see him, he just smoothly finds the best squares for his pieces and then strikes tactically when given an opportunity. It's really impressive. Black forced to give up a bishop for that strong white pawn, but this is just delaying the end, prolonging the inevitable now. White has a whole extra bishop, and it's not just any bishop, it's extremely strong. a3, what is that? And,
initiating the queenside attack.
Wow, 10 seconds, but we can see it on Dmitry Kolas that, in fact, it is all over. He does hit the resign button, which means, boys, we are going to have an Armageddon. Super excited whenever that is the situation. This match goes down to the wire. We will be having the players bid for their time, and that is the action that's coming up. But before that, for Fabiano Caruana, it has been a great day in the office. David, he made it look smooth.
Oh, Fabiano, yes, he did make it look smooth, and it was actually decided in the end by a heartbreaking blunder. Blink and you miss it. It happened so quickly, just an action replay of that final move. It was here, actually, after a really tricky idea, a really devilish kind of trap here from Firouzja. He brought his rook across, threatening bishop d5, threatening this pin along the diagonal. Fabi reacted really nicely with queen to g4, a double attack, hitting this pawn in conjunction with the rook. And remember that this bishop is attacked. Firouzja here, he simply forgot that one of his bishops was loose. He could have maybe flicked in a check first of all, or he could have tried a trick of his own, potentially bringing his bishop forward, trying to set up a mating attack to the black king. Instead, however, he blundered. After queen g4, he retreated his bishop, forgetting that this one is no longer protected by the rook. Queen takes bishop, and Fabiano progresses.
A one-move blunder, but that was the result of so much pressure that was on the board. Some super GM-level tactics there sees Fabiano Caruana advance through to in the loser's bracket. It is the end of the road for Alireza Firouzja. Meanwhile, the other match does go down to the Armageddon, and of course, we'll have that action coming up really soon. But before that, we are being joined by the winner, Fabiano Caruana from Madrid. Fabi, hey, congratulations.
Thanks, Tanya.
It was a really fun match to watch. Wild chess. Did it feel as messy as it looked?
Probably even more so. Yeah, the first game was a miracle. That's, I think, the only way to put it. I was 2 pawns down, and maybe on a very good day you draw that position with some luck, but winning it is almost unthinkable. And at the end, he had this queen e4 move, which was just completely winning. That would be game over. But of course, when it gets down to seconds, anything can happen. And yeah, I guess that he wasn't fully there today, because also the second game, this blunder at the end really shows that he wasn't seeing the board very clearly.
Yeah. But Fabi, do you think that is all the pressure that kind of precedes all of it and the format of the situation? Because we do see these mate-in-ones and these one-move blunders by the very best in the world, which are really hard to explain.
Well, I think Alireza's initial mate-in-one blunder was probably a mouse slip, although I'm not sure if we ever got confirmation on that. But yeah, these games are super tense, I have to say, and 2-game matches especially. I mean, 4-game matches, you have a bit of leeway, right? You don't feel as much pressure in the early games because you can always come back. But 2-game match, very often, that's just it. So like Hikaru, against Alireza, right? It was, as soon as you get into some pressure, then you already feel like you're going to get kicked out of the tournament. And yeah, when you're already in the loser's bracket, you might feel a bit of extra pressure because you don't even have that second lifeline. So it was a lot of tension. I have to say the second game right up until the end, until he blundered a piece. I was extremely nervous. Because even though the position is probably okay for me, and I felt like it should be okay and probably better a bit earlier, you can easily get a losing position from this. I mean, he has the sort of material balance where if he gets an attack, it could just be the end of the game. So I was really, really nervous, and it ended kind of prematurely to my great fortune.
It was a very tense match, and Fabi, you go through. We've got a big Armageddon coming up in the other matchup with Jules Moussad and Dimitri Kola. Is going to ask you, do you have a preference of who you want to play tomorrow, and also a prediction about the Armageddon?
I've never played Kolar's in anything besides like Blitz, like Title Tuesday we played, but I don't think I've ever played him. I might have played him in a Blitz tournament in Germany in 2019, now that I'm thinking about it. But we haven't played too many like really serious games. So he would be a new opponent for me. And Jewel, I'm actually quite friendly with him, but we haven't played too much as well. But we played one match in the RCC last year, the Rapid Championship. And it was a very, very fun match. He's extremely dangerous. Kolar's is a bit of a wild card for me. So maybe I would prefer Jewel a little bit because I know a bit more what I'm getting into. I have a bit more familiarity with him. But yeah, I'll watch the Armageddon now. That'll be very fun for sure.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And thank you so much, Fabi, for joining us. All the best for tomorrow. Enjoy our day off.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana does wrap it up in 2 games, winning the first one and drawing the second one. We've got big Armageddon action coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
At Magnus Academy, we've taught chess to 100,000 kids. With summer around the corner, we're gearing up for camps. At online chess camps, kids learn about chess in a safe, fun environment from a team of all-star coaches. Kids are grouped by skill level from beginners up to national champions. There are never more than 8 kids per coach, so every child gets plenty of attention. You might even get the chance to meet Magnus and ask him a question or challenge him to a game. Each week has a different theme, like opening traps, learning from your losses, or Magnus Carlsen's best games. Sign up by May 31st to get a $30 discount. Join the 100,000 kids and counting that have learned chess with Magnus Chess Academy.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
We've been seeing amazing chess being played all around, fighting dynamic play by the best players in the world. And well, once upon a time, they too were chess kids. This is the ChessKid Cup, and just a couple of days ago, David did meet a very special chess kid, and it was in London, one of the biggest chess talents in England. And we will be later on showing the big story with Bodhana Sivanandan, who is truly someone to look out for.
was to become the youngest GM in the world, or if not, then the youngest GM in the UK. After that, I want to play in the World Championships and get world champion. I think it will be hard, but I still think I can do it.
8 years old with big dreams and ambitions, and she finished second in the English Championship for women in Blitz. Some amazing performance there by Bodana, and we're seeing some amazing performances in the other two divisions as well, Simon.
We are indeed, but before we go there, I do just want to mention I played that young girl. I went along to Harrow Chess Club in England, and I was playing against about 20 people. She was about this high, and I thought, yeah, you know, easy. You know, she'd blunder her queen after a couple of moves, and she smashed me, absolutely destroyed me, and I was like, who the hell is this player? She's so strong. So she's going to be really good coming up, and I'm very much looking forward to that interview. But yeah, let's have a look at the results going on in Division 2 and 3. So we're going to start with Division 2. And let's remember there's the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. And you get a double chance in this. And the winner of Division 2, and it's getting closer and closer to the end, will go to Division 1 and get $10,000. So we saw there Trong go through against Oparin, and Fedosev was just a bit of a better class there against Sadwani. So well done there to those players. And then going on to the losers brackets, everyone in grey there has gone home, and there's a bit of a surprise there. David Anton, Kirill Alexenko, but lost a very strong Adriaking, Ilyanov, and well, we still got some strong players in there, but it's really heating up there. And now Division 2, the losers bracket, and this is who's left in and the pairings we've got coming up, and this is going to be really tough. And you can see that a couple of players from Vietnam there, which is great to see, but they're both facing veterans of the game, Dmitry Adriaking and Mamajarov. So can these players from Vietnam put up with these really tough players? But Liam Lee, of course, is a legend in his own right. Alan Pitcho did go through, and he did beat Harry Krishna, and this is then the winners' final of Division 3, and that means that Alan Pitcho has a great chance to win that division. So there's been lots going on, lots to catch up on, and the players still in must be getting very excited about winning the whole thing now. And here again, more players going home here, players after players, and you got Sam Sevion winning a fantastic match there against Yu Yangyi. Yu Yangyi, incredibly strong player. And Donichenko beating Valieko. That was a very close match. And the legend David Navarra also progressing against Igor Lysy. Gadakamsky as well. I always like seeing Gadakamsky through. And we got the All-American Clash. Who's going to win that, guys? I don't know. That's youth versus experience. And as I'm a bit of an old man myself, I'm going to go for the old man there. Come on, Gata. You are a legend after all. And then we have Donichenko versus David Navarra there. So there's a lot of stuff going on there, isn't there? Loads of stuff to catch up on. I will catch a breath in a second and just chill.
That was amazing, Simon. Thank you so much for all those updates. You were asking about Sam Sevian. Well, Sam did win the Division 3 of the Athens Masters. He's got a big one against the famous fun legend Gada Kaminsky coming up. So, Simon, we look forward to having you back in the studio to tell us more about that. But right now, there's more action with an Armageddon coming up. Simon, before we let you go, what are your predictions? Is there a favorite in the Armageddons?
Yeah, just anything can happen here. I don't know who's favourite. I don't think there is one.
Yeah. Wow. It's a format that's so destructive in chess that we call it the Armageddon. Flagging is definitely encouraged in this one. There is no time increment at all. We are waiting for the player bids. And of course, the question as always is, how low can you go? And as we wait for the bids, this is the format going into the Armageddon. The player with the lower bid wins, gets to choose the color Black has got result odds, which means that if it's a draw, Black goes through, White has to win on demand. James, what about you? Do you have a preference of color in this? Do you want more time or do you want draw odds?
I always want the draw odds because, of course, anything can happen when you're playing these guys here. It's very fast, and like sometimes you spot a draw, like, oh, I'll just take this, and a forced draw somehow, some way from a mistake from your opponent, we win the game. You draw, I win, I win, I win. I always love that option.
It is a big question the players have to answer. What time do they want to bid for? And David, these are two players who haven't had that much experience in the bidding Armageddon. What are you expecting? Are you expecting them to fall really low to try and get Black?
I'm not so sure. I think both players are very confident. Both players have had so many decisive games at this point that they wouldn't be too disappointed with the white pieces. Take the extra time, go for the win anyway. In normal time, in the earlier rapid games, both sides won with white. So actually, having the black pieces, having less time, not necessarily that big an advantage. Maybe not as big an advantage it would be for more solid players like Carlsen and Nakamura, as we've seen in the past.
And if you had to draw a bid line, do you think 10 minutes would be...
It's a reasonable line. Now, I will add that both of these players very accomplished in blitz and bullet. Dimitri is about 3,050. Chess.com blitz. He's improved a lot in the last couple of months. Jules, of course, he needs no introduction. Does very well in Title Tuesdays. So in a time scramble, it's very hard to choose a favorite. But both players, they're experienced enough that they're comfortable to go pretty low. But Dimitri has struggled with the black pieces overall in this tournament. So that factors into his consideration, I'm sure, as well, Tanya.
Wow. And Daniel, we are getting news that the bids are ready. And let's reveal the bids as they are. Jules moves out with 10 minutes, 47 seconds. He loses the bid to Dimitri Kolas with 9 minutes, 29 seconds. Dimitri Kolas will play with the black pieces. Jules starts with 15 minutes, has the white pieces, but Jules has to win. And oh my God, guys, we were talking about the bid line. It is around the 10-minute mark. Do you think 9.5 minutes? Is that a pragmatic bid by Dimitri Kolas?
I think it's logical from both sides. 9.5 is still plenty of time. It's enough to play several blitz games or even bullet games if you want. But of course, having less than 5 minutes or having, more than 5 minute disadvantage deficit compared to your opponent could be significant a bit later on.
Callers choosing black, which is predictable. I think most players, they want the black pieces. But again, the opening, Tanya, it's going to be crucial. The first 10 moves, I really wonder what he's going to do.
Ooh,
and another open Royce.
Same.
We've seen
Same
this
line.
before.
When? I don't remember. Was it today? Yesterday? 5 minutes ago?
It's good to have a goldfish memory in chess sometimes. You forget the defeats and you just focus. And interesting that Jules is the first one to differ. He won the previous game, but he switches things up now by dropping his bishop back. Normally when you kind of copy an opening, when you play it again, you assume your opponent's going to come prepared with an improvement, something better than the last time. And yeah, the players barely had a break, but clearly Jules has studied this. And same position, but now there's no pin. Black's light square bishop cannot come to the g4 square because white has shuffled the pawn up to h3. Very, very tense position. What do you make of this, James? Is it wise to repeat in a must-win situation for white?
Yeah, probably repeat. I mean, especially if you looked at the line, like, hey, oh, you know what? I'm just going to check the line real quick, just real fast, make a few changes, and then we'll go from there. If he did that here, but I think it worked for him. Roy Lopez is nice. It actually is solid, and it gives you great chances. Everybody knows about the Roy and its potential, how rich and complex the game is with that. I think actually theory-wise, the move is knight d4, and then you play f4, f5 in many cases. So see what he comes up with here. Maybe you could go knight d2 as well.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to get rid of that black knight in the center of the board. There we go. Black tries to entrench the knight, but en passant, capturing the pawn as if it just moved one square, and black's knight forced back. So black does have the queenside majority, but black's king slightly less safe because it only has 2 pawns for shelter. White's has 3, and that could become relevant in a blitz finish later on, Daniel.
Yeah, but I like this choice by Dimitri because with the open center, there's a high probability of minor piece trades. Bishop e6 to f5 comes to mind. And with every trade, the further the position simplifies, the easier it is to play. So the next 5-6 moves going to be crucial. You could also bring your rook into the center with rook a to e8. And typically, white plays very positionally for the dark square control, knight d2 to b3, and then to d4. So that's what you want to try to prevent if you're Mr. Callers. 8 minutes, though. He's got to watch his clock very, very carefully. No increment here, and rook e8 is on the board ski.
Yeah, He spent about 40 seconds for that move, and he doesn't have that luxury too often. With only 8 minutes left, you can't really afford to spend more than a minute on any other move. And I'm expecting, like you say, Jules to start. You mentioned knowing how the knights move. He's got to start juggling, jumping around with his knights right now. Those two bishops, especially the white dark square bishop, stuck. Needs to activate. I would be inclined to maybe go towards the white king. I'm just a scaredy cat. I'm scared I'll get checkmated if I don't, to bring my knight back towards it to help out with the defense. But also the white knight jumping to b3. Very logical, strategically desirable. So very tense. White still has a 5-minute clock advantage. He needs to speed up. He needs to maintain that for later.
And that's really important for Jules. He has to play the clock as much as the board. He can't let slip out the clock advantage, because that would just give a clear draw odds to Dmitry Kolarz. Let's again remind everyone that Jules, with white, he has to win this game. A draw means that Kolarz, he goes through. And with the trades that we are seeing, we can expect more pieces to be traded off on the e-file. Ideas of the knight jumping on f4, knight h5, knight f4, a potential kingside attack. Is it fair to say, James, that Dmitry should be happy about the opening outcome?
Absolutely. I mean, all his pieces are developed. I mean, that's what they say in classical and just easy chess, principle chess, if you will, is develop your pieces. Get them off the back rank. Make sure everything's connected. Connect your rooks, castle your king. He has everything. He also has an open f-file he may be able to work with. Stuff like maybe even knight e4 and sacking on f3. There's really crazy opportunities here. Knight h5 to f4 is also a thing. Maybe bishop h3 at some point if you get a bishop to d6. Lots of ideas for black, but you do have to time everything correctly here. There's a weak pawn on d5. Not isolated, but weak, just a little bit. You have the pieces defending it, no pawn really. But I do like both sides. Actually, I like the dynamicism of black because my pieces are already ready. Everything's just compact together. Everything's developed. I do like black slightly here, but you do have to be careful because the king is slightly weak for black.
Yeah, it's interesting you would take black. I think I would take white just because my king is safe. It's just one factor, and the blitz. If you don't get checkmated, you might win on time. Sorry,
Dmitry looks a little confused. He hasn't made a move, and something happened there?
Has he been disconnected?
Oh
Something's
my gosh.
happened.
Oh, let's see. Does he have 3 bars?
Seem right.
Once I was playing Title Tuesday, my mouse ran out of battery halfway through.
Happened to me many times.
Oh, man. Oof. Fabi in the chat says this is a dangerous variation.
Right, we're back.
What's
Bishop
up, Fabi?
f5 played.
We're back, but it cost him a whole minute, one move. And this was one of the most logical moves, as you mentioned, Daniel.
Yeah, there was also knight f6 to e4, trying to go more ambitiously in the center. If you're playing this with black, you have to be ready to part ways with a pawn, sometimes even a bishop on h3. But you also want to steer clear of variations that require heavy calculation. So a practical choice by Dmitry. Jules can trade the bishops on f5 and play knight f3 to d4, but you have to keep a very close eye on the pressure on the f2 pawn, because after queen takes f5, black will have 2 heavy pieces doubled up on that f-file.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful here. For example, after a knight trade, ooh, I'm really worried that might even be a queen sacrifice. Definitely don't go for this. And, OK, I'm assuming that in this position, maybe what white will do instead is just to trade and then jump forward with this knight to one of these 2 squares, kick the black queen away from the danger zone. And Jules, OK, he does go for the trade. The white knight is going to spring out now, surely. Maybe this one, for example, the black queen goes back somewhere and the white bishop can just sit nice and pretty. Oh, I don't know, black's bishop as well, going to start hitting the white knight. It feels like Dmitry's got a very healthy position, but only 7 minutes left.
Yeah, Fabi confirms knight f6 to e4 there was an important move to keep the objective balance. Feels like Jules starting to get what he wants, massaging those dark squares in the center, repelling black's pieces from the king side. He's got a small edge, and he's kept a pretty sizable advantage on the clock.
Yeah, for now. But it's being eaten away slowly. It's only now a 3.5-minute advantage. He started with a 5.5-minute advantage from move 1. So Jules not keeping the same pace as Dmitry. OK, he did kick back the black queen, but what next? He needs to generate something with white, at least force Dmitry into those longer thinks. Force him to calculate, as you say. And yeah, I'm not sure what I would do here with white.
Yeah, you got to start with principles. Like, you have to get the pieces off the back rank. Look at the queen and the bishop and the a1 rook have not moved. You just got to get them off the back rank. The question is where? Queen d3. Okay, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. I'm just trying to figure out what he's going to do. And that's what he played. Queen to d3. Get that off the back rank. Good start there. Maybe go bishop g5 and rook a to d. Okay, bishop d6 now. And bishop g5. But then he takes. But okay, right?
But I think maybe to try to pressure some queenside squares.
Oh, thank you, Wesley.
Maybe A4 at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Lots of ideas, but you've got to decide. You've got to move quickly. Now 3 minute and counting. The advantage is slipping away for Jules. You just need to decide, commit, maybe bring your bishop out, trade rooks, whatever. Just make a move.
Objectively, the position does look absolutely fine for Dmitry Kolas, but this will come down to a time scramble. The last move, he is hinting to trade off the minor pieces to destroy White's kingside pawn structure and control that E4 central square. Try and jump in with that knight at the right moment. You have to watch out for the D5 pawn as well. Bishop G5 played. James, you were talking about develop your pieces. It's on the board. David.
Yeah, and the previous comment there, the previous tweet by Fabiano said he was planning to try this with white. Lol. So his opening idea has been revealed. That's the problem at top-level chess. If someone else plays your idea before, then everyone becomes aware of it. And there we go. Fabi, tuning in. Shout out. Hey. And well done today.
He did mention that he'll be following the Armageddon.
All right, congrats, Fabi. Congrats, fabulous Fabi. COE, baby. We got to get some gear to you. You already know Fabiano Caruana in the chat. Good to have you.
After a really cool win against Alireza.
Absolutely.
No Armageddon was needed in that one, but let's get back to this. So the bishop and knights have been traded. The knight has jumped on e4. The good news is that white can't capture that knight on e4 because there's a rook on e8 that does defend it, even though the d5 pawn is pinned.
Yeah, and Fabi was also commenting about knight e4. I think he meant a bit earlier, but that black knight on e4 looks just as powerful now as it did. And, OK, h6, is he getting ready really to kick back that white bishop? Don't really want to push too many pawns in front of the black king. Here, as Jules, yeah, you just got to move quickly. Just bring that rook in, activate the last piece, bring it to the party, and some threats now suddenly for white.
I don't like h6. I think he did fall in love with this g5 idea. Maybe he thought White's bishop has to retreat to e3. Then there are some exchange sacks on f3, but the bishop can go all the way back to c1 in order to maintain the contact between the queen and the g3 pawn. And from my experience, in non-increment positions, the last thing you want is permanent king weakness, because that literally forces you to sink so much time into making sure that you don't blunder something like a check on g6, which could be very, very unpleasant. The knight on c6 is also hanging, so a check on g6 could be utterly devastating, as it is in the variation that David is showing.
Yeah, g5 on the board. I think he's going to retreat his bishop. It did cross my mind that rook takes knight might be an idea, but I'm too lazy to calculate that one. Rook takes knight, utilising the fact there are some pins here. Oof, rook takes forced, for example. Queen takes rook, and all of the trades, all of the captures at the end.
My goodness.
Holy cannoli.
That's some craziness.
That was too much. Let's just retreat the bishop. And yeah, black's king extremely weak. Looks good. This pawn also vulnerable. I don't really see what black's next move is in this position. Nothing easy, at least. I think Jules should just make a practical decision here, just retreat the bishop the whole way back, and black's king is going to come back to haunt him later in the game.
It is a complicated position. G5 on the board, lots of pieces hanging. The knight on e4, the bishop on f4. As we were looking at these lines, if Jules Moussad was to retreat with the bishop, it will force Dmitry Kolas to burn the clock. And that is the big strategy in Armageddon. You leave all the big decisions for when your opponent is down on the seconds. It's not about getting a winning position out of the opening or a big advantage, just keeping as much pressure, as many pieces on the board. And so far, Jules
I was going to say,
Queen takes c7.
Queen takes c7. He takes on d5 and takes on e4. I think he might have overlooked rook to d8 at the end of that line, or there's some tactic. I don't know exactly. I guess rook d8, queen b3. But this smells really badly, David. There's also rook takes f3.
Right.
There must be a tactical flaw with this move.
Yeah, Danya, talk us through your thought process here. White has just nabbed a pawn. The whole idea is queen takes bishop will be met by queen takes pawn check. And next move, you want to take the knight. But as you say, you can, for example, move your king, and this rook d8 move, this is what he's missed, surely.
Yeah, miraculously, you have queen b3, but rook takes f3. This actually might be what he missed.
Oh, my goodness.
Bang.
Oh, my lands, girl.
Take on d8? Is that forced?
Yeah, if you take, I guess black just recaptures, and the problem is, this rook is poisoned.
You don't even get a draw after gf3, which would be tantamount to a loss. You actually lose the rook after queen takes f3 check. So this isn't even a perpetual. It wins the game outright. Dmitry got a gift here. He just has to go down the forced path.
And does he have enough time? Under 5 minutes. You need the discipline now to sit on your hands and calculate your whole way through. If you just take this bishop...
Oh my gosh.
He believes his opponent.
And now this bishop is not trapped. It can retreat. It can escape. White has just won a pawn for free.
I've seen Dimitri find harder tactics in a bullet game. That's what nerves do to you.
Oh, whoa, key moment. And he just didn't have the time. I think he was panicking. He was looking at the clock. Under 5 minutes. He just got to move. But it would have been kind of a great investment there, just spending 1 or 2 of those remaining 4 minutes. He would have won the game on the spot, and he would have progressed to the next round. Wow.
That was super dramatic. And it often also happens that you just tend to trust your opponent. They go for this sacrifice, these tactics, and you feel it has to be right. It's something that they couldn't have missed. And had Dimitri just slowed down and calculated that line to the end, this would have been his match. But now it's another game on our hands. Dimitri goes for 95, trying to trade up more pieces, but it still feels under control. I see the eval bar. It loves White's position. Extra pawn, d5 weakness. Is it going to be hard to hold this one with black?
Yeah, the black king's just so open. Also, look at the white king. There's going to be a trade of knights in the center of the board any moment, but the white king can just shuffle to the h2 square, where it's so nicely protected. It's like in a bubble, surrounded by its own pawns, and white's king's going to be safe. The black king, if any white pieces break through, it's a bit like that game between Caruana and Firouzja earlier. If any white piece breaks through, that black king is going to be so open. Also, the white bishop has a beautiful perch in the center of the board on d4. Oof, yeah, as Fabi says there in the Twitch chat, rook takes f3 at the end of that long variation. Easy to miss. He would have needed to calculate like 7 or 8 moves in advance. We can forgive him for that, but it was a critical turning point.
No, we can't. We should kick him out of the tournament right now for missing one 6-move tactic in an Armageddon game. Unacceptable.
Right.
Poor Dimitri, it's going to turn on that one moment. It's as if it's like poker. Your opponent has no good cards and they've kind of shoved everything in, and sometimes you got to call the bluff.
The game is not over. Far from over, but it feels like he's so close to crumbling here. There's rook takes e4 related tactics. His king is weak. Jules could just centralize his bishop on d4, double rooks in the e-file, and start trying to bleed black's clock down. There's also b3 and c4, which could undermine that knight on e4. He goes rook f1, that type of move, trying to wrest control of that important avenue to black's king.
And a lot of the chess kids out there might be wondering which pieces should both sides be trying to exchange. What do we think here? What does white want to get off the board?
Oh, well, okay, rook f5 actually happened. Yeah,
just keep the pawns on the board.
Everything, maybe.
That's right. Yeah, of course. I mean, we're up a little bit, right? 3-6. So yeah, we got the pawn. I figure we just grab the pawn and go. Grab it,
go. Rook f5, queen d5, get into the end game. Push end game, yes.
One pawn. Rook takes, queen takes d5. Rook takes, and queen e4. Whoa, what is his idea then?
Yeah, I think he's just hoping that he can survive that endgame. The problem is with pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop will be superior to the knight if the queens are off. We've seen the queen and knight combo together, how dangerous they can be. So get the queens off just as soon as possible. Avoid any checkmating tricks. And I think Jules going to go for it.
I might go g4 first. Is that possible?
Flick in g4, hit the black queen. Makes a lot of sense as well.
Because I don't like queen takes, and then knight g3. I mean, obviously, I'm still winning there. Yeah, g4, there we go. And then you snap it.
Awesome.
Oh, but that's check, so you got to be careful here.
Bishop and b6, thanks.
It's check, buddy.
Yep, retreat it. Nice square, nice outpost for that bishop now. The problem for black is if the queens and rooks disappear, then long-term black has weaknesses on the king side. Those black pawns on h6 and g5 are fixed on dark squares, easy targets for the white bishop, and the black king will be forced to stay around that area of the board to defend them. So even if the queens and rooks come off, no safety for black, no closer to the draw. It's not clear what you hope for here with if you're Dimitri Kolas.
One good trump in black's position is that knight on e4. It's an active piece. It's something that cannot be challenged, and it controls a lot of squares, gives activity for white, gives activity for black. White just has to play around it. Another rook trade has been offered. You don't want to relinquish the control of the f-file, so it's hard to avoid it.
Yep, queen to e6, just defending the black rook. The one thing I will say for Dimitri is look at the clock times. They've nearly leveled out now, only 30-second difference. So who's going to flag who later on? That might be a big question. It could well come down to a time scramble with 30 seconds left. This game's still far from being decided. Rook f3. He's saying, OK, we can trade, but it's on my terms. It's really, really tense. That's a nice move, just forcing the opponent to burn a bit of clock, deciding what to do with the tension.
Yeah, sometimes I forget, actually, that there is no increment. You know, when you get to Armageddon, and sometimes, I mean, it's easy to forget that you have no increment. Like, you've been playing increment this whole time for forever, and now you have none. So you actually have to move a little faster. You got to calculate a little bit quicker here. Rook F3 was a nice move. Queen G6 now.
Bishop F6 is a funny looking move, but I wouldn't play around with that kind of stuff. Actually, might have been not such bad. Rook F6 actually might have been good.
Oh, that's sick.
To force the rook trade.
Yeah, rook takes.
In any case, he's just kind of maintaining the tension here. Ooh. Of course, white has to be very careful not to allow some sort of perpetual, right? When the knight moves away, queen E1 check, you have to keep an eye on that. He repeats once. I actually think rook F6 is not to be trifled with, but again, keeping the tension. Don't repeat whatever you do. Maybe now's the time just to take that rook on F7 and replace the rook on F3 with a queen.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it. He's messed around enough. He's seen enough ghosts, enough forks, and just get the queens off. There we go. Very logical stuff from Jules.
And this knight on e4 that we've been talking about, white wanting to trade on his terms. If black does capture that queen, the g-pawn gets undoubled. Not only that, takes control of the e4 square. So queen f3 would not be an ideal trade in this position for black. How does he maintain this tension? Does he simply sidestep with the queen to e6?
Yeah, white's queen is coming forward as well, though.
Exactly.
I don't know. It's really hard to keep things together for Dmitry here. He just needs to move. I actually think his best bet is on the clock. Okay, he's trying to force the trade again on his terms.
Not going to cut it. He had to play queen e6 because queen f5 there actually failed tactically. Black could have picked up the f-pawn. Now I just cannot see him saving this. 30 seconds down, David. So important, that pawn on h6 being a long-term weakness. White maybe has to open a second front on the queen side. I think he's going to make it happen, though.
Yeah. Bishops versus knights, pawns on both sides of the board. You know which one you pick every time. It is the bishop, the long-range piece. The black knight can hop about short range. No matter where it goes, though, it can never gobble up any of those white pawns. And the white king is coming. Easy access. As soon as the white bishop kind of moves out the way, the white king, you can see it darting towards that side of the board. And, yeah, hard to plug all those holes. Hard to keep everything covered. Where's he dancing? OK, he's going back to cover the entry square on d4. So he's going to sit on this square with the black knight and hope he has a fortress. But this is the flimsiest fortress I've ever seen. It's not going to stay intact for too long. 2 minutes against 3 minutes. What do we think? Enough time for white?
Not at all. Oh, for white, yes, absolutely. For black, no. This is very easy in game here. I mean, just up a pawn, clean. We push when we need to. At the right moment. Wait a second.
I don't know about a3 though. That created an unnecessary target. I would have gone g3, h4, h5, and really fixed that weak pawn in h6, and then at the right moment pushed c4 and opened up a second front. Whatever you do, don't give away all three of your queenside pawns, and don't go c4 now because that blunders a fork on e5.
Yeah, a3, you're right. Just really unnecessary to commit to that move. Why not just move around for 15 moves first and then push pawns and put pawns on light squares, opposite color as your bishop? That's what you should be doing in these endgames.
Well, right now what he should be doing is making a move because it's come down to about 2 minutes on the clock. And the good news for Dmitry is that he's got a knight. Knights can be super tricky when it comes to these Armageddons. First, a black gets the king to the center to defend that d5 pawn, looking for a way to jump around the board with that knight. I'm expecting a maneuver. Starts with knight a5. You can't push that b pawn. The knight would jump into c4. Things are not easy, regardless of what the eval bar says right now. It is going to be about who flags who.
He get his king to the center. That could be problematic as, okay, wait, knight a4 and the eval bar went crazy.
d4 forces the king back to f7. I thought Dmitry should have started with king e5.
Yep.
If he had gotten his king to e4, white would have been making backward progress.
Correct.
What happened there? Dmitry reacted again. He leaned back as if something's happened. Has his mouse frozen? Has he been disconnected?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah.
Something's happened.
Oh,
and his clock's running down. His clock is not frozen. There's definitely a problem with the internet there.
And look at Jules Moussard. He does not want to win this way. He's not even looking at the screen right now. He knows something's happened, and I don't know the regulations if he gets disconnected.
No increment. It's the worst possible game to experience internet problems. You aren't getting this time back.
Yeah, to be fair, it is
He's
difficult.
back, but he's lost 30 seconds on the clock.
Yep, he's back.
He's lost 40, 50 seconds on the clock there, and every second counts. He was level on time to Jules Moussard there, but now Dmitry, surely not enough time to save this game.
G3. I would throw that move, and he goes a4.
C4, he's allowed a knight jump, but the knight falls back on c6.
Ooh, white is going to break at some point with c4, pawn to c4. He might even do it now, and that white king is going to come. That black a pawn is a huge target. Remember how bad knights are against these corner pawns, the A and H pawns. If white gets past a pawn, it's game over. Trying to get all the pawns off the board, though, however, Dmitry Kolas. He's reacted again.
Yeah, something's going on.
Something's happened.
That's tough.
Jules Moussad's move right now, but we just hope that Dimitri's connection holds. But of course, there are problems on the board as well. And a small point to note is how the H-pawn is the right color. It may or may not matter at some point, but the white bishop, a dark squared bishop, the H-pawn, if it ever comes down to it, the H8 square is of the right color. The knight jumps in. King d4, less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, hopeless position as well. Unfortunately, the black knight can only fight on one side of the board, and at the right moment, first he'll prepare it, but at the right moment, the white king will dart. It will sprint towards that black a-pawn.
Even now, you can go king c5. You can even give away your kingside pawns, but there's no reason to do that. And for the younger people watching, Jules' ultimate allegiance is to the moves on the board. He's taking as long as it needs because he knows that he can convert an extra queen with even 20 seconds on the clock. Now it's smooth sailing, h4, bang, undermining the knight. And that's it. Even with one passed pawn, it would be almost impossible to save. With two, it's game over.
Yeah, the only hope, as Tanya mentioned, is actually to give up the black knight for the white g-pawn and somehow get the black king all the way into the a8 corner. But you're far away from doing both, unfortunately. So, yeah.
Very classy move.
No chance.
Bishop g5, very classy, right? Cutting off the king and getting from the g-pawn.
He did it with a knight on g6 with bishop g3 and a knight on d5, bishop g5, dominating that black knight.
Yeah, really nice pattern. When you have a knight, if there's two squares in between, put your bishop there, and the bishop controls all the squares the knight wants to jump to. Okay, where's he going now?
King a7, maybe?
Yeah.
Knight c4 and a6. You can even sack the bishop in certain situations, again, because the knight is so incompetent at stopping the passer, but you don't need to.
And I like how he's put the bishop and king far away, so no forks on the board.
No forks, please.
Saw it before with Jordan against Hikaru Nakamura, just king and pieces on the opposite side of the board against knights. That's the safest, most practical way to do it. 20 seconds each, though. Is this going to be a race? Oh, the queen happens, though. The queen appears.
Yeah. Try a Rosentrap, maybe, but white's not even giving the queen away for the knight.
This feels like it's just going to end with a lot of checks.
Yeah,
Pick up the knight.
He took a second there.
Queen f7. Oh.
All right, Joel, 10 seconds.
G6, don't go for it. Oh, made a G7.
Yeah.
Yeah, heartbreaking moment there for Dimitri Kolas, and he reacts. It's been a tough Armageddon, but Jules Moussad does go through, and he will be facing Fabiano Caruana. He did keep everything under control, and even though not getting much out of the opening, Daniel, he made sure that enough pieces remained.
Yeah. And obviously, Dimitri had his share of chances. The internet problems was a contributing factor, but that's just part and parcel of online chess. That's just what happens sometimes. I actually think knight e4 instead of bishop f5 in the opening would have been a good chance to seize the initiative. He had his share of chances, even in the endgame, but ultimately, with less time on the clock, fighting the other enemy of the internet problems, and with Jules' excellent technique, it was not meant to be. Great run for the young German grandmaster, nonetheless.
Great technique there by Jules Moussad. David, was there ever a moment that Dimitri could have held it together?
I'm not sure there was after that one critical tactic that he missed earlier in the game when Jules grabbed a pawn and wasn't punished for doing so. And just to remind the audience, this one key moment is one to check out in detail later on if you want to do some analysis. Bishop takes pawn turned out to be a bit of a blunder here. It was a big bluff, though, and queen takes bishop would have won the game for Dimitri Kolas. This relies on the tactic that queen takes pawn can simply be met by a king move, and after rook takes knight, there's this skewer. The queen has to retreat to defend its rook, and now the difficult one, this is the one that he most likely missed. Rook takes knight. After a trade here, we would have seen pawn takes, and the black queen swoops in decisively to win the white rook. Instead, as we saw, Jules wasn't punished for grabbing that pawn. He won the pawn and went on to convert it in the endgame.
As Fabi mentioned, the rook f3, that was the difficult move to find. The things would have been very, very different had Dimitri Kolas been able to spot that incredible tactic. But failing to do that, it was an all-Jules show. And there we see in the Armageddon, playing on seconds, he did win. He goes through. We will have a Fabi versus Jules matchup, as these are the two winners of the losers quarter-final bracket. What amazing games we've seen, and more action continues as we will be going into the winners bracket after this Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
And we are being joined by the winner of that Armageddon, French grandmaster Jules is with us. Jules, congratulations.
Thank you. No, this is too much for me. I cannot.
That was quite a crazy match. Tell us about it, and especially the Armageddon. How were you feeling after getting the white pieces?
Honestly, I felt good because all of Kollar's games were wins. Like, he lost 2 games against Firouzja. He only made 1 draw, so I felt very good about it. But my openings are very bad, so I don't know.
Wow, Jules, you've been a last-minute replacement here at the ChessKid Cup, and you're still in the race to win the tournament. How are you feeling about your chess so far?
Yeah, my chess not very good because like I'm getting lucky, I feel. Like even this Armageddon, I think that my bishop c7 was a bluff, kind of. But I think he had some internet issues and he lost focus at some point. So I'm feeling very lucky to be still here fighting.
Did you, after playing bishop c7, while the game was going on, did you see what was not working with? You did see that, the rook f3 idea.
No, but no. First, I thought that he has to block with rook f7, and then he cannot take on f3 with the rook because he's pinned. But then I thought, what if king moves to g7, I guess, and then he can take on f3, and I don't know. It's a mess. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. I mean, you know, it's my first event like this online, and I'm feeling so much pressure. I cannot think like I usually think, and like I don't know. It's weird feeling, but I'm happy to be here, of course.
Absolutely, Jules. Well, you've been playing some very fun and entertaining chess. Tomorrow you play against Fabiano. Looking ahead, your thoughts on that matchup?
No, but you know, I have to take revenge from my country friend Alireza because he lost to Kollars, and I took revenge for him. So now it's my turn to do the same with Fabi, I hope.
So you're looking at it as a bit of a grudge match there.
Yes.
Awesome, Jules. We wish you all the best for that big fight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you. Bye.
Jules Musad wins his match against Kollar's Dimitri after an absolutely wild Armageddon. And the action, of course, continues. We will be having the winners bracket. But before that, we have a very special surprise. He's earned 3 Emmy nominations for his amazing role in The Office. The very brilliant actor, producer, Rainn Wilson is joining us to talk to us about a very special project. Welcome, Rainn.
Hello, thanks for having me. This is fantastic. I love being on chess television. This is fabulous.
We're so excited as well to have you here with us because we've heard about your love and passion for the game. But before we talk about that, Rainn, I have to say, I'm from India. I've been reading all about the incredible work that your organization, Lady Haiti, has been doing to empower girls and women in very difficult communities. I really want you to tell our audience about the amazing organization.
Great. I'm happy to. So my wife and I, along with a bunch of friends in Haiti, in the Caribbean, have organized a nonprofit that is an educational initiative. And we work with about 900 girls in about 10 locations. It's called Lide Haiti. And We do arts education and literacy. We have scholarships. We have tutoring. We have health care for the girls. These are girls in very remote rural areas of Haiti that otherwise wouldn't get an education. And we're really excited to be partnering with Chess.com for a special fundraising event centered around chess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so inspiring to see the work, and the fundraising event that you're talking about, it's happening on the 2nd of June. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, Maurice Ashley is going to join the grandmaster. We've got some Haitian chess masters that are going to join. It's all about raising money for our arts and literacy programs for these girls, and Chess.com is starting out the fundraising with a $10,000 gift and 400 chess sets. And we want to figure out how we'll get the chess sets to the girls, but figure out how to teach them chess out there. We haven't quite spotted a chess teacher in the areas where we work, but it's going to be really exciting. It's going to be several hours of chess playing and banter and fun, all for a great cause on twitch.tv/chess.
That sounds like a lot of fun. And Rain, I want to ask you, do you believe that chess can be a big tool in this dream of empowering girls and women who are in very difficult challenges?
Yes, I think chess greatly expands how you use your brain, how you use your mind. It opens up possibilities. It gives a person confidence. And I think it would be really exciting for our girls to learn chess and to have that as part of their curriculum.
And you love playing as well. You played in PogChamps 3. How's your chess journey going?
Well, my chess goes up and down. When I work on it, I get better, of course, like anything else. It's just like working out in the gym. I'm a little flabby these days. But yes, I was on the high school chess team. And I play with friends on Chess.com, and I got into some shape for PogChamps where I came in second. So I'm getting ready for. I'm open for other chess tournaments, and we'll see what happens.
We're excited to see you on the chessboard as well, Rain. And I want to ask you, who's your favorite chess player in the world?
Come on, seriously? Magnus, are you kidding me? Not even a close second. I'm really sorry to everyone else, but he's incredible. So, and there's me wearing my Magnus Puma chess shoes.
Wow, that's really fun, and we can see Rain there with the Clyde chess. Thank you so much, Rain, and we're so excited about the event on 2nd of June on Chess.com. We wish you all the best and continue doing the incredible work with Leader Haiti. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Nice to say hi.
Rain Wilson there. He is just an all-out, a brilliant person, brilliant actor, doing amazing work there with Leader Haiti. And right now we are back to the amazing chess that we are going to be seeing in the winners final. It is Jordan van Foreest, Dutch #2, taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now, Jordan van Foreest did win the Tata Steel Masters in 2021. He has been on fire in this ChessKid Cup. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's 18 years old. He's an absolute phenom. He has won the Olympic gold, the youngest ever world rapid champion, so many feathers in his cap. And there could have been one more feather in his cap, and that would have been the Tata Steel Masters in 2023 if it wasn't for Jordan van Foreest, who beat him in the very last round. Daniel, is this a grudge match for Nodirbek?
150, 200%. There is nothing better than a head-to-head match to quell the desire for revenge. Abdusattorov is in great form to begin with. He's in the chess mindset, being in Stavanger, getting ready for Norway chess. He always has his hands over his head from the start of the game to the end. If he plays like he did yesterday against Fabiano, I worry for Jordan.
Wow, there we see Nodirbek with his pose, the chess pose that we've been seeing him all along. Absolutely focused, ready to go. This is the big winners. A final, Jordan van Foreest starts with the white pieces. David, are we expecting some fun opening by Jordan?
Yeah, I think we're at least hoping for some fun openings from Jordan, and he might need something a bit magical to beat Abdusattorov. Jordan's been great so far. We should mention he beat Hikaru Nakamura in their match, for example, and...
Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
No?
Oh, yeah, this is the other game.
I think I've seen them before.
Wow.
Okay, some tech issues here.
I mean, it was a great game, don't get me wrong.
Deserves an action replay.
Absolutely.
This was the game between Alireza Faruja and Fabiano Caruana, but now we are at the game between Jordan van Foreest and Abdusattorov. It's the Queen's Gambit declined. And Carlsbad pawn structure. What do we think of this so far?
Oh, completely boring. But at the same time, it is classical chess. I mean, you said Queen's Gambit decline is the World Championships opening, right? So it's definitely structures you need to know. The Carlsbad, very easy to play, right? Bishop f5. Black. I think Abdusattorov, great choice. I mean, going with Queen's Gambit decline against somebody as creative as Jordan is, I think it's already pretty equal so far, Dan.
Yeah, this line is kind of like the Berlin endgame of 1d4 openings. It's been popular for well over a decade. I know Vladimir Kramnik liked this from the black side. Of course, black has the bishop pair, but in return, he's got, a completely ruined kingside structure. I think the latest consensus that white is a smidge better, but black is just so solid. If he knows the defensive plans here, David, I think he'll co-sign this. A lot of these games end in pretty uneventful draws.
Yes, fully agreed. I've looked at this for both colours myself. I've never been brave enough to play it with the black pieces, just because I'm a sucker for nice, harmonious pawn structures, and I hate black's doubled F pawns. But as you say, if you know the setups, depending on what white does, if you know how to react, then often you are completely fine. The one problem piece for black, actually, it does turn out to be that light squared bishop, the black bishop on g6, because often it does get trapped behind your own pawns. And, OK, Abdusattorov bringing his bishop out, creating a pin, just saying, OK, I don't need to commit yet. Your white knight on the edge of the board looks nice and pretty. It's on an outpost, technically, but you don't have any threats yet. So very flexible play by black. And I think this is good strategy against Jordan, who often wants those attacking positions, wants that dynamism. And here, it's very slow, very strategic. And Abdusattorov, he's one of a kind. He knows how to handle those types of positions despite his young age.
Absolutely, very slow, and the pawn structures are always the ideas. In fact, the skeleton of the pawn structure, or the skeleton of the game, they tell you what the plans and ideas should be. Obviously, we want to have a minority attack, so I like this move bishop b4, which kind of deters the minority attack that you see in the Carlsbad structure. He plays a3 and allows bishop takes c3. I actually thought rook c1 was the move there, but he allows the open file that you can't really use yet. Rook b1 is not a move, unfortunately, now. Knight b6 to c4, something could happen there. Usually they say that the square in front of the pawn is the most important. So I like the knight h4 idea from Jordan here, as it controls the f5 square. So we want to maybe put a piece there. b5 from Abdusattorov was really nice. He took it really fast. Is this like prep or something? Like,
it must
really
be
fast.
Kids these days, they don't care about pawn structure. They don't care about bishop pairs. They just want to play dynamic chess, get open lines for their pieces. I'm scared for white, actually, suddenly. If Jordan isn't prepared, suddenly one of the black rooks might enter the b file and just crash into the white position. And, OK, rook takes pawn.
Also, that a pawn, I mean, a5 here is totally possible, followed by knight b6 and a4. I mean, that pawn's going to be up your grill before you even blink.
Wow, you're right.
Yeah, this isn't that good.
White's neglected development as well, so it might be a queenless position, kind of mixed between a middle game and an end game here, but the queens are off. But watch out for that white king. If that black rook on h8 ever swings across and gets down, then you might regret not having castled, or at least having developed a bit earlier in the game.
With all these ideas, the bishop on g6 controlling that b1 square, the a-pawn marching down the board, it might be time for white to start considering trading that knight for the bishop, develop your own bishop, and get your rook to b1 before black captures. All the open files are on the board. That a-pawn can be super dangerous. There's still stuff to play for Abdusattorov here.
Yeah, just the speed with which they're going. It normally takes me like 3 hours to get to move 17, let alone 3 minutes. But king d7, it shows that both players must have studied this before. And I would slightly prefer white, even if you're forced to make the really kind of undesirable decision to play knight takes bishop at some point. Black's bishop doesn't necessarily prove to be a good piece long term, but it is peering down at b1, as you say. Sometimes you have to make a move that you're reluctant to make, like this one. But the bishop for knight, I prefer white, but black has everything covered. Black has a nice structure now after recapturing this knight. Which way would we take? F or H pawn?
I'm definitely taking with the F. I just want to, have a better structure. Like you said, you like the sucker for the structure, huh? You like the structure's there. So take with the F pawn. Can't take with the H, obviously, but I definitely like taking with the F pawn. I like the decision from Jordan, taking this bishop, and now we can put the bishop maybe on D3. Beforehand, if we want to win bishop B3, we take, and maybe the C4 square is just Black's for the taking, right? So after takes, we have bishop D3, maybe slide the rook over from H to B1. He took it this way. Wow, that's very, very crafty, actually. Opens a file.
Yeah, I guess we're always taught to capture towards the center, but yeah, there I was really unsure, actually. Maybe it's based on concrete kind of principles there, because capturing the other way looked nice and healthy too. Now White has the potential to create a passed H pawn of his own. I think that's the downside, James, that you were mentioning.
And even if Black plays F5, White could eventually play F3 and G4 and really reinforce that idea. So perhaps Nodirbek underestimated the power of H4. Of course, White could also bring the bishop out to D3, and the other reason you wanted to take on G6 is to give your rook the B1 square. So the rook could come to B1 at some point and harass the knight on B6. I think the likeliest outcome is a draw, but I'm with you, David. I think White has a pull here.
Yeah, it at least looks easier to play and maybe lower risk for White. If it goes wrong for Black, it's going to be disaster. Either White will crash through on this side of the board, or, yeah, potentially this pawn could drop off, or maybe a rook could end up on the 7th rank. If it goes wrong for White, however, it feels like you should still be relatively safe. So the margin's slightly higher for Abdusattorov at this early stage.
And F5 is on the board, trying to make sure that White's G4 doesn't come immediately, still needs a bit of preparation, and Jordan reaching out. Will he develop first, take out that bishop, threaten to attack the knight on B6, or will he continue with the pawn storm down the king side? And the one good tip for chess kids out there, the knights are such bad defenders against the siege pawn. And we've been saying it, but we can't say it enough number of times, that if Jordan does get that H pawn down the board, it can get extremely dangerous for Abdusattorov. For now, bishop development, rook B1 always in the air.
Another tip for chess kids, watch out for your air quality. Always open the window. You can breathe fresher, you can play faster, you can play better. And Jordan, that's very high CO2 levels over there in the Netherlands. I'm not going to try and pronounce Groningen, but
Groningen, Amsterdam, Van der Park.
Wherever he's sitting, he's playing well, though, so far. King to C7, Abdusattorov's last move, just protecting the black knight, getting ready for any white rook to slide across. He doesn't need to defend in future. Very solid position for black, hard to break. And it's quite blocked, which does tend to favour knights in general, but it's blocked in white's favour at the moment. What do we think here?
Well, white's got to try and get a break in, right? The F3, G4 ideas that we're looking at to try to march down the board with the H-pawn, because rook B1 doesn't make much sense. But there's another plan that Jordan has in mind. He goes G3, defending H4, so that seems to imply that he wants to just free up the rook from H1.
Might want to go rook C1 and then C4. That's a weird middle ground, but if everything is traded, black will experience problems with the C6 pawn. And of course, the A pawn is both a strength and a weakness. Yeah, it's a passed pawn, but if you aren't ready to defend it with both of your rooks, it could end up as more of a weakness than a strength. So a lot of options here for white. He can play it safe with rook B1. He could still resort to the F3 plan. A lot of decisions to make.
Yeah, key moment, and that tends to be where the players burn the most of their time, when it's actually planning. When it comes to calculation, these guys are super fast. They're able to calculate long variations, just like Dania, in the space of 1 or 2 minutes. It's normally when you have to come up with a long-term plan, like now, or a committal plan when you have 3 or 4 options. That's where you see the players spend several minutes.
And this is also such an instructive moment for chess kids, because whenever we're playing these imbalanced positions, bishop versus knight, there's always a question of where to place your pawns. And we see here, Nodirbek Abdusattorov has placed all his pawns on the same color as his opponent's bishop, as Jordan's bishop. Now, it might seem that these can become targets, but the upside of that is that you really take away the activity from your opponent's bishop. So in this case, it's not a weakness. It's a way to take away more squares, more activity, and really tie down that white bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop's already tied down right now. You can't move many places. I mean, I thought rook a5, I actually saw this idea. Rook a3, and then obviously our idea is to double the rooks. Or rook b1, okay, that's a move too as well. But definitely doubling the rooks, and maybe something like bishop to c2 at some point to put pressure on a4, but you can't. Knight c4 is now even a fork there, which maybe rook a2 might have been a move. just to be able to free up the bishop a little bit to move it here. I think it will probably just end in the draw here. It definitely is like slower for both sides, hard to make pawn breaks for literally both sides here. Black may have some action with this pawn and maybe a c5 break at some point, but even then I don't ever have to touch the c pawn being white here. So, I mean, it's very, very level. It's super equal here, to be honest.
Can white dream of putting that rook on b4 and start marching with the king on the king side, king e2, king f3, just step by step, trying to walk away not only from the fork that James mentioned, but also to keep the king more active?
It's a very nice plan, actually, Tanya. Try to get the king to g5, actually. But, I mean, maybe we play f6 somewhere near, but then that makes a weakness. I could play h5 and then takes and take on f5 with the king. Very strong.
Yeah, really like it. Black has to do something. Black can't just sit on the position. Just to put that one that you mentioned there, James, on the board. Yes, you can block off the white king's entry, but h5 will break through. Or maybe there's something even better, but suddenly the pawns might start dropping, or they will be weak long term. Can Black do anything active? He has played rook a8 on his last move. Will rook b4?
b4, there it is.
Okay, on the
I mean,
board.
c5 is possible, but it's just a one-move threat. I mean, white doesn't even have to take on c5. The rook could move away. Then you've created another weakness, long-term weakness on d5. That bishop on d3, such a nice defensive piece because it completely keeps that knight at bay. I think that white still has the preferable side of what is probably an equal position objectively. But Nodirbek, he has to figure things out because Tanya's plan, that is not to be trifled with.
c5 on the board, Tanya.
Okay,
wow.
and he did take on c5.
That is surprising, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Wow, now white has a weakness for the first time in the game. Is the idea maybe to drop the bishop back at some point and start coming forward with the king? Just inspired by your idea there, Tanya.
Wow, yeah. Quick decision there by Jordan to change the pawn structure the way he did. But we saw the eval bar. It remains where it is. Rook c5 definitely gives more play to black, and king e2 played. So he might be headed in the direction that we were talking about. King side is weak. It's been abandoned by all the black pieces. Time to march down the board. King is a piece in the endgame. ChessKid advice.
King is a very important piece, maybe the most important piece in the endgame. If you have a passive king that doesn't contribute, you're basically playing a piece down after all. So what can black do? White's plan is pretty clear now. I think Abdusattorov has been made aware of that by the last move. White wants to go for the king march. How does black react? A bit tied up.
And you know what's funny? If we would have taken with the other Abdusattorov, if we would have taken with the f pawn and undoubled the pawns, then it'd be harder for my king to get in there. I could just play f6 maybe, or even f5 in some cases. But I mean, now with this pawn flanks that we have with f5, g6, and f7 here, it's much easier for me to try to break this down. And if you move one of them, then the other become weak. So this is a great plan. Tanya pointed out, moving a king just over here on that side of the board, right? And go crazy. King f3, king f4, king g5.
And the good thing is, with that plan, it's so easy for white to make the next couple of moves. And in these formats, to have that flexibility, to be able to play fast, to just have a plan, to not think about concrete moves is such a luxury. Black plays king c6, king f3 is possible?
Definitely possible. What's his plan?
Maybe knight c4 and then knight e5 check, trying to liquidate. I mean, it's a drawing operation, try to liquidate and take the c3 pawn. But when you have to defend using specific tactics like that, things get really, really flimsy because this depends on a lot of moving parts being in place. But I do think that might be his idea. Knight c4 was a move that white took the sting out of by shifting the king from d2 to e2.
Yeah, we're struggling to come up with anything productive other than king f3. And just to show that line you mentioned there, Danya, knight c4 could be potentially extremely important. Black can't sit and wait any longer for the white king to come in. So knight c4 hits the rook. If we now capture this pawn, then after a couple of trades, there's two moves here. I guess knight e5 check. I was tempted by this one, but there is a way for the white rook to escape. So a knight check forces the white king to be honest, forces it back, and rook takes pawn. And everything's just being hoovered off the board. It feels... or vacuumed off the board. It feels like this is headed towards a draw. So, okay, Jordan didn't go for this yet. He dropped his bishop back, forcing the black rook back where it came from to defend this pawn. And now the question again is, can you king march?
He did. He answers it, David.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
And how do you stop this with black? That's the next question. More difficult question.
That was a very great move. I think bishop c2 was a very nice subtlety there, going there first to stop the idea that Daniel pointed out with knight to c4, right? So bishop c2 first ties you to the pawn. Now that you're tied, all the pieces are tied to the a pawn. Then we move the king over here, and of course it's what is this, principle of two weaknesses is what they call it. So you have a weak king side over here with the pawns, and you also have a weak pawn on a4. Two weaknesses, sometimes you can't defend both of them at the same time. It's difficult to be able to do that. So I think white definitely has a nice plan here.
Wow. Yeah. And even though the Valbar says it's equal, is it overstating it if I said that Nodirbek Abdusattorov should be worried a little bit here?
I would be. I don't know about you guys. I'd be terrified just playing Jordan in general. But yeah, especially this position, it feels like everything we're looking at, it's black trying to force a draw somehow. And that's the worst type of scenario. You're just playing for 2 results. Okay, king c5. Talking of king walks, king marches. Whoa. What does that
What
change?
is he doing? I don't even know. What is this move? Daniel, do you have any
I'm just trying to find a follow-up because the problem is you can never move your knight because a4 falls.
Right.
Your king is tied down defending the knight. If you move one of the rooks away, you can do that because bishop takes a4 might not work tactically. What is the point of that? Like after king f4, yeah, you could play like even rook c8, but white's just going to continue with king g5 or even h5, which is a possibility once the king reaches f4. Jordan is wondering the same thing.
Maybe
rook b5, maybe?
Yeah, rook b5 was not possible on the last turn, and now it is. And this is really deep
genius.
Genius stuff. These players are so good. We have to show that. Black is tied up here, as James highlighted. This pawn is tying down Black's army. You want to maybe trade a set of rooks, for example, after king f3, but suddenly bishop takes would walk into a pin, and after a bunch of trades, Black would be down a pawn. So instead, you move your king forward, and now we're expecting the idea of rook to b5, because now bishop takes pawn is not possible. This is no longer a pin, so Black can simply jump out of the way, and actually Black is... maybe not this last move. Maybe you just retreat, and Black is winning a piece due to the pin. Still complicated, I've got to say. Still very sharp position, but looks good for Abdusattorov. So we're expecting this move, rook b5, any second now.
That's a really unpleasant move because rook d4 runs into rook b2.
Exactly.
And if a pair of rooks gets off the board, then you could set that a pawn in motion once again by finally getting to that a3 rook. So things about to get very, very tactical.
It's on the board. Great call there, guys. Rook b5. Amazing find by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Just moving that king up. Absolute tactical sharpness, even in the endgame, is required. And now the big question. You don't want to trade the rook on b5. After the king jumps in, the knight coming on to c4, the a-pawn can become an absolute nightmare. If not, sidestepping rook d4. Are we expecting this to become a fight about rook d4, rook b2? But that doesn't look very pleasant for white at all.
Exactly.
Might have to take on b5.
Exactly. That's a sick idea. Rook b5 is very sick. You might have to take, play bishop d3, a knight c4, and then maybe move the king, take on c4, and then try to play with the tempo. The problem is after we have all of this happen, like for instance, rook b5, king takes, bishop check, knight king c5, or whatever. Like even we block with the knight on c4, king g5, our idea is eventually we are going to take, maybe on, but maybe we don't. Yeah, after king c5, you have to take the knight. And
problem is Black's king can go around through d3, c2 to b2, and then the rook on a3 would actually be trapped if it doesn't move. If it does move, you allow the a-pawn to move forward. So it seems like Black emerges on top in most of these pawn races. Of course, white could start gobbling up the kingside pawns and ultimately sack the rook, as is very customary. But Black's not going to cooperate. Rook a7.
Are we talking about Nodirbek potentially being the one to push for a win in this endgame?
Yeah, I mean, that rook b5 move was so sick. I mean, really it is, because it makes you it forces you to do something. You allow rook b2, or you take it and you allow something to come to c4 at some point, which is very strong.
We have moves.
Beautiful idea.
James, you're totally right. Rook b5, the trade happened, and white had to do something. Couldn't just stay, and trying to create play on the other side of the board, h5. Now, you don't want to take that pawn, right, David, and give up the f5 pawn. That looks like a bad idea.
Disagree completely. I would take this one off in a second. I really thought that this was the danger for Black long term. I thought this was the pawn that was going to promote, so I'm happy to take it off the board, and he does so instantly. Yes, you've ruined your pawn structure. Look how weak these are. Isolated, 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 but it's going to take an eternity now for white to create a passed pawn, and it's going to become a race no matter what this endgame. So yeah, Black has an ugly pawn structure, but might be ahead in the race. You guys highlighted kicking away this rook next move, and still very sharp, of course. Computer says level, but that doesn't tell the story at all.
No.
This is an endgame for all three results, and draw is probably the least likely. As David, you were pointing out, Black cannot allow the h-pawn to march down the board. An unpleasant choice to make. But now it's all about timing. He's got to start jumping with that knight. Knight c4, is there something that he doesn't like about that?
The problem is, even if white plays rook a2 and black plays a3, every step that the pawn takes is like a Herculean labor. Then try getting that rook off of a2. That's another 3 or 4 tempi. Eventually, white's 2 moves away from creating a passer, king f6, and king takes f7, and then white's going to have to burn a bunch of moves, shoving that f-pawn down the board. So it's not like a race between a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. It's more like, you know, a Ford and a Reliant Robin or something like that.
And a little snail just there.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
5.
Guys, here, white or black, who would you pick? Both have their own trumps. It's a tough call. James?
I'll probably go with black. This pawn is very strong here. It's very, very strong. A4. I mean, my king is very active. Yes, white's king is active too, but you can't actually use my pawns yet, which you need to try to get a passed pawn here, like we saw in the Jordan game where he played Kolars and got that passed pawn, played g5, ran the h-pawn down, created his chances, right? Against passed pawn, against passed pawn. This one is no passed pawn yet for white.
And the moves that we were talking about are on the board. Knight c4 played, bishop d3. Would you agree with James that black's the one who's got the chances here?
It appears so. Now, I'm very curious if Nodirbek plays king c5 and unpins the knight. Jordan's procrastinated by 1 move, but then he has to decide, is he taking that knight off the board? My intuition says no, because of the path that black's king can take to b2. I think he's going to drop his rook back to a2. It feels to me that black has the upper hand here. It also occurs to me, Tanya, that after rook a2, a3, black's rook is tied down to the pawn, and forget everything. He's taken on c4.
Whoa, king d3, king c2, king b2 traps the rook on a3.
See what he has in mind here.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is...
Looks so scary.
Why is the eval bar still equal is my big question here. It just makes no sense.
Might be king e5. Oh, e4?
Must
maybe
be e4, but we need a helping hand from the computer here. How narrow is the path for white to survival? Is there only one move to save this game? Yes. E4. E4 or you're dead for Jordan. And he just reacted there. Has he missed something? Because e4 is automatic. The whole idea is to try and bring the white king back to prevent the black king from coming round towards the white rook. That is difficult. Here you get there by process of elimination.
Finds it.
He does. Classy move, star move. He had to foresee this several moves ago, I think, e4. Whoa, and the race continues. But black's king can't get in. That's the problem.
What a moment. It was the only move that Jordan van Foreest had to keep the balance, and he found it, e4, to stop the black king from marching down on over to the queen side. And the problem now is, if you go with king d3, the white central pawn is just too fast. You capture d5 and you march down the board yourself, which means that white's king comes back to the defense just in time.
Just in time.
What a game.
His middle name now at this point. Jordan just in time. This was, really by the skin of his teeth saving this game. But, yeah, it looks like he might have built a fortress. That white king blocking out the whole black army once it retreats to e4.
Is it completely crazy to think about ideas like d4, sacrifice the pawn, and then get your king onto the other side and start running after white's rook?
Jeez, Tanya, that's a sick move. d4 is kind of annoying. Takes and then king b4. Okay, now we do have the passed d pawn. I think we'll be able to sack the rook at some point. I mean, and then if let's say I win both the pawns.
Did the eval bar not react to that?
It didn't react.
Yeah, wow, it's a move. Oh my goodness.
It's a move.
If you go this way, it does react.
Winning.
Yeah, these pawns, I guess, will just be too strong. Correct. But you can take this pawn, maybe. You can take on d4, and oh my God, it's a race. I don't want to calculate this. You can run back with the king. You could also make an argument for cutting off the white king.
That.
I have no idea what's happening. We have to count like 15, 20 moves in advance to king versus king, the final position here. But this is the type of thing that's going on in Abdusattorov's mind. The option, I mean, this is the ambitious one, as you say, Tanya. The option, I guess, is taking here. And the problem is now the king cannot creep in. You're a bit stuck, and he goes for this. So the white king forced back. That's true. The white rook stuck. Still take black here every day of the week. But how do you make progress? No passed pawns on this side of the board, at least. You need a second avenue of attack.
F5 has been played, taking more squares away from white. White's king is stuck, guarding black's king from coming down to d3. It just looks like everything in white's camp is so passive, but can black make improvements here?
Maybe f4, try to undermine the g-pawn and create another passer. So instructive how white's rook and pawn are holding black's entire army at bay. And he's just played it.
Wow.
F4, Nodirbek still trying to win, pulling out all the stops. That's what he does. But Jordan says, I wasn't born yesterday. I ain't touching that pawn. I'm going to keep that H pawn at bay as well. Now, does black drive the pawn to f3 and try to switch his attention, maybe even give the a pawn eventually up for the f pawn? I think
yes,
probably it's still going to be a draw, though. Jordan
retreats the rook. This is scary. The pawn is pushing. Is the idea to bring the rook across, try to kick back the black king? And I think you're just in time because now, after a2, you can check, and the black king has to go back.
Sick.
And suddenly, you're just in time with a king slide to stop the pawn.
Jordan just in time, and Foreest.
Just in time. Done it again. And he's holding this one. Oh, rook h1.
How does black draw this again?
I'm about to say, wait a second. Right, this is that's a huge threat. Right?
Does black have to move the rook preemptively to like a8 or something?
Or maybe to d5?
e5, maybe?
Yeah, e5 or d5. You've got to keep that h-pawn guarded.
Got to move the black rook.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Wow, and Nodirbek is down to less than 3 minutes on the clock. So Jordan up on the clock, but it's been amazing to watch the kind of pressure that Nodirbek move by move has built. The a-pawn down to a3, f-pawn down to f3, everything on the third rank, James.
Momentum might have shifted now, though. I think we are winning a pawn here somehow. I mean, after you move the rook anywhere, I check first, and then you have to go back. I take, and then I go rook back, and then I'm just in time to go king b2.
Just in time.
JVF,
just in time today. That's insane.
Whoa. Yeah, I think you need to shift your rook. There we go.
Right.
Shift.
So check, and then you bring your king to b3. Is that the idea?
Black's going to seek counterplay against the white f2 pawn. I think, yeah,
still
black
grabbing a pawn here.
Should be holding here.
King b3, you have a2. Actually, very important to lure the king to the second rank.
That's cute.
Because if you play rook e2 immediately, no, that's also probably possible. White can't do everything at once, right? You can only take one pawn at a time. h5 will fall with check, but then white's going to have to choose between eliminating the a pawn and defending the f2 pawn. And you can't let that a3 pawn reach a2 if that square is defended.
Yeah, really nice touch just to show this one. If king b3, the pawn does drop down to a2, and if you do take it, check. And everything is just going to get
still some work to do here for white, by the way. I would be very scared to play this.
The bar's dropping.
b3 on the board.
It's not about the number, it's about the quality.
Yep.
Ooh, a2. You've got to play it. And yeah, this pawn might decide the game. F for Van Foreest.
Run, Forest, run.
Run, Forest, run.
Yeah, starting a forest fire here. Van Foreest fire with rook e2 or a2. A2 is too flashy not to play, though.
Yeah, too tempting. 2 minutes, though, for Abdusattorov. And he's choosing which pawn to go for, which pawn to push.
Yeah, this was a hard endgame. This is like Dvoretsky page 574. I mean, literally, and then there's 3 chapters on this endgame.
Yeah,
that's crazy. But
you studied all of those, though, James.
Yeah, of course. No, there's 4 chapters on pawn endgames and 3 on rook. I've only studied those because those are the most common. You don't even get to the queen ones yet, which is another 4 chapters. I'm like, bro, what's wrong with you? Why did you do this, Dvoretsky? But it is the best in endgame books, of course, obviously.
And a2 on the board, and this is the reason why rook pawn endings can be so fascinating. We're seeing all these tactics and these dynamic balances. He doesn't pick up the a2 pawn. Tricky Jordan, he goes with the rook. He wants to safeguard the f2 pawn. Can he afford to pick it up with his rook?
Ooh, oh, that was nice. What a check.
King
Crazy
e4.
pawn races here, I've got to say.
You might get
Don't play
an
king
endgame
d3.
where white. You might get an endgame where black has an h pawn and a queen against a queen, and those are actually really hard to save.
Yeah.
Oh, king d3, rook d4.
Just put it on the board. Show it.
Got to show it.
David.
Oh, not going to happen, but king d3, don't play it.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. This is a family joke.
What geometry spotted by Van Foreest.
Gross.
Yeah, and just to show what you were mentioning there, if in this position, before giving a check, if he had taken this pawn, we would see a crazy race suddenly. Actually, is it that crazy a race? The king's coming, the pawn runs. And this, I think this is the one you meant here.
This is the one I meant. And this would be very hard to hold with no time on the clock, even though it is a draw theoretically.
This is a nightmare to defend in these positions. Right now, he's given a check, and Nodirbek slows down. So king d3 will not happen, but so easy to fall for that in these time scrambles. He falls back, inviting a repetition.
Yeah, the problem is the black king cannot evade the checks if it runs too far away. White can go for that race that we just showed on the board, racing the pawns, because the black king will take an age to go for white pawn on f2. So it looks like a forced draw. Jordan here just calculating. You can see his eyes just kind of looking one side of the board to the other. He's checking to make sure that race doesn't end well for white. And when he realizes he's going to go for this draw, it's going to be a repetition of moves. What a game it's been, though.
Oof.
The least boring draw of the tournament so far.
Yeah, of the tournament. Wow.
Wow, with 43 seconds on the clock, we are expecting Nodirbek to go back with his king to d5. And then once again, are we going to see a repetition here? Third time it will be over. Looking at Jordan, I think that's where it's headed. And there it is, king d5. It does end in a 3-4 repetition. The first game ends in a draw, a peaceful result, but an absolutely crazy game, Daniel.
What a game. And Nodirbek with an interesting opening choice, going for that early end game, demonstrating fluent knowledge of all the ideas, creating that fast a-pawn. We felt that black was in control. Then at some point, we felt that maybe white's taking over the initiative on the other side of the board. Both players grappling for the initiative, showing us how interesting these unbalanced endgames can be, and a very justified result, in my opinion. This is a match between two players in excellent form, Tanya.
Super interesting endgame. David, what were the big ChessKid moments?
The big ChessKid moments, it was all about Jordan, just-in-time Jordan as we're calling him now. It was a really difficult position for him, but he showed his incredible form by finding a series of only moves to save the game. Here, black's knight is threatening to kick away the rook. It is attacking the rook. If the rook moves, black would win. The pawn would run down, and white is playing without this piece. Instead, he spotted he had to capture this knight, and the beautiful move here, he had to step forward, because now, after a trade, the white king is just in time to block off the entry of black's king. A really well-played draw by both sides.
So it's just all about being just in time. That is what speed chess is about. And we are seeing a fantastic matchup. And game one has set the tone for all the action that's coming up. Let's bring up our scoreline going into game two. The players will fight it out in a best of four. The first game has ended in a draw. The action is just started. We will be right back.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings puts you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, first and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
It's forever faster, and one such fast kid is Bodana Sivanandan, and we're so excited to show her story to all of you. She has big dreams, big ambitions to become the world champion one day. Take a look.
We're here for a special event. Bodhana is going to give a clock simmel against 6 of Harrow Chess Club's finest.
I'm going to try to win all the games. When one of my dad's friends was throwing away some things, I started asking about some pieces, and then I said that I wanted to take them away, but then my dad said we needed them, and then he taught me how to play. I liked that I could win games and more trophies, and also I could go to more countries and make more friends. These 2 I got at my first international tournament in Serbia. There's another 3 somewhere here which I got in Greece, but I'm not sure where they are because there's so many of them. I quite liked this one because straight after I got it, I started trying to break it off because this part kind of breaks off it. Knight f6.
Good.
Bishop takes h6.
Yes.
Queen g3.
Nice. Check. And checkmate. Well done. You spotted the queen sacrifice immediately. Did it just come to your mind?
Yeah.
I'm impressed. You're getting them all. I thought that would be tough, but no.
My dad doesn't really want to play against me now. I think he doesn't want to get beaten. We haven't played for a long time, so I think I would beat him though.
So well played. You played a good game.
My goal is to become the youngest GM in the world, or if not then the youngest GM in UK. After that I want to play in the World Championships and get World Champion. I think it will be hard, but I still think I can do it.
The final score was Budhana 5 points, Harrow Chess Club 1 point.
So I have two twin sisters. Whenever I try to teach them, they just run away. Like, I started when I was 5.5 and I keep shouting at them saying, you don't even play chess yet.
That was amazing to watch. And they were just the way she was solving those puzzles. Oh my God, so quick.
Yeah, actually, I gave Budhana a few puzzles that I've shown to grandmasters, and it took her seconds. It took some of the grandmasters several minutes. So, yeah, extremely quick tactically, extremely impressive. Most of all, she's really mature. Her family as well. Shout out to the whole family there, her twin sisters, the parents. They're so lovely. She's got the perfect support network, and she's going to go far. I'm excited for England having her on our team in future.
And that's so important to have that support system at that age. David, what would be your advice to all the chess kids out there, being young, being ambitious? What's the path to improvement?
Yeah, for the chess kids out there, just play as much as you can, but also dedicate some time to analysing, maybe with your friends, a coach, a parent. And for the chess parents out there, just support your kids. If they're enjoying it, loving it, especially if it comes from within, then yeah, try and bring them to as many tournaments as possible. You might unearth a star.
And Simon mentioned that Budhana actually defeated him in one of the games.
Yeah, I shouldn't say this, but I played a few Blitz games with her, and she was close to defeating me too, so she's a very impressive player.
Wow, chess kids across the world are impressing us with their performance. And of course, the big platform for learning chess. It's fun to play, it's educational, and the safest place for the kids to play chess. That is the ChessKid website. And ChessKid and Magnus Academy are working on making chess accessible and empowering for kids. But we're wondering if schools should play a role in this too. What do you think, chat? Should chess be taught in schools? What are the pros and cons? You've got to drop your thoughts in chat. This is also the weekly referendum question for our Discord community. If you like debating stuff like this, you should check out the Chess.com Discord server using the command Discord in chat. Chess in schools, James, that would be so cool.
Absolutely, they already have it. In fact, in some schools already in America, like New York, a few in Michigan are now starting to do it. Chicago, I've seen too as well. It works the math part of the brain, analytical, decision making, and it also says that it deters Alzheimer's as well. So people don't know these things about chess, actually. So it actually helps in business too as well, as you see big companies recruiting chess players. I wonder why, right? So definitely chess in schools is a huge thing.
Wow. Absolutely, and it helps all across, and that's why we say that chess is art, science, and sport. And while the ChessKid action is on, we, of course, also had an art competition, a drawing competition that leading up to the ChessKid Cup. And it was, the big question was, who could draw the best portrait of chess players from across the world, of the Division 1 players? And we got some really, really fun and cool entries. We will be announcing the winners later, but take a look at some of the art that the chess kids came up with. Oh, that was amazing to see. A lot of talent across the world, and these were the chess kids from a chess club in Peru. Thank you so much for sending in your entries. Lots of Hikarus there.
Yeah, lots of Hikarus, lots of Fabianos. Some drawings better than the others, but yeah, either way, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those pictures. We loved it.
Loved it. And there was also one of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Right now, he will take on Jordan van Foreest in their second game clash. We saw a long marathon fight, a rook pawn ending, but a fascinating one in game one. It's going to be a fighting match. What are the chances of this going down to the wire, to the Armageddon?
The chances are pretty high, but Nodirbek with the white pieces has been a buzzsaw against every opening. He has shown a tendency to play d4, and this is music to my ears. A King's Indian at last.
Let's go, Danya. Let's go, King's Indian. Let's go. We got one finally, bro.
At
How
last.
you feel, baby? How you
Took
feel?
a couple days,
You know what
but
I'm saying?
you know, it's about
What do you
time.
love so much about the King's Indian?
Just the fact that it's unbelievably dynamic, and no matter what white plays, you're going to get an unbalanced position. You're going to get winning chances. It's also, you know, it's like a pair of jeans that you've worn for 15 years. It just feels so comfortable. It fits well. It's all I've ever played. And I'm a little bit disappointed because Jordan is playing it Benoni style with c5, but this is the way that modern players often treat the King's Indian. And bishop to d7, you don't see that move every day. Looks very awkward, but he might be preparing a Benko Gambit style idea with b7, b5.
David, are you surprised with this bishop d7 idea?
Yeah, if it wasn't Jordan van Foreest, I would say that's a mouse slip. The Black Knight normally wants to use the square as a kind of launch pad. It does feel a bit clumsy. I guess the Black Knight on b8 that's undeveloped will want to use the edge of the board before kind of re-centralizing later. I should mention, a few years ago when AlphaZero first became a thing, I was lucky enough to play a couple of games against it, and we played the King's Indian. It used this line with bishop e2, bishop e3 against us. So this is AlphaZero approved, this setup for white. And it did exactly the same. It jumped forward back with its knight, and it had this setup. Of course, we got crushed. I was playing as part of a team. But yeah, it's an interesting setup, interesting choice opening for both sides.
And that pose by Nodirbek is 100% AlphaZero approved. It is so much focus that we're seeing from Nodirbek, and he's playing fantastic chess, as is Jordan van Foreest. Bishop d7, another unique opening idea. We asked him yesterday, that Jordan, how do you do it? How do you come up with all these different offbeat openings? And as David, you mentioned, an old idea, but Jordan is prepared with this, and it has thrown Nodirbek a little off balance. It reminds me a little bit of what Magnus said, anti-young player chess.
Yeah.
Anti-young player, so that's hilarious there. Yeah, this King's Indian here is definitely strange, as we mentioned, Danya. I mean, I'm used to actually seeing the e5 version and knight a6, knight c5 with a5, right, instead of doing it this way. So we're going to see it this Benoni style here, see how it works. I'm definitely interested to see what he has up his sleeve, and maybe we can use it later to win our own King's Indian games at home there. So
I'm learning.
Pretty cool, yeah. Bishop d7 take, and maybe obviously the b5 option, right?
Yeah, if c takes d5, very common tactical, semi-tactical idea with b5, because the e4 pawn hangs in a lot of lines. So you do see more positionally minded players often recapture with the e-pawn and maintain the symmetry of the pawn structure, but also discourage b5. The exchange stack on e3 is not unheard of in these types of lines because it gives black dark square control in the center. The engine actually doesn't hate it either. So this actually might be Jordan's idea. Very consistent with what he's been displaying thus far in this tournament, the level of creativity and gumption that he's shown.
Yeah, and which way... If we were white, I know you guys are biased towards the black side. King's Indian.
Yeah, don't ask me what I would do with the white side of the King's Indian. White's already lost.
Exactly.
Which way? Left or right? C-pawn or E-pawn to capture? I would want to capture this way, but as you guys say, this is a bit scary. Can white consider this? Pawn to B5. We're all hesitating here in the studio because it gets tactical.
0-1.
It gets sharp. The idea is the B5 pawn can be captured, but suddenly the white center does fall. The black knight now can take because the white knight has been deflected away. And this gets sharp. This gets crazy. I don't want to calculate this too much. I think I would be inclined to take with the e-pawn, but obviously Nodirbek far more ambitious than I am and potentially scared of this sacrifice on e3.
I would be amazed to see if Jordan actually does go for this rook e3 sacrifice. I completely agree with you, Daniel, that it's consistent with his style of play, these unique ideas. But rook e3, f e3, I say an exchange, give it to me, I'm happy, prove your compensation.
Yeah, but once you put the queen on e7, that domination over the e5 square, and eventually the bishop on d7 could slide away, knight could take its place. But that's a moot point now, because Nodirbek has chosen the more combative path. We are going down one of these lines where the center will liquidate, and we will get a wild ensuing position.
Yeah, a wild ensuing position that could be very good for black if he can activate, if Jordan can get his pieces to active squares. But long term, I do fear for black, partly because the d6 pawn is a huge target. And, OK, knight takes e4. White center has collapsed, so small gain here for black, you would think strategically. But does white have anything in mind? Is he going to trade this knight in the center? Is he going to just post up his other knight, the white knight on d2? Is he going to post it on a nice, beautiful outpost on c4? Questions, James?
I don't know. I already like black. I mean, well, OK, we kings in the end. Like, I mean, whatever the position was, we was going like black. But here, I mean, the bishop is so strong on b2. You have to worry about that, right? We also have, I mean, knight a6 to c7. Get rid of that. We do have to worry about d6. Maybe we kick the knight away with a6. We also maybe play f5, bishop e5 at some point. We do like black, obviously, because this bishop, it reminds you almost as a Catalan in reverse with this bishop, how strong it is. We even don't take a rook for it. If we're able to take an exchange, we don't even take it because the bishop is very strong here. But after the knight c4 move, it's quite annoying. We just play a6, probably kick it away, knight somewhere.
Yeah, no good squares to retreat. That's the problem. Otherwise, this would look really attractive for white.
Right. Knight e4, rook e4, and then what happens there?
OK, so maybe instead just trading some pieces. But at least now black has ideas, maybe sliding the rook across to b4. Still later in dreamland, you could maybe consider sacrificing. But yeah, meanwhile, this piece, most important piece here, MVP, most valuable piece right now.
He goes for
black.
Well, the silver lining to the line you showed with the knight on a3 is that it does keep the knight on c4 nicely protected. So I do actually think Nodirbek is going to play knight a3. I don't see anything tactical here, and a knight c3 sacks a pawn could be considered to get black's knight off of e4. So I could see a case being made for that. He's at least going to think about it. But I don't think knight a3 is the end of the world either. But a very interesting decision here from Nodirbek.
Yeah, retreating to c3 towards the center, sacrificing the pawn. Maybe the most ambitious, but I'm not sure whether the position...
Whoa.
OK, wow, he goes for it. Why did I question his ambition here?
Whoa.
He's going to get the b file as well. He could post a rook on b1, and that rook could infiltrate to b6 or b7. So this is actually starting to appeal to me, because the knight on b8, right? That's going to have a really hard time developing because you're going to cut the contact between the queen and the d6 pawn after the e4 knight disappears.
Yeah, just to show its disappearance, we're predicting knight takes, knight, pawn takes, and black might as well suffer for something. Might as well be a bit greedy here, take this pawn. As James mentioned, actually, sometimes you don't even want to take this rook, because then black's dart squares would become weak around the king. And yeah, I guess white will dodge, however. And yeah, it's this position. Is this knight just as terrible as it looks, or is there a way out? If you ever move, then this pawn will drop and your whole position will start to fall apart. So if you're stuck with black, then maybe this is a bit of a problem. Knight takes knight. We're headed in this direction, and watch out for this pawn becoming a huge target in the near future. The rook entering as well to b6 or b7. I'm talking myself into loving this for white, Daniel.
Well, that's why you don't play c5 in the King's Indian, right? That's why you play it traditionally with e5.
That's right.
The more I look at this, the more I'm just impressed with Nodirbek's feel for such a wide variety of different positions. This is reminiscent of Magnus. Doesn't matter what you throw at him, King's Indian, c5, e5, he just seems to immediately sense the most annoying, the most practically difficult path. Knight c3 is one of those moves that's really easy to gloss over, but so many of us would just play knight a3 automatically. Why sack a pawn? He feels how hard it is for black to deploy the rest of his queen side.
Yeah, you mentioned it reminds you of Magnus. Is he the new Magnus? Is he a future world champion? Just the way he's playing right now, just so impressive.
Well, he's already a world champion now through Rapid, of course, right? Very, very strong player here. And that was very impressive there. As Danya mentioned, the c5 line. Here, it is more Benoni-like, and of course, in a Benoni, you want to get b4, b5 in and use the b file, but that's usually when you have a knight already off the back rank on b8. But here, that is the problem here. That's very, very strong from Nodirbek, I think, with this knight c3 pawn sacrifice, saying your pieces are gross. Mine are all developed. Yeah, I'll give you the little pawn, but I have space with d5. You can't really move yet. He might have to go something like a5, just try to get the knight off to a6, or maybe queen e7 to maybe move the knight to b7, and eventually have something there. But white has a lot of initiative over this pawn. Engine doesn't even, like, it's equal. It's like, oh yeah, I can take the pawn, it's equal, right? You up a pawn, but it's equal, you know something's wrong with the position, right?
Yeah, that's why I advise just chess kids at home, try to stay away from just following computer evaluations. It's so deceptive. This is like the least equal position ever. Maybe if both sides are playing perfectly, no mistakes, it will be a draw, but I mean, anything can happen here. In practical terms, black has huge, huge problems to solve.
I have a crazy idea to play queen h4.
I thought the same.
And meet knight takes d6 with rook takes e3. And
Ooh,
that actually might be a perpetual there. With bishop e5, g3, bishop takes g3. It's a kind of a classic pattern. I'm just throwing stuff out there. So much easier to sacrifice other people's pieces.
Right.
But you're forking the knight and the checkmate threat, forcing white to play g3, which forces black to take, which forces white to take, which forces black to take, which forces white to play king h1. And of course, this is how the game will end, without any question, obviously. Now watch Jordan actually do that.
It's a very, Jordan kind of solution here to solve things tactically. Queen h4, really
That's a
creative.
really good point, because if you take knight d6, the first thing that comes to mind is why not bishop e5 directly? And David, the problem with that would be that white has got this move g3. And it hits the queen, defends the mate, and now you're losing the rook on e8. So rook e3 is super precise.
Yeah, and he didn't kind of, well, he stopped halfway on the path to
At least
h4.
he didn't put it on g5.
True. I'm not sure. I don't think mouse slip, but at least he's activated his queen. He's hitting this pawn, of course, but more importantly, he's defending from the side, freeing up his knight to come to d7. The knight will no longer block the queen's defense of this key d6 pawn. So interesting solution. I preferred your one there, Dania. Queen h4. That's the type of move that scares the opponent, that forces them to calculate, forces them to burn time. Queen f6. And I doubt Abdusattorov will take a timeout to defend that pawn on c3. He wants activity. He wants active play. How to generate that, though?
That's a good question. Rook b1 definitely is very tempting. I mean, you just put a rook on the file, right? And c3 is not even hanging anymore because of d6. So definitely just take advantage of activating more pieces. Rook to b1, maybe put something on b7, or rook to b6 is also possible.
Or queen a4 or g4 to try to halt the development of black's knight also comes to mind.
Right, queen e4 is very nice.
Yeah, really nice play. You know what the opponent's desired next move is, so therefore you stop it. That's kind of the type of player that I struggle against the most. They see my plans coming a million miles away and they stop them before they've even formed in my head. And you just feel as if you're playing against like a godlike creature. It's like they can read your mind. And here, Jordan definitely wants to move the black knight next turn, so why not prevent that? I think you might be right there, Daniel. One of those two moves looks very appealing. Or both of those moves look very appealing, to be honest. Bring the white queen out, stop the black knight from developing to the d7 square. Abdusattorov looks really interested in this position. It feels like he's spotted an idea that he likes as well. Which one is he going to go for? James, your move as well. It's really, really natural. Just open line, occupy it with the white rook. What could be more logical? 8 minutes against 11. Jordan was the one who chose this opening, to be honest. And if I were him, I would be regretting it slightly. Feels like one-way traffic. Yes, he might be fine objectively, but difficult from practical terms, and therefore the queen comes out, stopping the black knight from developing.
And the rook on e8 is hanging. So with no move for the knight, you've got to move the rook somewhere. Is there a good square? Can he get ambitious with a move like rook e4, trying to pin that knight, or is that too much?
Problem is there might just be f3. And as flimsy as it looks, the knight defends the bishop, the queen defends the knight. The rook cannot find a parking spot on the h-file. Rook h4 just seems to be going the wrong direction. Bishop can drop back to f2. And before you know, you'll get your rook to queen e8 check. No, that's out of the question. You're just going to have to drop back in this case, back to e7. And that doesn't look safe either. I think Nodirbek's taking over this game. You can just see it happening.
Yeah, I'm also wondering what the threat is for black. Maybe I can just kind of shuffle my rook and... Are you going to take this pawn? Maybe. I'm just going to come over and say, OK, you've burnt 2 tempi and I have full domination. Looks extremely strong for white. Where do you put the rook? One of these two squares, as you said, Daniel, looks really ugly, but at least it does facilitate the development of the black knight to d7. Sometimes you need to play ugly moves. Maybe he has to go for something like that. I don't see anything else here for black.
It looks like things have gone very wrong for Jordan van Foreest's King's Indian in this one. Meanwhile, things are going super well for two very well-known grandmasters in Division 3. And we've got Simon with an update.
Yeah, hi there. Just a quick update for Division 3. And this is the losers bracket. So if you lose once, it's OK. But if you lose twice, you go home. And it shows that still experience can beat youth. because I realised the other day that I'm actually quite old in chess tournament. I went there and everyone's kids. Has anyone else felt that before on the panel? Yeah, a couple of head shakes I see there. Yeah, that all these little youngsters come along and just play too well. But Kamsky defeated in the All-American Clash Sam Sevion. So that was a great result for Kamsky, showing that he's still got that magic touch. And Navarra also beat Donichenko, which was a great result for experience. So it means those two players are going through, and unfortunately, Sam Sevion and Donichenko have to leave Division 3 in that competition.
Wow. Thank you so much, Simon, for that update. And before you go, I want to get your thoughts on the action that we're seeing here. Now, David, James, and Daniel have been saying that this is a nightmare position with Black when you play the King's Indian. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I love playing the King's Indian defence as well. It's such an exciting opening to play. But the thing that's really impressed me is just Nodirbek, how good he is. And you were mentioning it, how he understands so many different positions. And I have to admit that I quite like Black's position. I thought, yeah, Black's got everything he wants. He's got his queenside break. He's got some tactics. It's looking really good. And then a couple of moves later, I'm like, yeah, no, actually, White's doing really well. So it's like, it's amazing how Nodirbek just turned this around into his favour. And I think this is going to be a very, very tough game for Jordan to hold now. He's just too passive with his pieces at the moment.
Yeah, things are looking tough for Jordan van Foreest, which is why he's trying to trade off, ease the pressure as much as he can in the position. 95 played, and the trades have been accepted. But now White can control the B line. The C3 pawn is a little bit of a weakness, though.
It's no longer on C3. Steps forward, protects its buddy there on D5, and White has that kind of beautiful combo. Pawns on light squares, bishop on dark squares. White also has a rook on the 7th rank. That's where you always want to leave those heavy pieces. However, Black is less cramped. Black no longer has the problem piece. That Black Knight, which could barely move, has been traded for White's beautiful steed. And suddenly, it's not one-way traffic. White's queen slightly distracted. Maybe Black can whip up some counterplay, James.
Definitely, it's equal. It's equal here. There's some counterplay. You do not like a rook on the 7th rank, but you can't actually do more than just with one rook right now. So that's good. That's a good thing for us, for King's Indian players. And he also plays queen e4. I like this move. It ties the queen to a4. If we wanted to try queen c6, I mean, we also have rook c8 anyway. But now he plays bishop g5, hits the rook.
Oh,
Where do we go?
You got to be careful where you go, because queen is jumping on to d7, and that can be really tricky for Black to face. You might need that rook on f8 to guard that f7 tender spot.
It might be immediate. Immediate rook f8.
Big decision for Jordan now. He has 8 minutes, but a difficult question to answer. And just to show your idea there, Tanya, the rook is hit. If you move it, you might want the open file. Then queen to d7 could be disastrous. Calamity on the 7th rank. Instead, he does try to eliminate the very powerful white rook on the 7th rank, 7th heaven here. However, it's a pawn sacrifice. I was wondering whether you could play queen takes a6 here. But
I love it. We got to show that, David.
Queen takes pawn, deflecting this black rook. The problem is maybe you don't need to take the white queen, and then I might regret my decision. But here, rook takes, the bishop drops back. And I thought I was checkmating here along the 8th rank because black is pinned, tied up, but the black queen can swoop to the defense. Maybe this one isn't quite winning for white. Instead, the other way to accept the pawn sacrifice would be rook takes rook, and then now queen takes. But you have to be really careful of counterplay. First, black can deal with back rank problems, I guess, push the pawn, gain some time against the bishop. And suddenly, I'm worried about rook b1 coming. I'm worried that there might be some ideas against the white king.
B1 and then queen d3 is an absolutely devastating follow-up. And that's far from the only move. Black could also play bishop g7 to d4 at some point, and there's a lot of exciting resources in a lot of these positions. It looks like Nodirbek has lost, as soon as I praised him, he's lost a good amount of control over this game, and now Jordan kind of has the position that you would want to have out of a King's Indian. All of his pieces are active, and that bishop hasn't made its presence felt just yet. This is getting dicey and spicy now.
That's what we like in a King's Indian, right? That's every game we want, a spicy and dicey game here. KID 4 lifers there. Rook b8, and yeah, we're feeling great.
It's the ChessKid Cup, the Chess King's Indian Defense Cup.
That's right. Oh, my goodness. Oh man. Give them a raise. Give them a raise, guys.
Had to point it out once you put the pun in there.
The next Netflix comedy special with GM Howell. coming out tonight.
Some really niche wordplay. But rook b8, though, what a nice move from Jordan. It shows you do not need to be materialistic in chess. I would have been hesitant to play this move. I'm like, OK, I'm dropping a pawn. But you get counterplay, you get activity, and especially in rapid and blitz chess, you scare the opponent, and that could be key on the path to victory.
Look at the time.
Yeah.
Huge time.
4 minutes against 8. Would that decide the game, do you think, maybe long term? Still plenty of action left while the queens remain on the board.
It's definitely going to decide some decision-making very quickly when you know, of course, obviously, when you get lower on time, then sometimes you make bad decisions. We've seen it in many matches. We've seen it time and time again. It happens all the time, even to the best. You get lower on time, you panic a little bit, and you make some inaccuracies, which sometimes lead to blunders here. So this is a huge time edge for Jordan, and he has some counterplay, something you're looking for in a KID. It does look pretty good for him now.
Jordan van Foreest with double the amount of time on the clock, and we've been talking about this being potentially a good position for white, but wow, queen a6 on the board. David, great call by you. We were looking at a different idea for black, bishop d4. That is a very Jordan-esque move.
Yeah, and another key tip for everyone at home, think on your opponent's time. Jordan, he was aware, he spotted this trick, this nasty tactic, and he replied instantly. 3 minutes now against 8. White is a bit tied up. White's king a target. Danya, you spotted something.
Sick tactic. After rook takes b8, queen takes d6. First of all, black has bishop takes f2 check. Now, I saw this a while ago. You can't take the bishop either way. I think you get mated. Now, after king h1, there's rook b1, and I thought that black is winning because white can't avoid the back ring, but there's queen d8, f6, takes f2, defending the bishop and the rook, and white wins the game. So I really hope that Jordan hasn't missed one of these details. Nodirbek might be able to slither his way out of this, but now he's down 5 minutes on the clock, and obviously black is under no obligation to take on f2. He could start with rook b1, he could keep the rook on the 8th rank. It's not about the pawn count here, it's about who mates who.
Yeah, you mentioned rook b1 as well, equally scary, and Nodirbek has to judge that his king will survive. He's only got 2 minutes left now.
He makes a decision.
Bishop h6, he's leaving his queen up for grabs. Don't take it, however, this will end in checkmate. Who's mating who? That's the big question.
In this position, white's mating black.
That one is.
Bishop a6 on the board, a brutal trap there set up. Bishop f2 is still not possible. Black does need that rook to come to b1 to make that a reality. How do you counter this move? Because this just feels like Nodirbek has kept the tension on the board.
Yeah, he's just passing the move back to Jordan. He's saying, OK, I'm keeping the tension. Look at that kind of configuration. You'll never see it. The queen, the rook, the two black rooks just staring at each other, neither one willing to commit.
There's like bishop f2, rook takes queen b1. Does that actually work?
What?
That's like strange. Does that work, Danya?
Wait, bishop takes f2, king h1?
Bishop takes f2, rook f2, queen b1.
Let's show this on the board.
That is
way!
That's
Amazing.
Check.
I mean, I am Danya's brother.
Incredible move.
And if I take, then
takes, and I go up in exchange here.
Right. Of course, the party spoiler move is king h1, but that's beautiful.
So annoying. King h1.
Oh,
king h1 is such an annoying concept because the king is actually even safer on that score. But beautiful, beautiful stuff.
But then king h1, and then I don't know.
The bar drops.
Ooh. Is there queen e2?
Ooh. Queen e2, yeah, queen e2.
Going for checkmate.
Maybe queen d3.
Ooh. Wow.
Oh, queen d3.
Someone's mating someone. That's what this game.
King's Indian, baby.
Queen d3. I was also trying to stop rook b1, but man, figuring all of this out with seconds on your clock is crazy.
Well, the good news for Jordan is that he's got about 6.5 minutes, and that's exactly what you want in this kind of a position. You want time to be able to think and navigate these variations. For white, the threat is clear now. You want to take on b8, you want to take on d6. So black's got to find something now. Bishop f2, king h1, and we saw the bar maintains itself, so maybe there is a good move there for black. Wow.
Good luck finding it, though.
Yeah.
Even with 6 minutes left, Jordan, OK, he centralizes his rook. Looks so natural, but Bar hates it.
Oh, my gosh, he just simply picks up the d6 pawn. And now bishop f2 tactics, they still don't work.
Maybe the best bet was, it was ugly, but to put the rook on d8, just protecting the pawn, forcing the white queen away, and then your rook could have broken through potentially to a2.
What does he want, though? Queen e1 is a tempting move, but queen f4. I mean, white has so many ways to defend f2. Queen f4.
This is what he wanted. Rook takes a2, he picks it up, but there's a
Queen
mate
f8
everywhere.
is a threat.
Whoa, queen f8, that's
You
gross.
might have forgotten about that.
He's definitely forgotten about that, Daniel. We have to put this on the board. He was banking on the fact he could play rook takes pawn here. Black looks like he's about to checkmate. If you take this rook, this is game over. But white gives the checkmate first. What a spot there in this position. Queen to f8, giving up the queen, forcing you to capture, and
Unbelievable.
kiss of death to the black king.
Yikes.
Whoa.
And
White
he
is
spots
winning.
it now.
Nodirbek tall.
He spots it now. He sees it. Rook b8 on the board. How tactically sharp is Nodirbek? And exactly what you said. He just plays all kinds of position to perfection. Queen f8 is a big threat. You can't take on f2. How are you fighting this threat?
Rook a8 maybe. Just go back and play down a pawn.
Yeah. That's
Pressing. You have to, though. Whoa. Nodirbek. Whoa, bishop takes pawn, but the king just dodges.
H1 is tilting.
Nothing. That's it. That's GG.
As the computer says, White has to play this move, otherwise it's checkmate, but
takes queen f6.
Or maybe queen f6 directly.
No, they both work.
There's queen d4 there, so if you're White, you got to watch the back rank and get the move order right.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Computer says White is winning. Let's try and spot the knockout blow here. How does White finish this game in his favor? Still not easy. Still some tricks. 2 minutes for Nodirbek.
How do you do it?
Oh, yeah, no.
You take any of the rooks, there's still a back rank problem after queen f6.
Silence in the studio. Do you just take on a8 and then just play like h3 or
h3?
Give the White king some breathing space. No back rank checkmates.
That's a very practical option.
Yeah, and we can see the engine says only 2 winning moves. They are the 2 most natural moves in the position, however. There's tension on the 8th rank. Take that black rook on a8. Take it in the corner. Force the other black rook out of the action. And then you can decide. The best winning move, though, is to slide the white queen across to f6.
And then after queen d4, maybe you drop the queen back, for example, to f3.
Oh, yeah.
And that bishop on f2 is immobilized because f7 hangs. So maybe it's something slow like that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what to do after queen f6. Yeah, you're right. It takes queen f6, queen d4, and then just move the queen out of the way. That makes total sense.
Let's show this, Daniel. You want to just retreat the white queen, and there's a pin.
Nope,
it doesn't work. Rook a1 probably there? Dang, bro.
Or rook a1.
Jesus.
Rook a1, back rank. The white king is so weak on this back rank.
Wow.
In this position.
Maybe you go queen c6 after queen queen f6. He starts with queen f6.
Starts with
we
queen
might
f6.
be seeing this.
Black has to play queen d4.
It's on the board.
He finds it, of course.
Rook takes.
Let's try and work out the knockout blow.
Have to do rook
a8, queen c6. Is that an idea, David?
Let's try. Queen c6. Hitting the rook. You cannot move now because of a nasty checkmate.
He's taken the other rook and gone queen f3.
Beautiful, because now rook e1 has to be played.
Right.
But then you take and go queen e2 with a fork on e8 and the bishop. No!
Attack and checkmate. Actually, checkmate's unstoppable here. Whoa, beautiful geometry here from Abdusattorov.
And now he's threatening rook takes f2. That's the critical thing, because rook e1 is met with rook f1. It's over.
Nerves of steel.
Oh, wait, that was unnecessary. Why did he take the bishop?
Very unnecessary.
What is he doing? He did all the hard work, and all he had to do was pick up the bishop.
Let's get a replay on that. That just happened so fast.
Was there something we were missing?
It's exactly what happened there. So that was what.
Let's just show it. If we back up 2 moves, f5 was played by black. This pawn was under fire, but just rook takes bishop. There's no back rank checkmate because you can retreat.
Queen a1 and king g1.
I think he just missed it.
That's crazy. Crazy miss.
Whoa. And now he's down to a minute on the clock.
Whoa, suddenly.
And Jordan's back.
This pawn could drop. So many surprises in this game. Suddenly, it's a coin toss. 50 seconds against 4.5 minutes. Who are you picking here?
Well, after that problem, I'm actually taking black now. I mean, at first, it was just, it was brilliant from Nodirbek. Brilliant. Just everything. Like, wow, unstoppable. But now he's about to have 30 seconds here in a position that he was winning. I mean, now this pawn is weak on d6.
Yeah, what just happened there? He could have just picked up the piece in one move. I think he just completely forgot that the rook comes back after the back rank mate. It's a blind spot.
Yeah, definitely.
20 seconds now. Oh,
Gotta
my
make
goodness.
A move.
Do you remember that bluff with Jules Moussard as well? He basically blundered a piece. The opponent didn't take it and it turned. This could be another situation.
Queen e6. He's going to pick up that d7 pawn. Nodirbek's going to try to defend it, but takes.
Black's a pawn up.
Takes.
But then bishop c7 is
Bishop
coming
c7
in.
is a huge threat. Still a 3-result game.
Wow.
Anything can happen. You trade the queens, the white bishop will hit that rook on d8. Black will have to give that up for the pawn. This is a crazy, crazy game.
Crazy game, but Nodirbek at least has consolidated. He's taken most of the risk out of the position. Once the queens depart the board, very worst scenario for white. You'll be defending an endgame just a pawn down, but it should be holdable. Still some tricks for black to avoid, though.
Takes, and rook a8 comes to mind to vacate the d8 square for the bishop.
Maybe you have to take on c5 then. It's anyone's endgame. Queen d5 played, and Jordan van Foreest, about 4 minutes on the clock, 27 seconds for Nodirbek. It could have been a very different game had Nodirbek just picked up that piece, and he did everything to perfection up to that point. One thing we can hope for is that he's completely forgotten about that, because if that plays on his mind, it's so difficult to come back.
Maybe he's still not aware. Maybe he doesn't realize he was winning. I don't think he did, otherwise he would have paused. He seemed to pre-move d6 instead of taking the free piece. So I don't think he's aware. He's just playing in the moment. He's staying in the zone.
Which is great.
Yeah, he's defending really well, but still down a pawn.
King f7.
He was.
And rook c8 meets with rook a1 check and rook d1. Otherwise, black would have been losing. Nodirbek with rook c7.
Sneaky.
You could put a bishop on d8, but you run the risk of losing that bishop to a skewer on g5. Still a lot of minefields to avoid. I would put a rook on d8.
Fabi in the chat says, Jordan with the hypnosis. Jordan with the hypnosis, guys.
Rook d8 on the board, king e6 coming up to pick up that d7 pawn. So Nodirbek has got one move to try and defend it.
The problem is, if the rooks come off the board, even if black wins that central pawn, it's quite an easy draw. So I don't think we'll see a winner, despite all these twists and turns. Wow, bishop d2, he's getting ready to meet any king move. If the black king enters e6, for example, the white rook will drop back with a check. Any king move will be answered with a check. Maybe black doesn't even win the d-pawn. Okay, first kicking away the white rook.
It's there now. How are you defending?
He will win that pawn, but he's probably not going to win the game.
3 versus 2, not enough on the same side of the board. It doesn't help either that black's h-pawn promotes on a light square. His bishop is a dark square. They don't match. This one is headed towards a draw. Now you can't even create a pass pawn without more trades.
Just don't trade the bishops, and that's it. Keep moving the bishops, keep that king on g2. I think both players know it, but what a game this has been. Another one that ends peacefully, but an absolutely wild ride.
Yeah.
Bishop f4.
I don't think Abdusattorov should go and check this game with a computer. He'll be kicking himself for that missed opportunity.
Wizardry, followed by, the cookie was there. All he had to do was eat it. Nice chocolate chip bishop on f2, and he didn't take it. If these are the first 2 games of this match, what will the last 2 games look like?
Wow.
And we have a result. It is a draw after all of that action.
What a game, and these two are really at it, and it just looks like amazing chess that we're witnessing from 2 of the most talented chess players on the planet. And the second game also ends in a draw. Another roller coaster of a game, absolutely up and down. Anything could have happened in that King's Indian, David.
Yeah, anything could have happened, and eventually it fizzled out after both players played equally inspiring chess. It was, however, this position where Abdusattorov could have decided things. He found a great first move. He simply calmly dropped his queen back. There's now a pin. The black bishop cannot move because the white queen would break through on f7. After f5, however, all he needed to do was spot he could take this bishop, and after a check, he can block. Maybe what he had missed was that after queen a1, he can simply sidestep with the white king. Another check can be met by a queen retreat. Everything's covered. He emerges with an extra bishop, and he would have won the game. Instead, he let that black bishop live, and he let Jordan van Foreest escape.
Yeah, this was such a big moment, and we can only hope that Nodirbek Abdusattorov hasn't realized it, but the one player who did realize it is Jordan, and I think he checked it right after the game, and he reacts to that moment. This is a blind spot. It happens to the best in the world. Jordan in absolute disbelief there, which means that both these crazy games have indeed ended in a draw. The result is still level between these 2 fighters. We've got 2 more games coming up, and of course we can only imagine the action to get hotter from here. We will be back with more ChessKid action after this break.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings put you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
At Magnus Academy, we've taught chess to 100,000 kids. With summer around the corner, we're gearing up for camps. At online chess camps, kids learn about chess in a safe, fun environment from a team of all-star coaches. Kids are grouped by skill level from beginners up to national champions. There are never more than 8 kids per coach, so every child gets plenty of attention. You might even get the chance to meet Magnus and ask him a question or challenge him to a game. Each week has a different theme, like opening traps, learning from your losses, or Magnus Carlsen's best games. Sign up by May 31st to get a $30 discount. Join the 100,000 kids and counting that have learned chess with Magnus Chess Academy.
It's been a lot of fun in the winners' final. 2 draws. The score is level between Jordan van Foreest and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But the chess has been intense and so much action. David, I'm still thinking about that one move miss. Jordan reacting after the game when he realized it. How do you explain that at top-level chess?
I guess it's just the clock ticking. It's the pressure, the high stakes. This is the winners' final. So much at stake, but yeah, I think Nodirbek, he's going to be kicking himself. I'm not sure he would have wanted to play through that game. He might have had an even worse reaction than Jordan there, even more dramatic. Yeah. What a move that was. What a moment that was in the tournament.
And there we saw Jordan in absolute disbelief. And then he laughs and he says, what? He can't believe it himself, what he missed. It wasn't just him, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov. A bishop hanging. A one-move win. And that's all that it would have taken for Nodirbek after a perfectly played game. Wow, what a round that was. And after all that madness, James, what are we expecting from Game 3?
Yeah, he's going to have to tighten up, him and Jordan. You're going to have to tighten up a little bit there, okay? Because if you do not tighten up, Abdusattorov is coming for you. He's being very, very good. The only thing that messed up was the time, okay? He got low on time, and when he got low, he made a mistake, which happens. We see it all the time. But if that keeps happening, you know, we're going to see Nodirbek definitely take a run away with this one, so got to be careful.
The one thing that we have seen in this matchup is that Nodirbek, he is struggling a little bit with the clock. He's always the one who is down on the clock. He's got to make sure that doesn't happen so that in those critical moments, you don't end up missing the kind of moves that happened in Game 2. White for Jordan in this one. No King's Indian we're going to see. He's going to start with E4.
It's hard to say. He started the first game with D4. He's obviously an E4 player at heart. So these matches, they fall into 2 categories. There are players who insist on repeating whatever they prepared before the match. And then there are those players who are willing to be flexible. Let's see if Nodirbek repeats the Queen's Gambit decline. And he...
Accept the gambit.
Accepted. Wow, and for all of us, all of you out there who might be new to chess, when black does take that pawn on the second move, it is a Queen's Gambit accepted, just accepting that pawn. If not, we call it the Queen's Gambit decline. And this is mainline theory, David.
Still mainline theory. It's always kind of bugged me, the name Queen's Gambit, because you normally win the pawn back within a move or two, as has happened in this game. So you haven't really gambited anything. It was just a temporary deficit there. And meanwhile, this is the key position for White. White has 7 or 8 very logical moves. He plays one of the most trendy, pushing a pawn forward. I'm really glad he didn't capture that black pawn on the centre on c5. We would have seen the queens depart from the board and things fizzle out slightly. So Jordan, very ambitious, and Abdusattorov reacting by pushing a pawn, getting ready to fianchetto his bishop.
David Howell there, not happy with that name because the pawn is picked up. And the question begs to be asked, what is your favorite gambit? I'm going to start with James.
Oh, well, let me go. Actually, Scotch Gambino, a.k.a. the Scotch Gambit. We actually have a chessable course in the works with that one. So it's going to be after my Joe Bava London course, but definitely a Scotch Gambino fan for life.
What about you, Daniel?
I'm going to have to go with the Nodirbek Gambit. No, just kidding. That's what you're saying. I like the Smith Mora. I recommend it to a lot of newer players. Super fun line, and I avoid it with black. So definitely enjoy some of the games arising out of the Smith Mora. I think Mark Esserman really enjoyed that answer.
The Smith Mora comes after the Sicilian. David, gonna throw that to you.
The Botez Gambit is my favorite.
Okay, that's nice right
If you
there.
can win with the Botez Gambit, you're a truly great player.
That's classy.
Wow.
What I'll say.
That's a tough one to win from, but we have seen that happen. The Botez Gambit involves a queen sacrifice.
Yeah, sacrifice is a generous word for it, Tanya.
Well, in this one, it is a queen's gambit accepted, but as you mentioned, the pawn has been recaptured, and we see a lot of play on the center of the board. Black hasn't castled yet. Is it time to go for kingside castling?
That looks like the safe option. You do have a choice here, and a lot of players at home might be wondering, why not capture this white knight in the center? It's intruded into the black half. It does double the white pawns in the middle, but you do lose control over some key squares, or at least you give your opponent time as well. So in this position, as Tanya mentions, the safe move, the logical move, complete your development. When in doubt, castle your king. It can nearly never be a bad thing unless the opponent has a direct attack. The option here, knight takes knight, I think could potentially backfire, because once the black knight moves, I'm not sure which square, white has access at some point into these key dark squares. And actually, the front pawn, the e5 pawn, acts as a thorn in the black side. It supports a later jump. So, for example, here, if the knight is kicked away, I think you can jump in immediately because there will be some tactics. You've unleashed the bishop, and any queen takes pawn move will be walking straight into a pin. So don't get tempted. I would recommend, as Tanya says, just castling. Whoops. Me and my arrows there. Sorry, castling kingside looks like black's safest option. What do we think?
Well, Nodirbek answers it. He's the brave one. He does go for the dynamic line that you were pointing out. Knight e5, d5. This is going to be another firefight.
Another firefight. Yeah, so brave from Nodirbek.
Brave or bad?
There's a fine line between the two. Brave and bad. Maybe he just wants to castle here. I don't think you need to give white time by kicking away the white knight yet. Keep that one up your sleeve for later.
I'm not sure why Jordan delaying the jump of the knight. I feel like there's a little bit of trusting going on these last couple of games.
Yeah, strange decision. The bishop doesn't necessarily want to be on this square. And after black castles, now you most likely want to jump into the center anyway. So strange to delay it. But I'm sure Jordan has something up his sleeve.
Do you think these decisions also come from the fact that this time control, this time format, it's rapid play? You want to make things interesting. Objectively, it might not be the most accurate move, but the one that makes it more difficult to combat. Maybe in a classical game, Nodirbek would have chosen a different option.
Yeah, he's trying to unbalance the game. And I think his decision is aging very nicely because he's going to put a rook on d8. And at that point, the knight c4, d6 maneuver is going to lose a lot of its luster.
Yeah, I don't like it either. Just feels really slow play by white. He's delaying again, jumping in with the white knight. And once black gets fully organized, structurally, black is doing great. Long term, look at that 3 versus 2 pawn majority on the queen side. If pieces fly off the board, it's only going to be one-way traffic.
I actually like plans here. I think queen c2 was nice. I also was looking at, I'm very creative, like aggressive chess. So like rook c1 to c4 to g4. It's crazy, but you can also do it with the queen now too as well. And the idea here is rook c1, rook c4, rook g4. Obviously, he might attack it. You move the rook to g3. We go knight e4 and you go knight f6. This is the whole idea. So you can probably do the same thing with the queen now. Queen e4, queen g4, knight e4, knight f6. Just to attack, right? Bring pieces to that side of the board and attack him. This is very slow play, which can be played, but for the aggressive crowd here, this is definitely a route. Queen e4 over to g4. The knight looks like it can jump around. Well, now it can because the rook's on d8, but b7 was loose there. Now it's not because of rook d7.
That's a really fun idea. Do you not care at all about stuff like knight e3? Are you really going for the kill with queen c4, or can that be something that you have to take into account?
Yeah, now you do. The knight on d2 is loose, so it's a problem. Queen c4 will be hit probably with knight e3. Takes. Is there a rook f7 there? Rook f1? Bishop
Whoa.
F6. I'm
Lots
looking
of
at all
lines.
kinds of stuff. Danya know what I'm looking
Crazy
at.
tactics.
Oh, yeah.
Danya knows exactly what I'm looking at. But yeah, I don't think we can get away with it now, though. Yeah, Rook D1. It's going to be very slow today. Slow play.
But your idea in the air now. He defends the D2 knight, and the queen can find its way over to the king side. Lift it up. The queen lift.
Queen
You
lift.
even queen lift.
Queen lift. That's a new one.
Yeah, black ups the pressure, though, on the d-file. Those two black rooks stacked up, doubled up, ready for some tactics there. And white decides to jump into the center with his knight. So unfortunately, that does block the path over for the white queen or rook. But at least the white knight is nicely posted up. It's very tense. It's hard to know how to improve the position for either side, actually.
Yeah, like what is white's next move? But before you figure out white's next move, what is black's next move? And the standard reaction is just to play h6, and then the white will play h3, and they'll start this awkward waning, and black will play a5, and eventually someone will have to do something, but both sides delay it as long as possible. Maybe knight d6 is possible. There is a pin with the dark squared bishop on e5 should black recapture it with the rook. So knight d6 actually might be white's next move, given the opportunity.
Yeah, just to put that on the board, Danya, pawn to h6, maybe knight d6 now. Maybe it's a threat, as you mentioned, because here you cannot touch this pawn in either direction. He does drop back the queen. The whole point here was that queen takes, walks into this pin. Obviously, the knight falls because the queen is standing behind it. And maybe the less obvious pin is this one. You pin and you win, as Dmitry Kolas has shown today. And here you win material with white. So really, really clever kind of strategic play here. He spots that that's a threat. He drops back with the black queen instead of h6 there. And now, of course, you cannot jump in because the rook can simply capture. Or if you jump in, then at least you're sacrificing material for real. Bishop to e5 can simply be met by a retreat. Really tense position here. I'm not sure who I would pick, to be honest, in the game position. Feels like black is doing really well long term, but white has some kind of nasty tactics like that one we just showed.
I always like to pawn on e5. I mean, if you have a pawn on e5, it does signify a kingside attack, but your pieces need to actually be in position to attack correctly. It's very difficult because everything, like the pieces are all queenside, in fact. Yeah, queen b1. Yeah, it's not going to be an attack anytime soon here, and black is fine. I mean, everything's developed. Double rooks on the d-file. Black's doing quite well, in fact.
Queen a8 comes to mind. Black does have ways. He can tighten the screws. a5, a4 is a queenside idea. So Nodirbek is just so alert. I mean, doesn't miss knight d6. And I think he's kind of over the hump here.
Yeah. I love your move, Danya. I hate getting stared down by the opposition rook when I have a queen. So the white rook on the c-file opened up against the black queen. Just shift her. And actually, standing in the corner, she's just as active as any other square on the board. Really nice. And it supports any pawn pushes on that flank as well. Looks like it's going to happen. Nodirbek just checking there are no tactics. That's the one downside for black. You always have to check there are no knight jumps. You mentioned, James, some knight f6 jumps at some point. You just have to be aware of that a bit later on. But there we go. Queen a8 into the corner, backing up her bishop, her light squared bishop there, the queen. Looking good for black. I think I'd take black here every time. Just better structure long term if there's no immediate tactics.
Maybe white can double on the d-file in order to, because knight d6 is really the only idea that I see. Now maybe rook d2 fails tactically. You already have to start calculating knight takes e3, but for the time being, the knight on e4 is well enough protected. So if I'm Jordan, I'm choosing between a waiting move like h3, healthy waiting move, and a move like rook d2, which is a little bit more ambitious.
I think after all the kind of back rank problems he had in the last game, well, both players had in the last game, h3 and h6 would be a healthy inclusion for both of them.
Okay, so you know how aggressive we are. What about rook c4 anyway? Can he just play knight e3? No. Is knight e3 possible? Rook c4 anyway, though. Is that good?
Too late in the day for these kinds of tactics, or too early in the day, depending on
where you are. I think rook c4, is it just bad? It's okay, it's not terrible. But rook c4, exactly. The idea is just like I'm trying to get knight f6 in. Obviously, or like sometimes there might be like rook d5, knight f6, rook over. Like there are some nasty ideas here, but rook c4 has to be played correctly, and then you have to figure out how do I get to knight. Maybe knight d6. Rook c4 is a move.
Yeah, very interesting ideas to build an attack. But first, the players start with h3, h6, making sure that there is no back rank stuff. But we might be seeing rook c4 at some point, and the rook transferring over to the king side.
Yeah, I think they just needed to do that. Give the king some luft, give the king some air. At least there will be no repeat of the previous game where both sides were on the brink of getting checkmated on the back ranks. And, okay, odd bishop retreat from Jordan. That must be lining something up. And black gaining space on the queen side.
Does Black want to go a4 in these positions and try to create a weakness on the queen side?
Yeah,
pretty good.
Looks likely. At least he's forcing his opponent to deal with that potential threat. Strategic threat. Black wants to create a passed pawn on the side he's stronger. When in doubt, push on the side you have more pawns, more pieces. Very logical stuff.
Oh, queen b2 does prepare knight d6, but it runs into knight takes e3, right? It relinquishes the defense of the knight. Maybe Jordan overlooked that. A lot of things that white has to keep tabs on. And if you play a4, then you weaken the b4 square, and then the pressure on the e4 knight grows even more critical. Maybe that is what white should do, but Jordan suddenly has a host of problems he has to solve. Nodirbek is in control of the game again.
Yeah, again.
Wow.
Beautiful knight, and as you pointed out there, Dania, queen b2, you want to line up just in case this diagonal opens, but knight takes pawn, a killer blow, just because, I'm trying to do some counting here. You can simply take back, and bishop takes knight at the end. The queen no longer defends.
Yikes.
Position's fallen apart, and Jordan in a bit of trouble maybe on the board and clock.
Tactics everywhere, and I'm just wondering, with white here, you want to try to create your own chances. Maybe it's time to start thinking about sacrificing that e5 pawn. Notice how that central pawn on e5 is a pawn in white's position. You want to open up
knight takes e3.
Yep.
Knight e3
Oh my gosh.
on the board.
Look at Jordan's face. He realizes immediately he put
He ran right into it because eventually a piece is going to have to take d1. It's either the queen or the bishop. Both of them defend the knight. Nodirbek is not going to miss this. He solves these for breakfast. He solved these for breakfast 7 years ago.
Yeah, he spotted it instantly, Nodirbek. But
Not this time.
Wow.
He's spending a minute or two.
And it's on the board.
Goodbye. It's resignable. It's not just a pawn. It's the health of the position collapses completely. That bishop on a1 is pathetic, and Jordan's like, I missed one again.
That's elementary stuff. You always look for forcing moves, checks, captures, and threats first in any position, and this is just the most forcing, and it was appearing in all sorts of positions. This was on his radar. He just forgot to check it. He forgot to do a quick scan of the tactics before he made his last move, and I think we might see resignation.
Wow.
You mentioned, Tanya, what you said, like what it would take, after these games here, or after the last game here, especially for Jordan. It was like he has to tighten up. You can't allow these type of tactics at all. One-move tactics here. In the last game, it was the same thing, but Nodirbek missed it. But this one, he didn't miss, and he has time on the clock. So he used his time well. He found the right tactic. This is GG.
Yeah, and the point I was just going to make was that maybe just sacrifice the e5 pawn, go knight d6, give up that pawn, open up your bishop, and try to get some compensation with a bishop pair. But queen c, yes, in this position, David, and I see the Eval bar says black has an advantage, but at least here you've got a bishop pair. You can continue fighting for the initiative, but queen c2, another big miss. And we have been seeing that throughout the match. The last game in game 2, there was an entire piece hanging, missed by both these players, but Nodirbek with 10 minutes on the clock will not miss these tactics. Chess Kid moment, lose pieces, drop off. Always look for these moments where your piece has got too much responsibility. That queen, that bishop, defending e4, and also the rook on d1. And some really cool motives there, David.
Yeah, let's just put it on the board. This is the current position, and it's so lost for white now because you have to take this knight back. Your queen is attacked, but after a couple of trades on the d1 square, now, as Tanya mentioned, the queen and bishop are overloaded. They both need to defend their knight, but unfortunately, one of them needs to go and take this black rook as well. The piece is overworked, and at the end, you're left with a ruinous position such as this one. A pawn down. Black's going to create a majority here. You're left with terrible weak pawns. You're left with a stuck bishop in the corner as well. And yeah, at this high level, this is totally over. And it is an elementary tactic after all. He simply missed it. And I like what Nodirbek did. He spotted it instantly. He spent 30 seconds, 40 seconds just double checking, and then he went for it. Don't rush, even if you think you see a promising move. Here, he calculated everything to perfection.
I mean, to me, if you're doing an autopsy of the game, yeah, the proximal cause of defeat is the fact that he missed knight takes e3 as he tries to muddy the waters with a queen sacrifice, desperation there with rook takes b7, but there were mistakes leading up to that. He missed that early knight jump, which would have given him the opening initiative. But this one's not over yet. Jordan will die on his feet. What's going on here? Which piece does Nodirbek take?
What is this, actually? He may...
I think just queen takes b7, maybe.
Okay, the knight f6 and take.
GF and knight takes a1, and you're going to end up 2 pawns up in an opposite-colored bishop endgame. Some practical chances, maybe.
Okay, fair play to Jordan. He's complicated things slightly. He's at least making Nodirbek pause. And as you say, maybe you have to be slightly careful here with black. And just before we show that variation, maybe we can get Stockfish's help. How many moves give black the advantage? Are there more than one or two?
It might just be one, honestly, but let's see.
Two moves give a winning position. One move throws away the bulk of the advantage. And luckily here for Nodirbek, those are the two most obvious moves. So he will play one of these two for sure. I think the safest, as you mentioned there, is queen takes b7. Also the best move, giving away the queen, returning the sacrifice, because this check, jumping out the way with the white knight, will win the queen. Here, you can maybe even take with either piece. Take it with the pawn, the safest, after the queen is recaptured. Knight takes bishop, and yeah, 2 pawns up. Should be more than enough. Majority on this side of the board, and majority in the center as well.
And it's happening, David. As you're mentioning, this is the best option for Nodirbek. He finds it, the queen will be given back, but it has a big potential for black in this position. Up on the clock, up on the position. Is this close to a Nodirbek win?
Yes.
Very close.
He's gone with the bishop, and I think this is even better.
Oh,
yeah.
Surgical precision again from Nodirbek. That's what he did against Caruana. Doesn't give these guys a single chance. He always pauses at the right moment. He never does anything automatically.
How many pawns is that?
A lot.
Enough.
2 extra pawns, 1 passer on the king side, 1 on the queen side, and weaknesses on the queen side. A3, B3 we see for Jordan van Foreest. Once that rook slides up the board to the 3rd rank, you are targeting all the white pawns.
Yeah, you mentioned that term surgical precision there, Dania, and I think this last move really key. If the bishop had just moved to a kind of random safe square, white would have had the time to push the A pawn up 1 and maybe at least create a blockade of black's queenside majority there. But now white's rook is forced to decide where to go. Black, I don't think, will give white that luxury of setting up a blockade on the light squares. I think the weaknesses are going to count. Maybe there's something even more kind of immediate than just slowly advancing those black pawns. Really just clinical play here by Nodirbek.
Opposite color bishop, so maybe there's still work to be done here. Good technique to be shown, or not. The 3rd pawn drops.
Yikes. There's another one. Maybe bishop c8, rook takes b3, rook takes e6 can be tried as a last-ditch attempt. But bishop c8 is pathetic. You can play king f8. I would try it, though. I would go bishop c8.
Yeah.
My dirty bullet mind, supplying the one-move tricks. But a classical game that just wouldn't work.
We do have a result. Jordan van Foreest does resign after that last move, as the 3rd pawn will fall, which means that Nodirbek takes the lead in their match. Jordan has to win the final rapid game to take it to the Armageddon. What a game with the black pieces by Nodirbek. David, what was the key moment?
I think the key moment was a moment of blindness, tactical blunder here by Jordan van Foreest. Actually, any random move, any kind of neutral move here would have kept the balance. Even if white just waits, even if white passes with a move such as bishop b2, the onus is on black to actually create something. White has everything protected, and there's no immediate knockout. Unfortunately, however, he put his queen on a vulnerable square, and the lesson to everyone at home is look for those tactics, look for those forcing moves, checks, captures, and threats in that order. And here, a capture was the one that did the business. As we saw, the white queen was overloaded in this variation. If the rooks had come off, and it was actually Jordan in the end deciding to go down fighting, sacrificing his queen, and he was punished with some nice play by Nodirbek.
Tactics everywhere, and you always have to be on the lookout for them, especially when you're playing against a player like Nodirbek. And that means that he does take the lead in this game 3, a big win with the black pieces. He starts game 4 with white. Jordan van Foreest has to find a way to create his chances with the black pieces. But if there's anyone who can do that with the kind of crazy chess that we've seen, it is Jordan van Foreest. And we will be back with more ChessKid action in just a few.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings puts you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
The players being forever faster, fighting to win the ChessKid Cup. But meanwhile, we do have the winners of the ChessKid drawing competition, and they do get a one-year ChessKid Gold membership. They sent in some amazing, amazing art. Take a look at the winners.
With these amazing portraits, ChessKid and the Champions Chess Tour feel confident of the future of both chess and arts. Hikaru Nakamura by Jose Alonso Macedo Reyes. Fabiano Caruana by Olya Mikalayin. Nodirbek Abdusattorov by Zanbu. Dmitry Kollars by Shay Viens. Alireza Firouzja by Rose Banjo. Jules Moussard by Alida Hoyle. Alexander Shimanov by Mikhaila Arana. Jordan van Foreest by Paul Wellhauser.
Oh my gosh, I love it. We've got to bring those on again, guys. Let's take a look and let's do a little breakdown and try and recognize everyone. This one's, James, this one's so cool. Hikaru, really nice. I love chess.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, it's the detail there. These are very talented kids here. I mean, you've got all the pieces right. Look at the board. They didn't mess anything up. That is a very nice picture right there.
1E4, best by test.
Wow.
Let's take a look at some of the other amazing art. Wow. Daniel, this one, who do you think this is? Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I like the little speech bubble. That's a nice touch with the proper move notation.
Ooh.
Very well done. Attention to detail. That's
The
what
curly
impresses
hair,
me the most.
the
curly hair,
glasses.
of course.
Love it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I thought this was me for a second. This is Nodirbek, and really nice drawing. Really accurate, actually. Nice attention to detail.
And you know the detail I love the most about this one is the medal, if you see around his neck.
Oh.
And that reminds me of the Chennai Olympiad, where the Uzbek team did win the gold medal. So that is fantastic stuff. Wow, well done, guys.
Nice.
This has got to be the cutest drawing. I love it. This one gets my vote.
Yeah, Dmitry Kollars. You wouldn't think that he's such
mistake him for anybody else in the world.
Anyone.
You wouldn't think he's such a warrior on the chessboard with a cute face like that one.
Look at that, Gutierreza. It's looking very fashionable and very stylish there.
Definitely stylish. I can see it. Okay, nice.
Wow. There's a lot going on.
All right.
That's what his face looks like after a blunder. He gets all red.
That's probably what they... Oh, I get it now.
That's what they were going for.
I got it.
Oh.
JVF himself, Jordan.
In about 75 years.
Oh
Well
my
done.
gosh, yeah. Love the colors. Jordan Van right out of the Foreest would look like that. And there we go. Jules Moussard, he did win his game today. And wow, and these are the winners of our ChessKid drawing competition. And we really thank you for all your submissions from the chess club in Peru. Just amazing, amazing stuff. And we are seeing amazing action all around in all the divisions. And once again, we've got with us Ginger GM. But before that, these are the kids who submitted their drawings with their artwork, combining making chess. Chess is art, science, sport, all of it.
Yeah, that was Anatoly Karpov. I think chess is art, science, sport, drawing, apparently. Art in the most direct form, but great to see involvement from all sides. And just the level of engagement really elevates this tournament to a different level.
And they win a one-year gold membership on ChessKid. It is the most fun and entertaining platform for kids across the world to learn chess, to play chess, to become masters. All the players that we see in the ChessKid, in fact, started their journey on the platform. And speaking of all the fun that we're having, there's been a lot of fun in the other divisions as well. And we've got Simon with us in the studio for some more fun.
Yeah, hi there. I've just got to go over that picture of Jordan, though. That might give me some nightmares there. just got to blank that out of my brain for a little bit. Great picture, though. Yeah, loved it. And yeah, I'm going to bring you all the action from Division 2 and 3. And there's been a lot of action and the winners semi-finals. And let's remember, whoever wins Division 2 goes into Division 1. So it's a biggie. And you can see that Trong went through there against Oparin. And we have Fedosev going through against Sadwani there. So that was the first results. And then in the losers section, who's going home, where everyone who's been grayed out is packing. They're all going back, and still in the competition, some big names, Adria King and Lee, Mamajarov and Liam Lee as well. So there's lots of good games going on there, and then more results here, and we see that Adria King and Mamajarov still in with a shout there. So even bigger names. This is how many games have been played during the whole season of Division 2. And yeah, that's going to be Division 3 even. So, well, let's have a look at Division 3 now. And yes, this one was a bit of a shock. We saw that Picho managed to beat Hari Krishna, and Hari Krishna is still in with a chance because he's got his second roll of the dice there in the losers bracket, but that was a great result for Picho. And then going to the losers section of that, so again, the players in grey have been knocked out, but through Gatakamsky, Sam Sevion, Donichenko and David Navarra, and they went on to the next round. Of course, a lot of pages, aren't there? And the next round, Gatakamsky took down Sam Sevion in the Battle of the Veteran, and then David Navarra beat Donichenko. So I think we're getting there now. Lots to catch up on. There's been so much action going on there. It's just, you know, a lot to take in. But I want to pick out one moment which was quite beautiful from one of those games. Let's see if you can spot the tactic at home. And this is from the Division 2 losers bracket. And it was Dmitry Adriaking, a very good player with the white pieces. And he got this very dominating position. So get the brain whirling. What would you do as white here? There's some nice little tactics. The black king is looking rather dodgy there. It's a bit naked, a bit exposed to the elements. Needs to put some clothes on. And you'd like to go queen takes pawn, but that doesn't quite work here, because after our rook swings over, trying to do the lawnmower checkmate, black can block with the queen. So you've got to try to think of a way to distract that queen. So let's go back. And can you see a nice little idea? There's a couple of ideas, but I love this move. The knight just switches back to attack the queen. And they say retreating knight moves are the hardest moves to find. Now, the black queen has to move. Now, it only has really one square to go to. It moves that square. And the same idea. It can come across to block the rook. So again, if you take the pawn and the king takes, the rook checks, the queen comes across. So you've got to think of another way to make sure the queen can't come over there. And these guys are good, aren't they? I mean, I know everyone on the desk here will see it in a heartbeat. I've been very impressed by your tactics today. It's been good stuff. Great to watch. And now the bishop just slides in very elegantly in way of the queen. And that is such a beautiful move. And the point here is, let's say the bishop is taken. There's nothing else you can do. Now we can give up the queen. Oh, yeah, that is a beautiful, beautiful way to finish the game. And look at that. That's what we call the lawnmower checkmate, or the guillotine checkmate, or the blue line checkmate, or the, I'm not sure what I'm talking about, checkmate. And we call it the lawnmower because it's like, you know, you're doing that, I think. Is that right? I guess so, yeah. I'm just making sure I'm not making that up. So very nice game there. And that means that Dmitry Adriakin is in a very good position after winning that one. And remember, Division 2, whoever wins Division 2 gets in Division 1 and gets $10,000. Not bad. So all pretty good going there. And yeah, so lots of action there that we've caught up on. And I'm sure we're going to get more fantastic moves coming through in the next day or so.
Simon, those are some incredible tactics that you just showed us. So instructive, and I'm also thinking about the one that you showed with Fedoseev, the knight jumping around. Big fish. Oh my God, he's on absolute fire. Arena Royale, Gotham Knights, MVP of Pro Chess League, ruling Division 2 currently. Just amazing stuff we're seeing all around. And thank you so much, Simon, for all that. We've got some amazing news for chat, by the way. Ginger GM has got a surprise. Simon, what's going on here?
Well,
you got 40% off on all your courses.
I do, and apparently I've only got one set of clothes as well, which I always wear, my grey jacket and my black T-shirt. But, you know, I might have to diverse. If someone buys a course, I will buy another outfit. How about that? But, yeah, I've got many chessball courses out. It's a great way to improve your chess, to get better at chess, to get better at your openings, and they're all on sale at the moment, at least 40% off. So go and check them out and get yourself a bargain.
You want to play like Ginger GM, strong and attacking with all those tactics and some really cool openings. Definitely check out his courses on Chessable with a very cool 40% off. And right now, we will be back with the very cool matchup between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Jordan van Foreest. The players are ready to go. Nodirbek needs just a draw to win the match. How and where does Jordan create his chances? Is it time for ChessKid? King's Indian defense.
That's the most dynamic opening of all against
on
1d4.
The board.
Ooh, a switch up though. White goes for the fianchetto variation. Solid one, Daniel.
That's a buzzsaw. That's one of the least favorite responses that most King's Indian players face. The same-ish is annoying, but the fianchetto is as solid as it gets. But it's not just solid, it's also principled. It's a great way to fight for the advantage. Now, Black could transpose this into a Grunfeld type setup. The recommendation of some recent King's Indian specialists is again to play this Benoni style with an early c5. Let's see how Jordan handles this. I've mostly played d6, knight bd7, and e5, which is the sort of old school traditional method, and it does produce a guaranteed imbalance.
Yeah. James, what do you make of the body language of Jordan right now? Looks like he's hating life.
Yeah, he's, you know, you have to, especially when he saw the fianchetto variation, he wasn't too happy to see that either, but definitely in the zone. I have to be focused here. I have to play just whatever the position gives me. He's going with the knight c6 version. This one's actually pretty topical as well. You usually can do things like a6. You just have e5 here. He plays bishop d7, more of a waiting move too as well. I mean, you can get chances here, but it's really difficult because it's extremely solid for White playing the fianchetto variation here.
Jordan van Foreest with the King's Indian defense, trying to create chaos on the board, but a really good match approach there by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, going for the most solid response against the King's Indian defense. And that's because players with the black pieces who want to go in for this opening are looking forward to all the fireworks, to all the attack and play on either side, but the G3 fianchetto system just kills all of that out. And this is a no-fun King's Indian defense.
No, this is actually the least fun King's Indian defense. That's why I don't like playing knight c6. The knight is now stuck on the rim, and the traditional way to play this is to push the pawn to c5 and prepare b7, b5. We saw this in the previous King's Indian game, so Jordan hasn't had enough of the pawn breakthroughs. There are some tactics down the long diagonal, but they usually don't work because White can garner 2 minor pieces for a rook.
Yeah, and maybe we can show one of those variations, Dania, just on the last turn. It did look like White had weakened himself along this diagonal, but if, for example, you jump into the center with your knight, then this will backfire. The knight is simply captured. Black does win material temporarily, but 2 loose pieces, 2 undefended pieces, you can attack them both in one fell swoop. You attack the knight, attack the bishop, and as you mentioned, White wins material. So he has kept the tension here, Jordan, and he's aiming for that break that you mentioned. How do we think White is going to deal with this one? Ignore it or deal with it instantly? If there is a way.
Resign.
Resign.
Time to resign, that's it.
Yeah.
I guess I would be tempted to just kind of put the bishop on this square just to hint at some attack against this knight. If Black now goes for this pawn push, at least there are some weaknesses. I'm not a huge expert here, I must say. Feels like Black has got some chances to imbalance things at least chip away at this really strong White pawn chain. If you see your opponent has a strong chain like this, hammer away at it and try to open lines.
I mean, it does make Nodirbek think here. Like, he has not found the response yet because b5 is coming, whether you like it or not. I mean, maybe even queen d3 doesn't really stop it. I mean, we want to do it anyway. So you play bishop b2, definitely double fianchetto. That's what they call it, is what Hikaru says.
Cool
b5 anyway.
Knight d2 is possible now to protect the pawn. You could play c takes b5. You know, the world doesn't end if you break up your pawn chain because the d5 pawn is pretty well protected. And sometimes you see the knight from f3 hopping into d4 and then into c6. But normally you don't want to do that unless you have to. He goes knight d4 straight away, and his idea is d takes c4, b4, and then once he sticks a knight on c6, it can't be captured because the pawn will trap black's knight on b7. Incredible tactical vision already.
Beautiful stuff. b4 here. If the knight retreats, knight c6, hitting the queen. Beautiful attack here. Actually, only one I was going to say legal move here, but only one move to keep the game going. You can't sidestep because of a nasty knight fork. You have to sidestep the other way. But to show Danya's idea, wow, this is the most dominated knight you will ever see. Trapped. And, OK, he didn't go for this. I was wondering whether maybe in this position, before it's too late, before you blunder, after b4, maybe rook b8, queen b8, but he did not dare go for this. And instead, we're left with this position. White has a semi-open file on the c-file. Beautiful knight on d4, but I'm wondering where the white knight hops to after the move b4 for black this time, kicking this piece away from its dream post on c3. Looks acceptable to black, for black to me. I don't really want to retreat with white. I don't know where. Retreat, go to the side, go to the center. Lots of choice. I think he has to go for this, Jordan. There we go. b4 on the board.
Big question, where do you go? Can whites try to maneuver the knight? You said you don't like the move knight b1, but it's a long path getting to c4, but we could be seeing that happen. Right now, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is in the thing in this moment. It is definitely impressive how Jordan, from that g3 fan Chateau King's Indian, has still managed to, well, imbalance the position. We see that one pawn on the queen side, the b pawn, controlling two of white's pawns. c7 is a little bit of a weakness. The bishop on g7, it's a monster of a piece. There's a lot to play for, and things could potentially go wrong for white.
And let's not forget, it was with the black pieces that Jordan van Foreest defeated Nodirbek in the final round of Tata Steel to give his friend Anish Giri the victory. Of course, Anish also beat a guy named Richard Report. So hopefully Nodirbek has pushed that away from his mind. In that game, Nodirbek played 1e4. It was a Taimanov Sicilian. So this is a completely different opening, but Jordan knows that it's possible, and he could meet a move like knight b1, perhaps with e5, in order to expand in the center. I think he's done what he has to do out of the opening. Now you actually have to beat Nodirbek from an equal position. Yeah, you have to outplay him, and there are enough outbalances with which to do that. Imagine lightning striking twice now, Abdusattorov in Vaikanze and here, needing just a draw against Jordan with white. It would be so heartbreaking if he fails. And I don't think he could recover from that. He needs the draw here now. OK, bishop for knight exchange. Black is really saddled now with weak light squares, but his structure is superior. What do you think of this this kind of transition, James?
It's rock solid. I actually like what Black has with this knight c5 move. I mean, you can't put the knight, because the c-file is very weak. I mean, obviously, I put the queen on c2, and I just have pressure all the time. Knight c6 square is mine. In many cases, obviously, you have to deal with the tensions of the bishops on g7 and b2. But queen c2 looks good, but then you have, knight to c5 there. We also have pawn breaks, e6, e5. We can go maybe f5. That's a long shot. Of course, he's going to make e6 very weak. We do need to deal with this d5 pawn at some point. But I think this is a great move. In fact, I think from Jordan here was knight d7, knight c5, and it targets the weak a4 pawn.
Yeah, it feels like Abdusattorov needs some energy in his position now. He needs some tactics, maybe, Danya.
Like knight c6, not really a tactic, but if you trade off all those pieces, you can stick a rook on c6, the queen comes into d4, and mainly you eliminate Black's fianchetto, King's Indian bishop. So I'm a little bit worried about Jordan's winning chances in this bishop versus knight position. Yeah, the knight is better than the bishop technically, but there are other factors at play. The b4 pawn is weak, can be targeted with queen to d4 and rook b1. You pointed out the passed a pawn. I'm kind of skeptical about Black's chances here. Of course, d takes c6 is also possible, and Nodirbek clearly calculating lines like these.
Yeah, this feels relatively safe for white, and that's all you need if you're Abdusattorov right now. And just to mention James' idea as well, if Black does get a knight to c5 and blocks, kind of plugs this c-file, then he will breathe a sigh of relief. So it does feel like here and now is the moment for Abdusattorov to do something. You don't really want to take a time out and play a quiet move, a slow move, because Black's knights will take over the queen side. And also, you mentioned this pawn, a huge target. So yeah, I like it, Danya. Just jump in, and if there's no downsides, it really helps your task if you can get as many pieces off the board as possible. Just from a psychological point of view, you're in no danger there with white. 10 minutes for Abdusattorov He struggled with the clock, but it's been tactically sharp, and he jumps in. We'll see all of those trades happen now. There we go, very quick. Lots of forcing moves. The bishop has to be captured pretty much. And which way will white retake this knight with? Pawn or rook? Looks like rook.
It's got to be rook.
And you want to keep the pressure on the c7 pawn. And that d5 pawn looks so good, just cramping down black's position there. He does it, rook c6, double up, triple up on the c line and go for c7. There is a clear idea. And of course, the a pawn can. If it does get to a6, it's going to be quite the dangerous pawn. And a5, a6, how are you fighting it? Rook a8?
Oof, rook a8, maybe.
b3?
The black b4 pawn needs protection. I don't like it. Okay, the knight tries to block, but now just give a check in the center. What could be more natural? Improve the white queen.
Just lifeless after rook b1. I mean, if the b4 pawn is eliminated, how on earth is black going to win this game?
Yeah.
Follows your advice there. Just automatic chess, just improving pieces. He's not doing anything flashy. I think apart from that one tactic in the previous game, the last two games, Abdusattorov, he's just playing sensible moves. He's putting the pressure on Jordan. It's up to him to create something.
Yeah, we got nothing out of this from a King's Indian Finch Shadow variation. It's very likely and probably one of the most annoying variations to face in the King's Indian. I mean, we got nothing out of this. The dark square bishops are gone. In fact, even Danya mentioned in the beginning with the early knight b to d7 to e5, the classical way of doing the King's Indian is usually where you always get yourself some type of game there, always, some type of imbalance. Here, it just doesn't seem like we have the chances yet to create anything that we need to play for a win in Jordan's shoes.
Yeah, I don't know if you're worse here, but you're definitely not better with black, and that's the big problem. It's not about drawing this game. It's not about holding it. It's about creating something, and white has full control. Look how active white's pieces are. It's just that one problem piece for white, the bishop. You kind of want to trade everything off and be left with a good knight versus a bad bishop, but that's a dream right now.
And it's such a nightmare to try to create winning chances with black in these clutch win match moments. So I want to ask you, David, I'll start with you, all of you actually, that in such a situation, as a player, what do you do when you have to pay for a win with the black pieces? What's the best approach?
Yeah, when I was younger, I used to think, okay, let's just take massive risks and just burn our bridges and kind of hope that it works out. But as I've got older, I've realized that actually just keeping the tension and playing on the opponent's nerves is the key. So Jordan here, he's running out of material to do that with, but if he could somehow keep the tension, just get a slower position, slowly outplay the opponent while they're kind of making negative, passive decisions, playing for that draw, that would be my advice. But you're playing someone like Abdusattorov, I don't think that will help. He doesn't seem to get nervous. And Harry the H-pawn making an appearance. That black king, defenseless as well, if that pawn pushes even further down the board.
Yeah.
We were talking about the a-pawn, now h5, h6, h4, and we live James. James, do you think that is also the approach, just trying to create tension rather than forcing matters, keep more pieces on the board?
Absolutely. Of course, I mean, well, first things first, I'm trying to play for a win and I'm playing King's Indian. Like, that's the number one. And the number two, yes, you do want to keep pieces on the board and go for challenging lines. Like, of course, you do have to take some risk. Play the board, play obviously what you like, and then try to attack. Of course, I mean, attacking is fun and play what you know best. So Jordan is an attacking player, things like that. But this was not an attacking King's Indian at all. This was more positional, which, of course, yeah, we got a nice position. It's okay. It's playable, but it's when playing for a win. It looks like white is the one playing for the win right now, in fact.
It looks like white's the one who's going for the attack. How are you stopping h5, h6? Do you want to commit with h5 yourself?
I have no idea, because if you play h5, you run the risk of meeting with g4, and then the game could end in like 3 moves. And when I say the game could end, you could get checkmated, or all the pieces could get traded, and the match ends either way. So I just don't. The problem is black is so tied down to the c7 pawn. Like, anytime you move the queen away from d8, white gobbles up that pawn. It's really as easy as ABC. I think Jordan is just completely running out of ideas. He's doing everything he can, but I just don't see it. I don't see any avenues of complicating this game at all in Nodirbek with 10 minutes on his clock to figure out whatever Jordan throws at him.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Here, I would love to play moves such as queen to b8, trying to somehow get the queens off, force a draw, but a draw isn't good enough. And here, for example, I think you might be okay, just because the black rook will get so active. For example, you could take a timeout. I don't know if white can save this pawn long term. The black rook will come down, or maybe even just step across. But even at the best kind of case scenario, even if you win this pawn back, best you can hope for there should be a draw. Okay, he's forced to keep the queens on the board, Jordan, but this has come at the cost, potentially, of this pawn. Does white take it now? That's the key question. Or does white just take a timeout to defend this little guy on a2?
Jordan does look pretty disgusted with the position that he has, playing the King's Indian defense, expecting fireworks, but really nicely handled there by Nodirbek. And right now in a think about whether to allow this activity with Black's rook coming to b8, the queen coming on, picking up that pawn on a2. Questions to be answered, but the lines that we're looking at, it looks as if it's all ending well for white here. Rook c7. Does black start with rook?
Oh, knight a6.
Yeah, I just realized there's a blunder
that's
here.
a fork.
Oh my gosh. I didn't see that until 2 seconds ago. That's such a devious little idea, the retreating knight moves. Maybe rook takes c5 should be considered by Nodirbek. I know it sounds drastic, but that exchange set could give him some good chance. Of course, he sees it.
Yeah, it's just like Simon said, retreating knight moves, backward knight moves, they're the hardest. I think that would have caught me out in a blitz game for sure.
Tricky.
But okay, he just sidesteps with the queen, getting out of that fork, defends this pawn, and now threatening the black c7 pawn for real. And ooh, Jordan, I like what he's doing, I've got to say. Defending this pawn, but also threatening to slide in a bit of a scary move to have to face.
Now the rook comes in next.
Nice.
Some chances here.
Coming in behind. Suddenly, this white rook is trapped, and you might not be able to win it, but if you can keep it caged, keep it boxed, you might just be playing with extra pieces for black.
Is there an idea like knight d7, knight e5 as well? I'm just thinking about all the folks in the position, and look at that. Nodirbek is going for an attack on the king's side. h5, h6, queen d4, but this does allow a check on e1.
By rook b8, rook b1. Suddenly we're talking about checkmate.
Right, King's Indian again. Somehow King's Indian just working here. I mean, that's how it is. The magic of the King's Indian. We did not get in a position that we would like for an aggressive King's Indian or to play for a win, but we now have some chances that, we didn't have before, which is really nice to see for King's Indian players here, but this is not over yet.
Yeah, I eat all my words. I was being too harsh. Jordan, I think I underestimated his just resourcefulness and his creativity in even getting a playable position like this. And I think Nodirbek's going to start getting nervous. He might still have that kind of cool exterior, but inside he's going to be thinking, not again, not like Tata Steel. And suddenly counterplay, he's lost control. And he might still save it. He might still be fine here with white objectively, but panic is going to be setting in.
Do you think it's an inner battle right now for Nodirbek with those nightmares from Tata Steel?
Oh,
definitely.
Oh my gosh.
Treating now.
I was just thinking this move. For some reason, I was like, queen c1 feels good, at least, right?
It's a great move.
Yeah,
it covers all the key squares. The queen can reroute to e3 right now.
Right.
And it does. And I think he's going to hold it.
Yeah. So you can take c7, e7, also h6 still there. You got to be careful of your own back rank, too. If you play rook b1, king h2, and then we take and we're threatening almost mate on the back rank, right? Very resourceful. Queen c1 was a nice move.
Yeah, white's bishop is terrible. It's blocked in by its own pawn. But the good thing about bishops is, especially fianchetted bishops, they are great defenders. So even if the black queen and rook slide behind, that white king will be safe. It'll be protected by its good friend there on g2. And meanwhile, the pawn is going to be recaptured. Black a pawn up, but you can't defend everything. Queen c1. Oof. Just, I was saying panic. What panic? Just so calm. Retreating, giving up a pawn. Who cares? Just centralize the queen. Again, good classical chess wisdom. He's so good in queen endgames, Abdusattorov, and he's centralized perfectly there.
And maybe black wants to centralize the queen, gives a check first and fall back to f5, hitting the pawn on h5 as well, and taking control of the king's side. So really nice play by both these players. Just keeping the game alive. Queen f5.
Yeah, f5 and we live. Queen is sitting there now. If I were white, I would really want to just kind of slide the bishop up to f3 just to protect that white h-pawn. I would be really reluctant to open up the h-file, that line that the white king sits on, just in case. But yeah, is there another way for him to keep control? There we go. Just defend everything. Black really doesn't want to open up his own king, taking that white h-pawn, and meanwhile, still in a dual attack against two other black pawns. White's rook threatening to break out of that cage by taking on c7.
Maybe just queen d7 and hold on to your extra pawn like a grudge. I mean, I don't know. White will play h6 and then set up threats with queen d4. And that's the depressing thing. Even with an extra pawn, you don't even feel it because black's pawn majority is so immobile.
Oh, I just saw some cool tactics, but I'll wait for them to happen on the board. Yeah, queen back to d7. Does black want to trade off that white rook? It feels like an intruder in the black camp. Looks like that might be the way to go, though, retreating with the black queen. If you want to win this game, at least, there might be other safer avenues. Oof, still so tense.
Yeah.
Jordan won Foreest with an extra pawn, but still the piece activity that White has and the attack on the C7 pawn, the attack on the E7 pawn gives Nodirbek enough compensation and a big decision, a committal decision there by Jordan. He pushes the G pawn. David, I see your expression. What is this move? G4 is the idea. What's going on here?
Yeah, G4 for the score. He wants to play next move.
What if White plays it first?
Great question.
And it's played. And Queen F6.
Answered. Yeah, if Black had had time to go one square further to kick away that White bishop, there would have been a mating attack potentially against the White king. But for now, White's king is safe and White has won the pawn back. The downside is now any endgames might favour Black. White's bishop is terrible, locked in by its own pawns. The Black knight, much more flexible. And also note how most of the pawns are just on one flank of the board. We've talked about this throughout the ChessKid Cup. Bishops are better than knights with pawns on both flanks here. It's definitely this knight that is superior. Ooh, dark square control by Jordan. He's playing it positionally. What do we think of this, Dania?
Well, rook take. My eyes are always drawn to this exchange stack. Rook takes c5 because so many of the pawns are on light squares. They're incredibly hard to attack. But I think Nodirbek views this as a desperation measure. Right now, he has a very simple question for Jordan. How are you going to make progress? Your knight is pretty, your pawns are pretty, but d5, e2, and g4, all of the vulnerable pawns are protected by one piece. That piece is itself protected by the pawn, the king, and the queen. So it's incredibly solid. And if Black's rook moves away from the 8th rank, Black could absolutely get mated by a tandem of the queen and the rook. So Jordan has a lot of enemies at his door, and he's navigating them so well. He's producing chance after chance. He's forcing Nodirbek to be accurate. But the Uzbek Grandmaster is not flinching at all thus far.
Yeah, the Black rook forced into passivity, not what he wanted. Jordan, the key question is whether he can improve his knight. If the Black knight was somewhere nearer the White king, then huge chances.
Whoa. Did he? Oh, wait, he didn't hang it. Okay.
Why is this a blunder? The White...
F5 and G4. Oh,
my goodness.
F5, we live.
We're going to Armageddon, possibly.
Oh, my God.
Bishop on F3 is trapped.
He wanted to trade the rooks with rook b8. He wasn't just trying to be fancy. He was trying to force pieces off the board. And he just forgot where the danger comes from.
F5. Wow. Just
we
to
have
show
a mouse
this.
on our hands.
This bishop is trapped, nowhere to go. And if you can't take this pawn, you're just going down a pawn at the very minimum. It crossed my mind just pushing this pawn forward, trying to hit the Black queen, but maybe the idea persists. Maybe you just...
It doesn't help.
Yeah.
Doesn't help at all.
Oh, bishop d1, queen d5, still 4. Oh, and the rook is hanging too. Whoa.
And this is the first time I'm seeing Nodirbek just lean into the screen like that. He knows that this is turning around. F5, is there a way to actually safeguard your bishop? David, is it all over for him?
Look at the bar.
It's all over in one move. We were just saying he's played perfectly, he's found safety, but this happens when your queen gets too far distanced from your king. You lose all ability to defend. And this White bishop, we thought it was holding the fort on its own. Turns out that was an illusion, and White's going down to defeat now. Also, it is clumsy putting that White rook on a square. It can later be captured by the Black knight. I think he just panicked. I think he got overexcited at the prospect of getting that desired draw. Relax, one move too soon.
Jordan needs to do at this moment, James, is play the move queen to c4. Get out of that pin, hit that rook, threaten the pawn on g4.
And that's it. And we have ourselves an Armageddon. I mean, it's a reminiscent of what happened before, right? All I need is a draw, playing this guy, and like, same thing happens. It's crazy how it just repeats itself like that in the same situation. Hopefully, he's able to try to salvage this, but it doesn't look like it. The rook's hanging, and we're going to take g4. Whoa, what the heck?
Yeah, but Jordan wasn't born yesterday. He's not going to allow queen h8. Come on.
He played that so quick, too, king g8.
Yeah, like, no way. Nodirbek.
So sneaky, dropping the White queen back, trying to get onto the opposite corner on the diagonal. But yeah, Jordan thinking of the opponent's time. That's kind of a boss move. Your opponent plays like the trickiest tactic ever. Nope, I've spotted it. Bang, I've shut the door.
Rook b1 and keep fighting. It's like bishop d1. Black's king is a little bit airy, so Jordan has to demonstrate some precision, but he could just maybe go for checkmate without even touching the d5 pawn.
Yeah, Black's going to be at least one pawn up and still struggling to see how White's queen ever kind of zigzags her way in towards the Black king. Feels like a pipe dream.
Another turnaround in this match, and now for Nodirbek, he's got all these difficult questions to answer with just 4 minutes on the clock. And in the studio, we keep talking about that big moment from earlier in the year at the Tata Steel Masters 2023. A fantastic performance by Nodirbek saw him leading the tournament from the start, and it was in round 13, the very last round, where Jordan van Foreest, with the black pieces, took away all those dreams, beat him. And this, a big grudge match, everything going his way. And now we're seeing another turnaround. Jordan, Nodirbek, going into Armageddon.
Jordan's just in the zone. We saw him just kind of hiding his head at the beginning of the game. I think that helped him regain his focus after that heartbreaking defeat in the previous game with White. And what a beautiful move. King G8 in 1 second. Just
yeah, really fast, right? Got out of there. Yeah, I mean, this was great. I mean, King's Indian is very powerful, but this was one that was dry from the beginning. Very dry position. He just worked the magic that he could, got some chances there and took them when they were there. So great job from Jordan so far, just making the best of his position and creating these problems that are unsolvable right now for Abdusattorov.
Yeah, a couple pipe dreams here, maybe rook a8 at the right moment, some perpetuals. If you take the pawn on d5, you have to watch out for the bishop coming to b3 once the knight moves on to greener pastures. So just a couple T's left to cross and I's to dot, but Jordan's got 6 minutes to do it. I just don't see Nodirbek pulling out a swindle here.
And if Jordan does pull this one off for the Armageddon, do you think the momentum totally shifts towards Jordan?
Absolutely. Of course, especially that last game. When you win that last game and you're going into an Armageddon, you still feel the pain of the last game. So, of course, it's easier said than done. It's a little bit of psych there. You got to get over it. But, hey, I won. I'm feeling good. You feel a little bit more confident, too, especially even if you win the bid there. That'd be even better. And then if black pieces winning, let's say Jordan gets the bid, and it could be game over.
The bishop has fallen back. And David, in this position, can black just start getting greedy, pick up the d5 pawn with a check?
He's done
the answer is yes. 2, 3.
But something's going wrong.
FG, what's the follow-up?
Yeah, giving back one pawn, Jordan, just to open up the white king. But yeah, the proof is in the pudding. You've got to eat that pawn and ask black the question, how to checkmate.
Because rook f8 blunders the e7 pawn. That's a very easy pawn to blunder. Then that queen on a1 is going to have its moment in the sun.
Queen, wow. What is the follow-up?
Maybe queen e4? Do you want to hit the e3 pawn?
Okay. Queen a2 check maybe there.
Oh, so
weird
tricky.
checks, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like both kings are equally open at this point. Feels like Jordan maybe didn't need to get greedy. Kind of, you asked the question, Tanya. I was saying, okay, I wouldn't be able to resist either just taking that pawn. But suddenly on the light squares, as Daniel mentioned, all sorts of tricks. And, okay, he's jumped in.
Ibabar showing almost equality here.
What?
Queen d4.
Jumping in as well.
Is it queen d4? And then forcing that queen trade, the knight is nowhere good to go.
Wow.
The bishop jumps out to a4. E7 falls. I think he's blundered queen d4.
He must have missed it.
I don't know if that's the move.
Queen d4, queen e1.
Queen g2.
And then
Let's
rook f8, bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
Oh my
wow.
Let's ask Stockfish for help here. Queen d4, only move. Everything else
He'll find
wins
it.
for black.
There's just nothing else to do. Queen a2 check is a miserable endgame.
He's reaching out. He's about to make a move. Queen
He'll play
a2 does trade the queens, but a really bad endgame, and he finds it. Queen d4, super precise by Nodirbek.
Jeez.
Jordan got impatient. He tried to force the win. He was a pawn up, 2 pawns up. He didn't need to go this direct. Oh, wow. I thought I was bracing myself for Armageddon. I was saying, okay, will lightning strike twice? Will it strike again?
Same.
Queen d4. Yeah, black's rook is just too passive.
What a sequence, too. Queen e1, king g2, rook f8, bishop f3, and now who's attacking who, buddy? You know, that's actually a very scary line there. Yeah, after the bishop gets f3 and sacking you, it's no good, right? Rook takes f3, takes check.
Yeah, king is g4.
Wow.
You've probably got perpetual there, but not more than that. And Jordan, of course, cannot trade queens. That was 0 winning chances there. He's tried the check on e1, but the knight on c5 is just not contributing to the attack in any way. It's totally dominated by the queen. I don't see a move for him.
It's even on the board. Queen e1, king g2. And look, he's shaking his head.
Look at Jordan.
My goodness.
Nothing to do. This is maybe what he'd missed. The black rook's entry can be blocked by the move you guys mentioned, bishop f3. Attacking as well as defending. Wow, Jordan so close. He created everything, but Nodirbek, nerves of steel. I would have resigned, I think, after f5 or a couple of moves ago. Suddenly, it's counterplay. It's no longer a 2-result game. Even White could win this if Black overpresses now.
Without question.
Right. What to do? You have to force that draw that I think you just mentioned there.
But then that's game over.
No moves. There's no checks, there's no moves, there's no ideas. This is cake.
This is heartbreaking after the way things turned around and how Jordan van Foreest did manage to create his chances in a clutch win position and then just rushing with that pawn move, g3, and then it's all over. But Nodirbek, queen d4, keeping it precise, keeping it sharp, and now the players are down on the clock. The clock is almost level. Nodirbek can feel it. He's so close to taking this one.
That's why I need to retire, guys. These youngsters, they're so sharp, so resourceful. You don't just outplay them and beat them. You need to beat them like 10 times in one game. And how do you finish them off?
And Greg Shade saying, man, I really wanted the Armageddon. I think that's all of us here in the studio.
Yes.
It would have been a lot of fun to see these two incredible fighters take it down to the Armageddon. But so far, Nodirbek looks like he is about to level this game and with that, win the match.
Jordan's realised what he's done. There's simply no hope now. No checks, no tricks. White is the one with threats. Okay, he plays this rook move, trying to enter, threatening queen f1, threatening to bring the black
I think
rook
you
in.
have to take on f3 or you literally lose on the spot. Actually, it's that bad. You have no other moves. And of course, you lose the match on the spot if you make a draw.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
It's a no-win situation for Jordan. Rook f3, if that's the best option to try to get a perpetual check in, this is indeed match over. And Jordan really trying to find a way to keep things going. And the problem here, Daniel, is it that White is simply threatening to take on e7 and a mate on g7?
And Black just has no mating constructions. Maybe knight e6 can be tried. That's what I would play in Jordan's situation. Okay, he takes on f3. Can't blame him for that. As long as Nodirbek sidesteps all the forks and there's nothing to sidestep. He has literally only moves. Queen g4, queen e2 check, and king f5.
F5
maybe possible, but I think he's just going to go king h3.
King h3
and make the draw.
Tuck and roll, yep.
Yeah.
I think king f5 loses there by force after a series of checks, but...
oh, yeah, there's knight e6 at the end.
David's calculated it all.
Don't need to be a genius to see that line. And, don't need to be a genius to know White will retreat the king to safety and make the draw and win the match.
Ooh.
Whoa, king f7.
Was there a knight d3 there?
Okay, queen d5, king f6, and queen d4, king e6. And you dodge the check, so wait a second.
Ooh.
But queen h8 might be the way to like force Black into giving a bunch of checks. I don't know.
Also looking at queen takes d6, and does Black have more than just a perpetual check there?
Dang,
nope.
Queen d6.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's all because that knight, Black's knight on c5, it's far away from White's king. And just put that on the king's side and you're talking a different tune there. But knight on c5, unable to give a single check. The queen is just not enough to deliver anything more than a perpetual.
Yeah, I think this check is maybe the safest, the simplest. I was just wondering about queen takes, trying to use the pin, but yeah, this one would have been fine too. Wow, okay, he finds a safer one. He gave a series of checks. The queens are coming off the board. No winning chances for Black. Even with a knight, such a good piece here. You can re-centralize it, but simply, you're never going to create a pass pawn. Heartbreaker, that one. That is the final blow, that queen trade.
Wow, that was a very practical decision there by Nodirbek, just going for this endgame.
And once you see that, you grab it faster than a college student grabs a free donut. Like, you just take that queen trade and run with it, because you know you're never going to lose this endgame. Yeah, Jordan's not going to try. There's nothing to try for.
And there we have it. Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the match against Jordan van Foreest. What an incredible fight this was. A disappointing end for Jordan after a fantastic turnaround in that King's Indian defense. He's smiling. He knows he's done it all. And Nodirbek there as well with a smile. Both players have a lot to be proud about with the kind of fight that they put up in this big match. Entertaining, classy chess. David, what was the highlight?
Actually, the highlight for me was Nodirbek Abdusattorov's defensive play. It was with that resolute defense that he was able to clinch the match. Jordan had created winning chances, and in this position, he had already won a pawn with black, white's king out in the open. And maybe it was just the temptation to win a second pawn that caught him on his heels here, that really tripped him up in his winning attempts. If he had left that pawn on the board, then the black king feels much safer on the light squares. There's never going to be any checks on this diagonal. Black could simply have given a check himself, and the attack would have been decisive. If the white king sidesteps, the black rook could join the action, crashing down now on f2. If the white king had stepped back, then the same idea that Jordan actually played in the game would have been even stronger here. Pawn to g3. This white king is not going to survive the combined might of black's army. In the end, just one careless move, there was suddenly counterplay, and Nodirbek guided it towards a draw.
What an amazing play that was, just keeping everything under control after that miss by Jordan van Foreest. We've had such an incredible day of chess. We didn't get an Armageddon, but we got 4 extremely fighting, rapid games. And for Jordan van Foreest, he does get knocked down to the losers bracket. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he continues his run in the winners bracket. And we do have Nodirbek joining us. And what a game that was, the last one. We are waiting for him, and here he is. Nodirbek, yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nodirbek, it was a crazy match. All 4 games, just so much entertainment for us. How were you feeling while playing? Was it up and down?
Yeah, it was crazy match, and there were a lot of mistakes, I think, and yeah, I was a little bit maybe lucky that I survived in the last game, but overall, I think we played very good match, and yeah, it was very tough match indeed. Yeah, I'm looking forward for the finals.
Yeah, we're so excited to watch you play in the finals. But Nodirbek, I want to just talk about the games a little bit. And I want to start from game 2. There was this moment, and I see your expression, and I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, I played Queen f3, but honestly, I didn't. My plan was like playing d6 as in the game. So after he played f5, I just immediately played d6 because this was my initial plan. I just didn't see rook f2, and yeah, it was some kind of it was some kind of illusion that I'm getting mated. But yeah, basically that was it. Yeah.
And did you realize that you missed that moment while the game was on, or afterwards?
No, afterwards, just after the game, I just realized that I can take it. Yeah.
It all turned out well in the end, but even the final game, everything was under control. But then Jordan, he's so good at this. He managed to create his chances.
Yeah, he created a very messy position. Yeah, of course, I missed f5. I totally missed this idea of trapping my bishop on f3. And yeah, I was very lucky to play e3, and I have this queen a1 trick to coordinate my pieces. Otherwise, it would have been just I was just getting crushed there. If not queen a1, then okay. He could have played queen e4 check instead of queen takes d5, I guess, with idea of rook f8 or g3, which is I think stronger. But yeah, I mean it's very tough in kind of tense situation. Yeah, I mean basically he just grabbed the pawn, and yeah, after that I just hold the game.
Yeah, you played flawlessly after that. Nodirbek, in the studio, we were also discussing about the history with Jordan van Foreest. Now, you guys have played some amazing chess in the past as well, and I know it was a difficult moment back at the Tata Steel Masters, the final round. Was this a bit of a grudge match for you?
No, I don't consider it like as something dramatic. I just lost that game.
because he played better than me, and yeah, he just outplayed me there, and I wasn't. Of course, I was very upset not winning the tournament, but I wasn't very upset about the game. Yeah, today I managed to beat him, but yeah, I think we can. I think he has still chance to play in the finals. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, you might have a rematch, but tomorrow you've got a day off while the players fight it out in the elimination bracket. What's the plan for the rest day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying time here, and yeah, also preparing, and yeah, just have a walk and to go sightseeing. Maybe there is a beautiful place here, I think, nearby. So yeah, I will go there and we'll have a rest.
Will you follow the other bracket, the action on, to see who you will be playing in the grand final?
Yeah, of course. But until then, maybe I will have I will rest.
We wish you a really good rest. And before you go, we've got a little surprise for you. We had a drawing competition for Chess Kids, and we want to show you one of the young artists. They actually drew you. And Nodirbek, this is the drawing.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
It was one of the winning paintings. It was, you know what I thought was really amazing was the medal around. It reminded me of the Chennai Olympiad.
Yes. Yes.
So we've been having these
quite nice memories.
Yeah, we've been just having these amazing drawings of all of you being sent. And thank you so much, Nodirbek. You're such a sport, and we're so excited to see you in the grand final. Enjoy your rest day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. All the best. Wow. Nodirbek there reacting at the arts that we received earlier. It's just so wholesome and so cute, the kind of drawings that we've been seeing come in. And these are the brackets while Nodirbek Abdusattorov gets a day off in the winner's bracket. We will be seeing action in the loser semi-final as Fabiano Caruana takes on Jules Moussard, and the winner will play against Jordan. As Nodirbek said, Jordan van Foreest might actually come back to face him in the grand final, David.
Yeah, we've actually seen that twice already this season. The player losing the winner's final is able to retrace their steps, fight their way back, and get a second shot at the prize. So don't be surprised if we see a rematch of today's final.
Yeah, just amazing, incredible stuff there, and more action coming up. Daniel, what did you make of what we witnessed in the final game 4?
Just amazing action all the way. I mean, Jordan is in such good form this tournament, and again, he's got another chance. He's just got to rest. I know who he would more rather face between Caruana and Jules Moussard. Pretty complicated question. I think it is Jules Moussard, so he's got some time to rest. Nodirbek, though, he is the future. He is incredible. He's universal. And just the way that he handled that after he committed the mistake, after he allowed F5, that was the most impressive bit to me. The way he just calmed himself down and then found 15 perfect moves to pull out the draw and make his way into the grand final.
A very well-deserved break there after all the action that we saw from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We've had so much fun today. The chess was fantastic, starting from the elimination bracket up to the winner's bracket. We had the drawing competition, saw some amazing, fun artwork there. And not just that, it doesn't stop here. We've got a really, really fun segment coming up tomorrow. We're going to reveal that tomorrow, but here's a little teaser. David Howell went to London, and the chess kids did challenge him to a school test. David, it was a lot of fun.
What's the capital of Guyana?
And you know this answer?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, gosh. I thought we'd start easy, like what's 2 times 2?
What year did Queen Boudica die?
I don't even know the century.
What are the effects of the Black Death, and where did it originate from?
What do all the coordinating conjunctions put in a certain order spell out?
I want you to clearly explain how you find out the percentage of a certain number.
Clearly. Explain.
David, did you have fun there? That was fun to watch.
I'm still traumatized. Kids are too clever these days, what can I say?
For all the chess kids out there, this has been such a fantastic event. You can also go play some chess on ChessKid. It is the coolest, most fun platform to start your chess journey. And the chess journey does continue in the ChessKid Cup. We do have Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, who's made his way into the grand final, and we'll find out who challenges him to win the ChessKid Cup. We will be back with all the action tomorrow. See you then. Harry the H-pawn is alive.
He's blundered. The white king can now creep forward.
2 seconds, 1 second. He has to make a move.
He has no moves.
And that's it. Queen F8.
Let's go, King's Indian. Let's go. We got one finally, bro.
E4 or you're dead.
Finds it. Jordan in absolute disbelief.
The
F5 and G4. Oh
my goodness.
5 we live.
We're going to Armageddon.
Nodirbek, Abdusattorov takes the match against Jordan van Foreest.